Next up on PTL, we highlight the massive matchups around the Premier Leagues. Help enhance your fantasy LCS game and get a little transcendental with our last hit. There's no time to lose. Primetime League starts right now.
Quiere salir jugando, se viene el cuadra, se viene el pentakill de Lulu, pentakill de Don John, increíble jugada de Gaming.
The desperate power is on, he locks him up, he comes up with a double kill. Gravity's got the game.
Unicorns of love, unicorns of life, they bring themselves back from the brink.
Hello everyone and welcome to another edition of Primetime League, the only show that regularly shatters time to bring you all the League of Legends highlights. I'm Riving DeBiz III along with my co-host David Free-Turley.
Hey everyone, it's going to be awesome today. We are all set to phase dive straight into the action around the world. No time for a chrono break.
No, there is not. We're starting things off with an announcement about Worlds. Earlier today, Riot announced the final seeds per region. It's actually fairly similar to last year's regional seeds, with the exception of Southeast Asia and Taiwan. This year, the GPL split, with the top teams in Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Macau making up the LMS, and with the GPL now representing the rest of Southeast Asia.
So the LMS retains the two guaranteed seeds from the former GPL, and now the current GPL has a qualification path through as an international wildcard. So there's going to be two international wildcard qualifiers that will take place later this year as teams vie for one of two wildcard slots at Worlds. In qualifier number 1, CIS, Brazil, and Latin America will duke it out, and Southeast Asia, Turkey, Japan, and Oceania will battle it out in qualifier number 2, one team from each of those spots. Hit up levelesports.com for more information.
I know I will be. Definitely a spot you want to be. Let's toss out the Time Winder to take a look back at last week's BF Game of the Week. That's where Edward Gaming and Invictus battled for control of the standings. Edward 9-1, Invictus 7-5. These guys definitely want to start battling to get to the top spot so they can be the guy to get the trophy. They want to steal it from Edward Gaming.
Absolutely. Number one team in the world, Edward Gaming. And what better way to start things out than Mako 1v2ing in the enemy jungle and just chasing down Zatai. Here's the Ignite. Having a flash Q to finish it out. Thank you very much.
Hashtag worth.
Hashtag, yeah, great. Wonderful, wonderful start.
Not a problem there for the team as well. EDG still making strong moves in. Katie's actually getting caught out here for a second, but IG really able to turn this one around.
Yeah, Maokai stuck underneath a inhibitor turret. Rookie cleanses the stun from Annie, gets a revenge Twin Fang, and just, it's so easy to chase down now Zatai without even stopping to auto attack, just Qs down two people in a row. Double kill for him. Invictus now with a pretty sizable lead later on to the game. Desperation Baron, 7,000 gold down, they get it.
Got it, thank you very much. Zatai trying to contest with the rest of the team, trapped in the Baron pit.
Oh, the Emperor's Divide, so good.
Yep.
Fully locks up two melee champions who have no way of getting out of it. Flash and the move blocks were down. Easy chase down thanks to Def's ulti. More damage from Pawn. An amazing team fight that wins in the game.
Kid goes back in. Maybe I can get some more kills. Nope, that's the ace. EDG's in the base, and that is going to be game one. Smiles across the face.
All right, so game one incredibly close. Really smart play by both these teams. Invictus uncharacteristically very intelligent in their rotations over in game one. But game two is just a bloodbath. Mako going hard, looking for some knockups, and Kitties not in a good spot.
Teleports on both sides, but one obviously faster than the other. Can actually see Zatai having to run out of that one himself as they already start to pick up the game. EDG looking to get a lead.
Exactly, and their new top laner, Amazing J, on Cinder Hulk, Skirmishers, Saber, Fizz, just goes massive. A double kill, chasing down on the Kid. Amazing J just has been nothing but really great for Edward Gaming here in the top lane. His split pushing power is amazing. A 24-minute surrender forced.
That was just 2 minutes later after what we just saw.
Oh yeah, I mean it was a brutal game too. Incredibly great game by EDG.
And to add some expert insight into that series, let's bring in Julian Pastry Time Carr. How's it going, Pastry?
I'm excellent, Riv. How are you?
Not too bad. So that match was a big win for Edward and helped propel them to first place. What was the key for them?
I mean, to be honest, EDG are always going to be a great team. They'll play against anyone just fantastically. But honestly, if we just dissect this series, first of all, it was incredibly close, especially in that first game. But EDG came up clutch, pulled out some massive team fights, and had that strong decision making. But as far as the whole series MVP goes, I'm actually going to give it to Mako, the support player who's still a rookie. Very underrated, I think, as far as a general support players go, but he showed up big at MSI. He's gotten better and better as the season goes on, and he's just easily the best support in China at this point.
All right, man. Thank you for that. And stick around for just a moment because we want you to comment on our second LPL highlight. And next up were two teams looking to climb the table, with Snake hoping to catch Edward Gaming, while LGD continued to move up the standings after taking down Team WE 2-0. All
right, LGD versus Snake. Snake had so much hype at the end of the spring split, expected to maybe even make the finals as a team. This time around, they're finally living up to it. Despite Godby having first blood, by the way, goes hard with a Doran's Ring and a Flask and wins that fight.
First blood and his Orianna, but it looks like when you are unstoppable, those are the things you can play against. Beautiful flash on the body slam there.
Yeah, just the return distortion. I mean, absolutely amazing. Here's Godby behind in the base. Goodbye. Yeah.
Crystal was there like, I just wanted a piece, man.
Wanted a piece. 9-kill lead at the end of it all. 41.5 minutes in, and that's 1-0 so far for Snake. These guys have been having a very strong summer split. On to game 2.
On to game 2. More solo kills to come out. Godby getting a little bit of revenge here in the beginning. It was a blue card. He needed the gold. I don't think it would have mattered anyways.
Maybe not so much, but Godby, 2 first bloods in 2 games. He's still obviously a very impressive player, but Flanders about to get some help because Yu is here. Who's going to gank? Imp. Bye.
Yep, the focus onto Imp. Unstoppable, still able to come in with the plays, and once again, you just see how much control they can put in these fights.
Yeah, and Crystal is now just massive. We haven't seen this Callista yet this game, but here she is, and she's killing basically everyone. 12-5 in kills, and it gets worse from there.
The coach absolutely loving it. Crystal 5-1-6 right now, and you can see the team setting up camp here, able to take down LGD as they try to enter the jungle. Snake,
go get Imp!
They were slithering everywhere.
Whoops. All right, Ella, run! Oh no, Ella, please heal. Okay. Yeah, how about a summoner heal and a Mikhail's Crucible to keep you alive? Nice bait. That was all planned. It was all planned. I'm going to dive the fountain just to make sure they chase me down. 20-5, 2-0 for Snake. What a great game. All right, so after beating LGD 2-0, Snake was looking to continue their run when they faced Invictus. Of course, a very tall task ahead of them here. IG, one of the strongest teams in China right now. Just a second ago, we saw them give a really close run for their money to Edward Gaming. So IG, what else are they going to do except make some great plays?
Making plays in the beginning. 3 guys already going up 3 minutes in. You know they were trying to swap the lanes and get things started, throw their opponents off, and it worked.
It did work. IG's comp, 3 tanks, a Sivert, and an Orianna. Just pick any fight you want. They even gave Crystal Draven. I would never have done that. I would have died if I were Kid right there, but not Kid. IG finally get the pile drive down. Just the tank ball coming through. Cacao and Kitties, how about they're going to chase down Ella as well. Just not much these guys can do when you're down 3-1 in Champions.
Very nicely done. IG really able to just dance around the fights. Looks like they had Snake figured out in this game. Flying through, Cacao steals the dragon and flashes out. Bore or not, he is one nimble man.
OGN Kakako right there. Great play by him. The dragon steal the get out. 15-6 in kills. Yu tries to get away, but he's basically on top of the entire enemy team. How about some chain stuns? How about some follow-up? Some more kills for IG.
What a collapse coming in for IG here. 16-6. You can see these fights from Snake are kind of the gopher brokes that we need to get back in the game, but it didn't work.
Yeah, they are not kidding around though. IG really crushing everybody. 19-6. The surrender inside the base. 30-minute win. Impressive by these guys.
And after dropping the first game, Snake looked to salvage this series in game 2.
It starts out pretty well. Beast on his signature Nidalee, the long-range snipe. Almost a good distortion away, but not quite happened. And Crystal this time around on Vayne, making a much better case for himself.
Yeah.
Comes back Kitties. Not much this poor Nautilus can do anymore.
Freak, you're a Vayne player. 14 minutes in, 2 kills, 3 kills. Now it's got to feel pretty good.
Yeah, when you get into a 2-on-2 fight with Zerk Greaves and a finished Ruin King that early on, you know you're in a really good spot. A full whiff on the Sejuani ult, and Crystal can do whatever he wants all game.
Ella hooks Cacao. Flandre, like you said, the massive ult on the backline. Snake gonna get the ace on IG here, finding them in their own jungle.
Everyone gets a chance to chase down and pick up some kills. Pretty much spread across the board. 2-3 on Hecarim, 1 on Vayne, 1 on Azir. This is just an absolutely wonderful match. 10-4 in kills after that fight, and it actually prompts the surrender 25 minutes in just from winning the lanes and Crystal being massive.
Thanks for staying with us, Pastry. So that victory sent Snake into second place, but they drew even against OMG and IG. What's your take on the team?
I mean, Snake are awesome. Like, anyone who watched Snake in the spring season really appreciates just how fun and creative they can be, but they're actually growing into be a really strong, mature team that I think has learnt a lot from their practice in the last split, if you want to put it like that. They had a pretty strong playoffs performance despite being a secondary team moving in from the LSPL to the LPL. And for me, when I think about Snake, There's lots of good players, Crystal especially. Beast is very flashy, but it's all about FLICKR for me, and he's been playing absolutely out of his mind recently. The man can carry, his mechanics are amazing, his strategy is amazing, his teleports are aggressive, he's really fun to watch, and FLICKR is a player that is only going to get better with time. So if you guys want to follow a Chinese player that's kind of up and coming, that really puts his team on his back and is starting to get even more carry farm and carry potential from his team, the team's rounding out nicely, but FLICKR honestly has finally started leading it in the summer.
All right, Julian, thanks for the tip. We'll keep an eye out. As always, thank you for joining us, and good luck with the matches this week. And with 3 weeks down and 8 to go, here's a look at the current standings in China. Edward Gaming is in first place with Snake hot on their heels. Meanwhile, everyone from QG down to Master 3 are looking to close in as the teams head into week 4.
And over in Korea, the standings continue to change. At this point, last split, the Tigers and CJ met with perfect 3-0 records. Back then, the Tigers won. They continued their dominant performance all spring split long. But this time around in the summer split, very different story. The Tigers were desperately looking to climb out of the bottom of the table. CJ was on top. In game 1, the Tigers had a different story.
Yep, we started off in the bottom lane here. Gorilla with the Alistar. Flash pulverized into the headbutt backwards.
Ooh, man, Prey barely lives. Kill goes to Gorilla. And the Tigers kept doing well. 14-2 already. Mid lane getting sieged down. CJ have had no objectives all game long.
Ooh, really rough game here for Space. Cassiopeia really starting to get strong as well, and Kuro is not going to be done yet.
6-0-9 for the mid lane. Even though you dive on top of turrets, guess what? Ulted Alistar's the one tanking it, so the rest of your team can dive all you want. He just does not
standing
care
here
about
forever.
this.
Oh, wait, I actually care a little bit. Flash out.
Headbutt steal. Really, really well played. All support should do that when you're about to win the game. So game 1, Ku Tigers, pretty damn nice. Game 2, CJ looking to fire back a little bit, and Coco's Jace was absolutely wonderful.
Oh, man, that shock blast. And they're not done yet. Magical Journey, not going to save anybody.
And they dodge around, so it's just a golden gorilla who goes down easily. And this turret juggling is really pretty amazing. It doesn't really matter, actually. He just gets away.
Yep, nice cleanup there. All right, this is going to be a long fight. Magical Journey into a couple of ultimates there, right onto the Rumble.
Alistar takes up for a while. Mad Life's definitely durable, but Coco has to wait around for his cooldowns anyway. We're early enough in that it's still mostly a poke chase. Misses that shock blast, means you got to buy even more time.
Yeah, Smeb on the front line takes forever to go down. Nobody quite yet, but Coco's got his eye on the prize. There it is.
Bam! Takes down one. Magical Journey out, and right here, a little bit late, they don't catch Coco, which means he gets to deal damage, survive just long enough for Prey and everyone else to start cleaning up on both sides of the fight, really.
Yeah, not quite perfect timing coming out of that Magical Journey, and that's all that they needed. CJ gonna take that game. 1-1 here. Let's head into game number 3.
And game 3, CJ just got better and better over time. Here we are into this one, and it's okay. Early gank on by Shy. Steal a bunch of damage. Kuro over the wall without much mana on Azir means he's not going to do much in this fight.
Yeah, Smeb teleports in, and they got the Rumble ultimate down, Azir ultimate down. Nothing left in the tank.
Sivir ulti to help you guys re-engage, and now Smeb pretty much caught out. Nice knock backwards, and that means takedown comes
Prey's
through.
arrived, guys.
Great, to flash away from a hook. That's not the best way to join into a fight, to lose a cooldown. And this is just an immaculate turret dive here. Mad Life, an amazing hook. They catch on a Prey. 2-man stun doesn't even matter here.
Oh, yeah. Mad Life with the Samsung skin right there as well, paying homage. And they're going to take him down under the turret.
And Lantern now, all is well, but more Mad Life. Hooks. Man, you check Baron, it doesn't even matter. Just knock people down. Goodbye to the front line. CJ very far ahead here, 18-2.
Oh, Mad Life hooks you in. There's no way Nahus can hook himself out of there. And they push on to the Nexus to take the series.
All right, 2-1. CJ still very near the top of the standings. Ku Tigers, a reverse from the spring split, basically. Really, really rough start to them. Talking about reversals, Samsung have not been the same team since Season 4, literally and figuratively, whereas SKT have just been absolutely amazing all season long. So top versus bottom, Samsung starts out with a vengeance, going after Marin.
Yeah, straight up top here, Eve on Eve, able to connect with the gank. Double flashes there to pick it up.
Yeah, one more than was needed, but either way, a great gank. But SKT able to fire back. Small gold lead in the dive on towards Fury, Wraith, and Eve.
Yeah, Easy Hoon in the bottom here, able to lead up this turret dive, and Marin comes down, ready to clean everybody up.
And eventually he does knock down the enemy jungler with one more Flame Spitter. I know the puns are easy with names this good. So, all right, Easyhoon and Co. looking a bit better. How about a big team fight around Dragon? 53 minutes in, keep in mind, so death timers are forever.
Oh, yeah, they dive pretty deep onto Bang over here, but Marin gets caught out by himself. Fury's able to clean this one up, and the rest of SKT are going to chase him down.
He might miss a top laner, but yeah, Crown was one hit away from dead, and Easyhoon is just on the chase no matter how fast Fury tries to run. Easyhoon just a little bit faster.
You can't cut that corner, buddy.
All right, and 54-minute death timers means pushing into the Nexus is easy. Those guys are still dead from the prior fight. So SKT in a slobber knocker take game 1.
Slobber knocker.
Yeah.
All right, let's jump into game number 2 here. Easyhoon got the victory. He's going to stay in. However, he's going to be the early target this time around.
And yet again, Eve finds these great early gains to get his team ahead. This time around, he gets Pawns.
Chuck that potion.
Crown's Fizz gets ahead. Every time I see him, I just expect it to be Pawn here. He's no longer in Korea, though. But this dive on Akuve is hilarious. He's still level 5, by the way, ignites, and then he's like, wait, I can kill one more minion, get 6, double kill.
Yeah, Bangi on Eve trying to make the early action starts does not turn out well for them. That is not a good story, mid or top. Let's check in on the bottom lane. How's that one going, Freak?
A close fight, 3-2. This Q right there from Fury was great. Leads them to make sure they have to run into it, or they juke back into the team and die. Samsung, 5 dragons, fight around Baron. This dive towards Bang, he just can't do anything.
Yeah, pretty much that was the story. Top, mid, and bottom all got early leads, controlled all 5 dragons and the Baron here. Just an all-around victory for Samsung in that game.
All right, impressive by them. They took down SK Telecom T1, so 1-1. We go into game 3 to determine who really gets the points from this series.
Summon the final boss. FLICKR is here, and Bangi's at his back. Gonna gank the lane really early to get FLICKR off to a good start.
And no surprise, he picked a champion called Victor when they need to win one game right here. So how about a level lead and just sending the storm after
All
Crown?
right, so Bangi helped out at the beginning. Those are some nice skill shot dodges. Lantern to save him as well, and he gets the kill. FLICKR, you know, the work has just started. Now it gets easier and easier.
Yeah, FLICKR won a 1v3. How about winning a 3v1 right afterwards? 6-0 in this game. Most of those kills in the mid lane. Didn't really need the help, but 25 minutes, a very crushing victory for SK Telecom T1. So after 3 weeks of matches and 2 more this morning, here's a look at the current LCK standings. Today's win from SKT over Anarchy moves them to 5-0 with sole control of first place. Of course, CJ Entis is right behind them, hoping to catch up on Friday.
Meanwhile, Jin Air Green Wings, KT Rolster, and Najin EM Fire round out the top 5, and all are solid contenders for a postseason finish.
And that brings us to our BF game of the week, where CJ Entis will face SK Telecom T1. That series will take place this Friday at 5 p.m. in Korea, 10 a.m. in Central Europe, and 1 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time.
Yeah, at this point, last split, SKT and CJ Entis were both 3-1, with CJ having lost the game to the Tigers, while SKT lost a series against CJ. Right now, the two teams are just 1 series apart, although SKT has a slight edge as they have less losses in their matchups.
But if you look at these teams from a statistical angle, it's quite interesting. So CJ is the league leader with 160 kills throughout this split. They also have the shortest average game time, so fast, bloody games for them. Meanwhile, SKT, as you said, less losses. That means they have a higher gold per minute, and they have more kills per game, the highest in the league.
Now, CJ will have to sweep SKT if they hope to catch them in the standings after SKT's series win over Anarchy this morning. But whoever wins, this is going to be a great match.
It's going to be wonderful. Korea's been awesome so far, but let's switch over to the action in Europe. Up first, Froggen and the 1-1 Elements look to level up as they face the 1-1 Giants. All right, Pepinero's on your screen. This guy was awesome. His Diana was on fleek.
He should be on your screen a lot over this highlight reel. Pepinero, what a great start for him. Solo kill on Froggen.
Man, this guy went pretty much full AP. Even when he ended the game, didn't even have his Zonias with a full build here. Just more dives. Pepinero has slain someone else. What a surprise.
Fortunately for him,
someone else.
Diana, easy to dive with. One direction, straight go forward. And they're going to be just fine.
3 kills for Pepinero. This guy, very animated.
I can't believe it.
I'm crushing everybody. This is wonderful. Another quick dive. Spell immune to get through the gravity field and everything. And let's get another team fight in here.
Oh, yeah. And Frederick, he deserves a lot of credit as well for this game. Does get shut down there, but they're going to take the team fight victory.
Yeah, 34.5 minutes in, double kill. Pepe ends up ending the entire game with 12 kills and 9 assists. Just a brutal performance. You can see his items down there. Luden's Lichbane, Void Staff, wonderful things. Crushed it the whole time around. Let's take a quick look at the Giants' performance so far this split against where they were after last split after 2 weeks. When they started out this time around 3-1, which is pretty good. Last time around they started out 2-2, so an improvement here. Now in the spring split, though, that 2-2 scoreline, they only lost to Unicorns of Love and H2K, and yet Giants still found themselves in the promotion tournament at the end of it all. So even if they look good in the first couple of weeks, they didn't always hold up to it.
However, this time around, their team KDA is much higher, as is their gold per minute. They only managed 5 wins last split, and they faced the possibility of relegation in that promotion tournament. Now, after 2 weeks, they're seemingly on track for a much better performance.
Well, that's great news for Giants fans out there. And next we get to see how they do against some of the other top teams. They are facing a tough test on Friday when they face Fnatic. This will help them prove how strong they really are. And speaking of tough tests, SK Gaming have had a hard road ahead of themselves as well. SK began the spring split with 8 straight wins, but the summer split here has been 2 straight losses, and they face a 3rd loss in a row when they faced XPEKA in Origin.
Oh yeah, people have had a hard time with Origin, and Neilseal on Urgot has been a big part of that problem.
In a hardcore dive, they're doing what they can to knock these kills down, but the TP in from Soaz could mean better things. And Svenskeren is going to get chased down for first blood to Niels.
All right, first blood and blue buff on the Urgot. How painful that is.
Well, pretty painful. It's 9-1 so far in this game, only 22 minutes in. And there's a swap. Fox can try to get away, but he's not getting away.
Niels with the swap, and they get the kill there. Fox goes down. Nice catch.
Familiar face there. Peke has led Origin to a pretty darn strong split so far. More chases, and somehow, by the way, these guys don't die. Like, Origin just tanks up everything. Doesn't matter who gets caught.
Found himself in the wrong part of the forest on that one. Here goes another swap, and they've got Fox.
Fox knocks him back, but just dies anyway. Niels in the front line, a great stun as well from Amazing. We're at 36 kills in a 38-minute game. Make that 37 kills in a 38-minute game. I mean, just fantasy goldmine here with Origin this week.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, when they start killing you, they don't stop.
No, absolutely wonderful team. So after 2 weeks, here are the standings over in Europe. Fnatic and Origin remain the only 2 undefeated teams, and they are tied for first place at 4-0.
And Giants, H2K, and the Unicorns, they all have moved into a tie for 3rd place with 3 wins and 1 losses. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the table, we've got a lot of catching up to do. There are 3 1-3 teams, while SK and Gambit are still winless.
And to put a magnifying glass over the European LCS now, let's bring in Devin Pyrotechnics. Young, how's it going, Pyro?
Pretty good, Riv. It's summer, so it, of course, means the weather is heating up, and so is the competition here in Europe.
Does feel good. Another week of action coming up. First up, however, I want to talk about the spring split MVP for the European LCS, Forgiven.
Ooh, don't you mean Owen Forgiven? Right now, this guy is having a whole lot of troubles fitting in with the new Gambit squad. At this point, last split, when he was with SK Gaming, he hadn't died yet. He had insane numbers put up every week. And right now, he's really on the lower end of the table, only 1.4 KDA or so. And his team overall has really not been helping all that much. Gambit are struggling at the bottom right now, and they're really just trying hard to find that first win. On the other hand, they were starting to come together a little bit as a team. We saw that play well against Fnatic. And of course, they'll have a few more easier matches, at least easier on paper coming up this week. So expect them to, keep your fingers crossed, hopefully pick up a win.
So until they get their first win, you're saying these guys are at the bottom of the food chain. Why don't you go ahead and take us up that food chain?
Yeah, well, go ahead. Let's start at the bottom because that's how it tends to go, right? At the bottom, you've got Gambit Gaming. They're swimming around there with SK still hunting for that first win. Of course, you move up a little bit, and then you get your small fish. These are Elements, Roccat, Wolves. These are the guys that eat the minnows. They've really only so far been able to beat those 2 teams, and they're looking to try their luck with the bigger fish who come up next. That's H2K, that's Giants, Unicorns of Love. These guys are 3-1. They've only lost to the top teams in the league. And speaking of those, let's move it on up because these are the real sharks. You're talking Fnatic and, of course, Origin, the newcomers who have torn everyone to shreds.
And speaking of sharks, someone has been devouring everyone in the top lane, that someone being Soaz.
Absolutely. This guy is insane. He's been rocking just about everybody he plays against. And this is in a league that's, stacked with mid laners. You've got Huni in there. You've got Otawamne. And he right now has the highest KDA out of any one of these top laners, contributing a ton of damage. I believe it's something like 7.9. And he just really puts up big numbers. But don't be too sure of yourself, especially if you're starting him in fantasy. As we see from some of his more colorful antics, he doesn't care about your points.
He does not, and that whole team is looking good. I guess sometimes you got to step back and take a look at the competition to really start doing well. Thank you very much, Pyro. It sounds like you're going to be needing a bigger boat over there in Europe. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Try to stay afloat until then, Riv.
So while we go cut some bait, let's send it over to our chum Freak, who has been sorting through your tweets.
Hey again, everyone, and yes, I am totally hooked on the Twitter sphere. Hope I don't flounder, but I don't think my puns are that crappy. Now, last week we asked you to tell us how many times will Bard be played across the 5 premier regions, and the correct answer was 8 Bards. 7 of you got it right. Now, we groupered up your tweets. There is a sea of them, but we reeled in the correct ones, and now it's time to congratulate the Dark Raccoon, Falky89, AZJT86, Temi116, Brendan Yormer, iWelchie, and Blessed GFX. You guys have indeed tempered fate. However, 2 of you out there managed to send your tweets on a truly magical journey and have made it all the way to the PTL Hall of Fame. To do that, you needed to also add which pro would have the highest KDA on the Wandering Caretaker this week. The correct answer was Lustboy, whose KDA was 7.0. Congratulations and a special welcome to the PTL Hall of Fame for Ross Taylor X and Amish Twinkie. That is an amazing screen name, but I don't know how you could watch PTL if you are indeed Amish. It feels like it's against what you're all about. But either way, if you didn't manage to get the question right, fear not, because we are all about 2nd, 3rd, 70th chances here on the PTL. With that in mind, this week we're spotlighting a champion who is brand new to the scene. So let us know, how many times will Echo be picked in the LCS this week? To join the party with Amish Twinkie and the others in the Hall of Fame, tell us how many total kills Echo will also get this week. So kick your Z-Drive residents into gear and send your answers to @LOL Esports along with the hashtag PTL, and we will check your answers next week.
Well, you know, if FLICKR Cupcake is still available, I'm so taking that Twitter handle. Anyway, let's check out what happened last week in the LMS as BB and Assassin Sniper faced BB's former team, the Taipei Assassins. Both of these teams near the bottom 4 of the standings, so really looking to climb up with a win here. TPA would start things off early on Maple Snow in the top lane, but it did not work out as they expected. It's morning going down. Then Domo doesn't expect it to be Zonda coming around from the outside, and they pick up some kills to get the team going. Smiles all around. Way this game, 70% kill participation around the board, helping Baby get the kills in the bottom lane here. And once again, Zonda always having a hand in the dish as the team feeds. They go for more. That's going to be Way's kills. He picks it up. A little bit of that kill participation on the board. And Chowie takes the arrow right in the Jowie. Gets taken down. CC after CC. That double AD comp of the Varus and the Ashe, just way too much. And arrows heard cross the rift. Another one hits Domo in the face. They're able to just keep picking up these skirmish kills without, as you see, TPA being able to grab the 5-on-5 fights instantly onto the Nexus due to the result of that. And Assassin Snipers were able to come up with a very nice first game win. Putting TPA on their back heel, that game was about a 16,000 gold lead for Assassin Snipers, but TPA would fight back much harder in game 2, albeit still a very tough game. The arrows continuing to come in here, and Assassin Snipers would continue to focus. UA looking to get out of this one, but Zonda's ults, whether it was on Rek'Sai or the Gragas, was able to pick it up for the Snipers. Baby coming through this game very strong already on the Ashe, and they continue to win the skirmish fights pretty much single-handedly here. From each side of the wall, they're all doing their own thing in the fight and making sure they have the target they need to hit. TPA cannot figure out what to do. Inside the base, it's going to be the final try here as UA comes in. The will is on. Alistar trying to take everything up, but you can just see how the Snipers can see the fight, assess the fight, and then take it to TPA. Once again, forcefully pushing them out of the base. You can see how much closer this one was, though. TPA actually on the front doorstep of Assassin Sniper's base, but that only means it was easier for the Snipers to take them out and head to the other side of the rift for the victory. And after 3 weeks and the 2 matches from this morning, here's a look at the current LMS standings. AHQ is way out in front with a perfect 5-0 record, but after winning their series this morning, the Flash Wolves are closing in as the only real contenders as the rest of the table is struggling. And as you can see by the standings, AHQ has a lock on first place. They are currently 4 points ahead of the Flash Wolves and show no signs of slowing down. The team currently has an 8.3 KDA with 22.6 kills per game, easily the highest in the LMS. They have not lost a regular season game since week 7 of the spring split. And of course, they went on to stun everyone by taking down Hong Kong Esports, Taipei Assassins, and the Flash Wolves in the playoffs to walk away as the spring split champions. Now with their 5-0 record, it looks like they are on their way to repeating that performance this summer.
Hello friends, Freak here, and yes, I am back so you can bask in my glory once more. And of course, the Primetime League, Fantasy League of Legends, Legendary League is also worthy of your praise. But as you can see, there was a lot of competition this week in the league with Mark Merrill trouncing Chandler Riggs and Rick Fox slaying the Dragons. Now, Quickshot outscored Gordon Hayward, even though he pled for mercy in this tweet. Listen, Quickshot, my guys cannot take another loss like last week. Take your cool accent, and your team and go home. I actually feel bad for Mr. Hayward. He's the third highest in total points at PTL FL4, but a tough schedule has him at 0-2. Does this remind you of any other amazing fantasy owners, maybe from the spring split, like a certain pun master? Whatever. Anyway, I also managed to triumph over Dante Basco. And in the light of good sportsmanship, Dante, you two-toned, zebra-headed, slime-coated, pimple-farming, paramecium brain munching on your own mucus, suffering from freak envy. Good game. Maybe you should have wished happier thoughts, and it might have gone better for you. Now, not to add insult to injury, but 63% of you guys at home predicted that this would happen and that I would win. Thank you for being smart. Now, next week, the competition continues as Mark Merrill faces the jazzy Gordon Hayward. The Dragons face Quickshot and his hair gel, and Rick tries to outfox Dante O. I myself will be facing Chandler Riggs, and I'm really sorry, but I couldn't resist doing one of these. I can't recall, Coral. I am hilarious. So before the week of fantasy begins, send a tweet to @LOL Esports to show your support. Tag it #Freak when you think I can handle the Chandler, or hashtag Chandler win if you think he can take me down. So go ahead and tweet those answers while we power up our own fantasy game. And just so you guys know, there is more room to praise me because #FreakWin is a shorter one, so make sure to use all 140 characters to tell me how awesome I am. Anyhow, looking back at week 2 of the Fantasy LCS, let's highlight some studs. Up first, Niels. 4 players from Origin ended up among the top 10 scorers last week, but Niels blew everyone else away with his 79.2 points. Number 2 top point earner was Pepinero. This guy rode the wave of these surging giants. He got 69.2 points in their 2-0 week. I wonder if he gets all that power from his luxurious hair. I mean, it is pretty wonderful, right? And now, while 7 of the top 10 spots were owned by Origin and Giants players, Rockets jungler Yankos was the next top player not on those teams, 62.1 points for him, so another great result there. Now, we do have to sound the sad trombone for the duds. First, we have Unlimited. Now, he averaged -0.2 points per game as the Copenhagen Wolves fell to the Unicorns of Love and Origin. Sounds more like limited to me. Am I right? Airwalks also crashed and burned. Soren did as well. Honestly, Copenhagen Wolves, a really bad week. I know I said to play those guys. Sorry. Okay, we'll try to keep the schedule in mind a little bit better. As we go on. Anyhow, joining Unlimited in the duds department is Gosu Pepper, who averaged 4.2 points per game in Gambit's 2 losses. We did warn you to bench a bunch of Gambit players, so that one we get credit for. Element support Promiscu also rounds out the duds after averaging only 4.7 points per game. Now, here are some alerts for you to keep in mind this week in the LCS. First up, Cloud9. They are off to a pretty slow 1-3 start this split, and while there's a chance they turn things around, growth seems to be pretty slow for these guys, so in my opinion, bench any C9 players for a while, play the waiting game, maybe drop them entirely, up to you. Next up, TDK. They remain on the alert list again. Their intended starters, Ninja and Emperor, are finally in, so that means Bishu and Latman are gone, so for sure get rid of those guys. And even still, TDK are 0-4. We've seen a lot of their starters already. It's been slow for these guys. If you want to go for them, it's a risk. Now, finally, Azingi is our final big alert here. It was announced yesterday that the former Winterfox jungler Helios would be joining Team Dignitas, and that means you got to find a new jungler. Much less playing time for Azingi on the Rift, so not useful there. Now let's talk about some sleepers to consider. Up first is Audrey. This Giants AD carry plays Rocket this week, which should be a good game for fantasy points, but it's also, he plays Fnatic. Now, Fnatic's are a tough opponent, but they tend to play higher kill games, and right now Audrey is the second highest point earner across the LCS, and he isn't even being played very much, so probably a worthy pickup just overall. Similarly, Move is someone to consider. Gravity plays CLG and Dignitas this week, and Move is the 4th highest earning jungler in the LCS. So if you need a jungler, maybe grab this guy. Seems to be going pretty well. Next up, Forgiven and the rest of Gambit. Gambit has the easiest possible schedule this week. They play the Copenhagen Wolves at 1-3 and SK Gaming at 0-4. If there's ever a time for Forgiven to turn it on and grab some points, this is it. I personally put Forgiven and Betsy back into my roster this week because I believe in Gambit's earnings this time around. Either way, that's it for our fantasy update heading into week 3. Remember, play smart. That's not the name of a pro. play smart. Adjust those lineups because it's go time at 9 a.m. tomorrow. So while you're busy calibrating your lineups, let's bring in a little vocal harmony from the pros. It's time for mic check.
Uni, of course, go Uni, go. Like, it's no point to even sit there.
Actually, he's jelly. He's so much jelly.
Are you getting in the zone?
I want to sleep.
What?
Okay.
What?
I want to sleep.
What do you mean you want to sleep?
You want to sleep? Can't sleep?
There you go, buddy.
That's good
There you
stuff.
go.
Good stuff.
There you go. You hype, you hype. Is this your thresh throwing arm? Thresh hook arm?
I'm gonna base upset. I have to run away. Yeah. Good job. Help Steve.
Lantern, Steve.
No, you can do whatever you want. I have lantern.
All day today, Rise is first pick blue side.
Well, Surf said Gums doesn't play Rise, so...
Alright, Surf.
If they first pick Rise, then we can all blame Surf.
Alright, so if we get Rise, do we start celebrating?
Yo, Surf. Hello, Surf. Surf.
Surf?
That's camp top.
You're in danger in that.
Care Gragas, we don't know where he is.
We're gonna bot.
Your gut is still missing. Okay, he's back. Your gut top, maybe. Oh, nice!
Nice.
Go for Maokai. Yeah, I'm a Mao.
Flash.
I heal you.
I got it.
He's dead. Nice.
I got it.
No!
Nice
job.
Can we sing and not be on the voice comms? People fall in love in mysterious ways. Baby.
Nice.
Why can't we just stay together? Oh yeah, baby.
Do you know what it feels like?
Help.
What is love?
Beep, better have my beep.
Nice!
Yeah. Baby.
And now,
Who do we blame if they first pick Rise? You blame yourself. There's no one else to blame.
I mean, Seraph's one who clicked the ban, so if he just, disobeys. Either way, joining me for our duet is going to be Kobe to bring things full circle and check out the highlights from the North American LCS. Up first, it's Cloud9 taking on Gravity. Both these teams hit the rip with a 1-1 record. One of these teams is going to go and actually have a winning record at the end of this all.
All right, let's jump into the game here. Close up on Elimination, but it's Incarnation who actually gets the attention from Gravity first.
Yeah, and Gravity Field just seems to not be very effective against a team that already uses that as their moniker. So Keen, first blood here, getting stunned doesn't seem to matter for him. It's a good start.
Yeah, he kept on using that Twisted Fate ultimate to get right back up into the action. Right here, though, hook onto balls to start it off. He gets exhausted.
Yeah, hey, they gave away first pick Rise. Whose fault is that? Well, it doesn't really matter because Gravity are going to do a great in this fight. Keen right here gets focused, but he gets to pop the Zonias just in time, and then mistimed Ezolt and Victor allows him to flash away, and his team cleans up.
Yeah, the problem with this Rise is that he had to jungle for the first 10 minutes of the game, so not quite as powerful as you're used to seeing. Gravity able to clean up the rest of Cloud9 after they take him down as well.
Yeah, beautifully played lane swap, and Gravity finally looking very good for one of the first times all split long. Desperation Baron by Cloud9. They peel back, but just down goes Sneaky at the very start. Alltech on cleanup duty.
Yep, there's pretty much no escape here. Meteos gets hooked back in. Not going to let him out either. Incarnation and Lemonation, also chased down.
Keen takes the kill. It would have been a quadra for Alltech, but either way, Gravity looking great. And with Cloud9 starting out 1-3 this split as well, we've got to kind of talk about the mid lane change, Incarnation in, high out. And right now, stat-wise, it's very interesting because the effect of the champions on the map is actually very similar. KDA, Gold per minute, even wards placed are quite similar.
Yeah, well, that's why you have to pay attention to a lot more than just pure stats, because the games look totally different. There's a lot of stuff that High brought to the team, his shot calling, their in-game camaraderie, that really look to be off kilter here. No matter how much, Meteos was doing half the shot calling before and they've sort of transitioned it, they're clearly missing a lot of direction on the field, and they're definitely struggling, integrating this new roster and figuring out what direction do they want to go with it, because clearly Incarnation is not a High replacement.
Yeah.
He's a different player. They need to play a little bit differently with him.
Yeah, I think a really good example of this was when TSM switched Reginald out for Bjergsen, and it was a very different style of player, and it took him a split to really get going, but obviously TSM became amazing. Maybe we can see C9 do the same thing. Either way, we're talking about comparison. Let's take a look at Gravity, because Spring Split versus Summer Split Gravity, both these guys started out 3-0. You could say there's slightly better stats right now for Gravity in the summer, but to me, this team looks so much different and so much better.
Yeah, they definitely did. And especially just from week 1 to week 2, Gravity made so many improvements. They look way better. Bunny Fufu is a guy with a lot of room to grow as a shot caller, and he's already shown that he's willing to put in that work, and he's taking those steps, as well as Move, the other guy that they brought in for the jungle, replacing St. Vicious. Those are some big shoes to fill, but man, his week 1 to week 2 improvements were amazing.
And I actually really like the Altec replacement. I initially said it was a side grade, but it seems like it fits what Gravity wants to do right now. Bunny said his laning is way better than Cops, so we're seeing much more early game leads from Gravity. And he said that the weakness for Altec is maybe his team fight positioning. It was something that Cop was really good at and that Altec's not quite as good at. But it seems like with all these leads they're getting and Altec's ability to find farm throughout the game, that doesn't seem to be a weakness just yet. Maybe it bites them later on, but so far this new Gravity lineup is looking absolutely amazing. And we now take a look at a renewed rivalry in the North American LCS. Counterlogic Gaming and Team Solomon met on the Rift for the first time this split, and it was a very fun game.
Oh yes, Darius smiling before the game. Things to come, things to come. TSM, they actually had a lot of control this game, winning CS in all 3 lanes. And here's the first big move from TSM. 5 members bottom, focus that double left and Afromu. They're able to pick up the kill and take objective afterwards.
Yeah, Darius even TP'd with a minion wave on his turret, sacrificed the farm to make sure the kills happen. TSM to move it a little bit more. They look for Afro, they look for Zion. They put him all the way back in under their turret. They're only up a little bit of gold, but it's starting to work out for TSM.
Yeah, CLG pulled this one back. It was very close in the mid game, but this fight at the doors of TSM was a little bit too close. Darius got the Gnar ultimate back into the turret, and the rest of the team were able to chase CLG out of their house.
And it's an unofficial pentakill for Bjergsen as well, triple, then a double. Just amazing player, obviously.
Bjergsen this game just took over with LeBlanc. Absolutely. Pretty much what we've come to expect from Bjergsen, actually.
Yeah, he was about half his team's kills in this game in particular, and just crushing it. Pilbelter, new mid laner for CLG, did what he could on Azir, but just simply too much gold. The team just ran over all the soldiers, and it was a very convincing win by the end of it for TSM. So, with 20 games behind us, here's a look at the standings in North America. There is a bottleneck of 5 teams with 3-1 records, all tied for first place right now from CLG on down to TSM.
After a rough start of the split, Cloud9 is on the other side of the standings at 1-3, while Team 8 and TDK are still looking for their first win.
And now it's time to take a look back at the biggest, baddest plays from last week's battles, or as Echo already called it 4 seconds ago, the Penta. At number 5, only SKT shadows were left as Kuve picks up an instant double kill.
See if they can get Kuve. No level 6 for Hecarim.
Yeah, Equalizer is here, and Kuve just trying to escape as much as he can. A lot of tower damage onto Mar, though Kuve might be able to actually turn this around. Bengi doesn't get it, but there's an onslaught of shadows and an instant double kill. Kuve, such excellent play.
Coming in at number 4, Beast lives up to his name with the Baron steal.
Into them, and they thought they had the kill there.
Oh,
my
he
God.
steals it! Beast with the godlike plays, heads over, happy to die, because he's put the Baron buff onto 2 of his team members and netted a whole bunch of gold. What the hell?
Just like that.
At number 3, Don Cholo's Lulu gets some help from Pix to pick up the pentakill.
Definitiva de Nautilus por sobre Fearless, le van a ir con toda esa Sivir. El enormizar de parte de la Lulu va a caer rápidamente el tirador Sivir. Cae también Fearless en Esirelia. Cómo continúa este asesinato triple para la Lulu. La gente de Gaming quiere salir jugando. Se viene el cuadra, se viene el pentakill de la Lulu, pentakill de Don Cholo. Increíble la jugada de Gaming. Pentakill al minuto 15. Skyshot, ¿qué está pasando en este enfrentamiento?
Watch Reckless get dunked in our unforgiving number 2 play.
Has got that Seraph's Embrace upgraded. Dragon is
Fox going in. Reckless hiding in plain sight. Gets caught. Double knockup. Forgiven with the dunk.
1, 2, 3. Reckless is down.
So let's talk about this play, right? Diamond Proc says, okay guys, watch this. Body slam, explosive cap. Edwards reacts immediately with a knockup. That was beautiful.
And rolling in at number 1, it was Godvi with the pentakill.
Luca does get knocked up. There's the double knock-up as POL heads underneath the tower. He does pop the ultimate there, but there's the 3-man knock-up with the shockwave and Spirit trying to get some work done. But man, look at these ultimates and spells going through from Godby. He's cleaning up the fight. Quadra kill already. Godby looking for the penta. He doesn't get it. Oh my goodness, the Ludens, and delivered the pentakill. Godby really making the moves happen for LGD.
Hopefully we can see some pentakills of our own in the LCS this week. And remember that if you do see a pro play worthy of PTL, slap a hashtag #ThePenta on it and send it our way to @LOL Esports. Well, everyone, that wraps up another episode of Primetime Turbo. Not so fast, buddy. If your knuckles have been turning white and you've been grinding your molars into powder when your favorite teams get into fights, find some inner calm and relax. Just do like the pros do. And our last hit.
Last time we met HTK, I thought we would just 3-0 them, but then they came back so strong.
H2K are the number 3 team in Europe.
They just stumped us.
There was a good team before.
SK Gaming, the best team in Europe, stays undefeated.
I think they could be a good team again. Everything can happen.
So even if we're playing Elements and I've been in that team before, it feels like another game to play, another win to take.
And it's Reckless that gets a double kill. Fnatic with a 3-0.
Fnatic is somewhat of a super team right now. They're definitely the opponent to beat if you're looking to become a contender.
Definitely expected Origin to come into the LCS good.
Origin have rolled over them just like everybody else so far.
They're a really good team, but they're hard to predict.
That is something a little bit different. I guess that's top lane Nocturne.
Yeah, we can surprise everyone.
Unicorns of love, unicorns of life. They breed themselves back from the brink.
It's heating up here in our studio in Berlin, Germany, as we are wrapping up for Game 3 of the European LCS. There's some fans outside getting their tan on before they go in the studio and watch the games. There's the Unicorns of Love talking some last-minute strats before they go into the game. Their first game of the day, and it is versus Origin. Origin still undefeated, looking to keep that clean record here in the European LCS. I'm Efia Shogzaportere here to take a look at the week that lies ahead with the European Challenger Series. James Stress O'Leary and our very own Mitch Kreppel Voorspoels and Trevor Quickshot Henry as well. Getting ready for week 3. Looking dapper, gentlemen, we all are, and we're ready to go. And after 20 games over the last 2 weeks, some clear divisions are beginning to show themselves in the standings. If we bring those up, of course, still undefeated. You're either undefeated, like Fnatic or Origin, at the top of the table, or you're 3-1. This means that you're beating most of the teams, but you're losing to the top teams. You're 1-3, losing to the top teams, beating the bottom, or you're SK Gaming or Gambit, and then it's just you against the world, Trevor.
Yeah, it's such a difficult situation for these teams at the moment. Last week, we had a very weird instance where 5 teams went 2-0, 5 teams went 0-2, but there's very clear divisions being drawn. And the interesting thing to me is just the expectation that these teams had coming into the summer splits. A lot of people expected Fnatic and Origin to be doing well. A lot of people expected Elements, Roccat, and even Gambit to be performing better than they currently are. So we're 3 weeks in, we need to see whether or not these teams are starting to shake off the rust, and if they can get to the levels of performance that people were expecting as the split started.
Yeah, indeed. Things are heating up because with each game we are a step closer to the summer playoffs, and we also announced the tickets for the European Summer Split Finals, which will be held in the Hovet Arena in Stockholm. Those tickets will go on sale this coming Monday, that is the 15th, and all the information to join the show and see it in person is over on lolesports.com, of course. And now today also marks 2 weeks since Echo's release, which means that the boy who shattered time, he's ready for the LCS stage. So the big question is, will we see him or not?
Well, I've already got an answer for you on that one, Shocks. We've already seen him in competitive play in one game in the Challenger Series. We saw Team Dignitas pulling that out with their mid laner Senkux, and he went 11-2-6 against Maus in their qualifiers to get themselves back into the summer split of Challenger. And you know, it was interesting to see a player with the mechanical prowess of Senkux picking up the champion, but couldn't always get himself into the team fights.
No, he really couldn't. And despite the highlight clips you can see here and the damage, watch as he blows up Cedrian's Ashe. The thing that stems into my mind when watching Senkux play is just how difficult it was for him to get Echo into those advantageous positions. And it was very difficult to set up because you've got 3 seconds on your W, 4 seconds on your R. You know, it's a very complex champion, and it showed that they weren't necessarily versed in the finer details of playing Echo.
Now, week 1, we saw the rise of Ashe. Week 2, we saw Rise put everybody in ashes. So only time will tell if week 3 Echo will have that mark. But if you don't know much about Echo, I'm just going to walk you through his abilities right now. First of all, starting with the passive, Z-Drive Resonance, or for our Europeans, Z-Drive Resonance. After 3 procs, you slow your enemy, deal a bit of damage, and if you're hitting champions, then Echo also speeds up. That's basically his bread and butter, mobility in fights. Echo is a high mobile mage assassin type of deal that wants to go in and out of fights, and he uses his Q to his advantage. Time Winder, he throws out a bit of a boomerang once it hits a champion, or it hits his maximum range, it expands and comes back slower. So 2 damage procs, which can in then turn proc your passive twice, so you only need one more hit to get that passive proc. But then what I really like is parallel convergence, and this puts it a slowing field far away from Echo. Takes a while to cast, field slows enemies if you're in there, but if Echo walks into that ability, then he stuns everybody around him, and that works so well with multiple of his abilities, like for example Phase Dive. It's a double gap close component, first a dash, and then an auto attack modifier that allows you to dash one more time, and then spread some more damage, immediately do some damage on your opponents as well. You can combine these spells, but his bread and butter, the reason why Echo is such a versatile champion is Chrono Break, his ultimate. The second you skill that ultimate, you have a 4-second window where constantly a ghost is chasing you. 4 seconds back in time, and if you pop it, then you deal AoE damage, apply another passive mark, and you can already see the combos you can do. Parallel convergence, go back in with Chrono Break, or run away from a fight, go back in, or engage way too deep to pick one guy out and jump back out. So many possibilities. I think week 3 it's a little early for people to have mastered Echo, but week 4 and 5, everybody's going to be spending time focusing on Echo, and then of course, Bard will come back too.
I share the sentiment. I think it's very difficult to set it up, but I'm hoping we can see him paired with the Callista, maybe a Bard as well, and you can get all of that unique awesomeness between the champion interactions. One can hope.
Yeah, we will see. We can hope. We have 5 games where it could come out today, so let's take a look at the schedule. As said, we're going to start off the day with the undefeated Origin up against Unicorns of Love. Also, Fnatic versus Elements in there as our fourth game of the day. A tall order for Elements, and, well, a lot of interesting matchups to keep our eye on.
Yeah, really are. Now, I'm looking at the bottom of the table teams. I want to see how Rocket, 2, Copenhagen Wolves, and Gambit in their respective matchups, because they do need to start stepping up. 0 and 4, 1 and 3 in some of those scenarios, and it's a difficult situation to be in when there's only 18 games in the split.
Yeah, those are the bottom of the table. But for our third place, we have a very important match tomorrow. That is also our match of the week. H2K will go up against the Unicorns of Love, I said, battling it out for third place in our European League here. Now, before we take a look at today's very first game, we want to get your input. Hop on Twitter and tell us which team do you think will turn around their split to contest the top of the table, and how will they do it? Send those in, you know, the drill. Tweet your answers at LOL Esports, and we'll talk over your answers right here on the desk later today. All right, that was a lot, but now it's time to dive into today's game, starting with Origin versus the Unicorns of Love. We're going to start over on the blue side for Origin, who are still undefeated right here in the league with Soaz, Amazing, Expeke, Niels, Mithy, and their coach, Leduc. And then on the other side, the Crazy Ponies looking to hand them their very first loss of the season. The Unicorns of Love, Vizichachi, Kikis, Power of Evil, Vardags, Hillesang, and Sheepy. Well, I'm personally very excited for this matchup. I hope it becomes a little crazy. But for a look into the strategy, or the mentality rather, of Origin side, we're going to pull up a tweet from Amazing, their jungler, which he tweeted during week 2 of the North American LCS, and said, "I feel like NA is playing too macro-focused for my taste. There seems to be no risks being taken, even if the potential gain is a win." And he continues, "It feels a lot like the Season 4 European meta. It lacks individuality to a certain extent, and playmakers are so rare." And, well, that fits in perfectly with the way that Origin does like to play. They go all in, definitely in the early game, individual people stepping up, and sometimes getting out by the skin of their teeth to build their advantage.
Yeah, definitely the case. And for Origin, it's not only amazing. He's got, you know, some very opinionated things to say, but he's backing it up. His Gragas play last week was absolutely fantastic. You can see some clips on your screen. Niels and Mithy getting themselves out alive with just exquisite individual and team play, which I know Crepo was a big fan of when it happened live. And every single member of the team is stepped up on stage and is performing to a phenomenal level. Unicorns, on the other hand, they've been slowing down. They've been playing this poke-heavy style. So that tweet that Amazing had could correlate to UOL's playstyle. And if Origin continue the same level, I think they're setting up for a pretty strong victory today.
Indeed, and as I said, individual performances at the center of that, and someone that a lot of us had to get our eye on was Soaz, coming back into the professional, or the highest level of the professional scene, and he's been doing really well so far.
He's been really impressive, but even pulling out a couple of champions that we've never really seen him play the style of before either. Last week, picked up the Hecarim, did very well on that, and the Rumble has been a good pick for them as well. Soaz is really starting to make a name for himself once again as being one of those top-tier European top laners.
I just really like Soaz's propensity towards negative situations turning positive. So when he gets ganked, yes, he can ulti out to run away, but as you saw in the clip, he can simply just turn around, pop his Ignite, and kill those unsuspecting poor people that are ganking him, you know, like the jungler or the support later in that game as well. And he's just shown a lot of versatility, and that was the Soaz we were looking for, you know, the unpredictable Soaz in the top lane. What is he going to do totally question mark, and it's working so far for Origin.
Definitely isn't. As you said, a lot in that early game, taking risks, and we do have our eye on that early game. A lot is going to stem for that between Origin and Unicorns of Love. If we take a look at Origin, they are so efficient when it comes to the early game. They actually have the highest amount of kills and the lowest amounts of deaths before 15 minutes. And as said, sometimes they get out by the skin of their teeth, but it has been working out for them. And on the other side, the Unicorns of Love, historically, it was one split in mind saying they have been more chaotic. And in week 2, we've seen that, but less efficient. 10 kills, but 12 deaths before the 15-minute mark, and I feel like this is something where it could come and bite them in the butt.
At the same time, though, what speaks in favor of the Unicorns is that, yes, at one point they've had that chaotic early type of play that can have them, that gives them experience against Origin. If Origin's going for the early bloodbath, yes, Unicorns, we've done that before, but if Unicorns want to play back and play their poke-heavy style mid laner, then FLICKR has shown that he's not the most aggressive mid laner right now. He's leaning back a bit. Perhaps he can play aggressive, but he can give Power of Evil enough time to ramp up that Kog'Maw, ramp up that Varus, and start poking down Origin. However, I think Origin just plays too good of a macro game to let that happen.
Yeah, and something that we've also seen in the trains, UOL has only lost to Fnatic, the only team that's been able to punish that sort of play back with passive style. Origin has a similar aggressive level from other lanes, and we'll need to see whether or not Amazing jumps into that mid lane to maybe punish a passive Power of Evil and help out FLICKR. He's not done it yet because he hasn't needed to. He's put a lot of attention on Niels and Soaz, so I want to see which lane he focuses today.
Yeah, and that's also at the core of this matchup, of course. Amazing, you mentioned, versus Kikis, who has been known to pull out some crazy stuff, but not as of late.
Not as of late, but still Kikis is very much so unpredictable. Amazing has had a lot of impact in the early game. You can see both junglers having a lot of impact overall. Kikis a little bit more when it comes to getting involved with his team's kills, but certainly I feel like Amazing's early game strength may be upset a touch by Kikis being that more unpredictable from the jungle role.
I'm just waiting for the Shaco coming out of Kikis, and I just pray it's not a Volibear.
Pray it's not a volleyball. It's gonna work one time. I mean, it can't.
Has to almost at this point.
We will see. Now, for a behind-the-scenes look into Origin, Pulse is standing by with their coach.
Thank you very much, Shux. I'm Richard Polskamp, and I am joined here by the coach of Origin. It is Leduc. Now, I kind of want to ask you about, you've been in previous organizations, Roccat, Copenhagen Wolves. Now that you've moved to this organization, it's definitely a little different. Has your role as coach changed at all?
I would say it definitely changed. I think in Origin, I've taken a little backtrack on the gameplay, and I have a larger coaching staff to coordinate. Like, we have a very strong analyst, we have an IT consultant. Both of them have been doing amazing work. And in Rocket, I've been mainly being alone, and I think also that my coaching style is a lot more supportive for the players. So I think I fit into Origin much more, and my style is much more effective with this team.
Oh, fantastic. It sounds like you guys are very prepared on that front. I do want to get your perspective on how it's been like working with these guys, because Origin is a completely different team from Roccat.
Well, so far working with them has been a blast, I have to admit. When I went into Origin, I had very different expectations. I thought the team might be much more difficult to handle, but they have so many experienced players. They really know their stuff, and I think they really know, we work really well as a team. I think if you take the main differences between Roccat and Origin, I think Origin really knows how to work, how to also bond as a team. We're constantly doing team activities. We eat together, we drink together, and I don't know. It's just I'm having a really fun time, and I have to admit I wouldn't want to trade.
Well, it's awesome you've been integrating with the team. Now, I do want to shift gears just a little. You guys are now playing the Unicorns of Love. They're extremely unpredictable. It's now 5-10. Echo is now available. How's your preparation been going into a game up against the Unicorns?
I have to admit, against Unicorns so far, we've spent the most preparation. They are an extremely annoying team to prepare against. Lots of picks you have to consider. I think we have a very strong plan into Champion Select. It might be a little bit risky, we'll have to see. But I feel confident we can win. But it's not a guarantee. We're not going into this game saying, this is a 100% win. Unicorns, in a way, might be the second strongest opponent after Fnatic. So we're not taking this game lightly.
Oh, great stuff. Go ahead and join your teams for picks and bans. Thank you for joining me and taking the time here. Now, before we head up to the caster desk, we're going to see how Chachi knew that Origin were a threat before even heading to the big leagues.
Yeah, I definitely expected Origin to come into the LCS good, and I based that judgment on our scrims, because we scrimmed them a lot, even when they were a challenger team. They definitely seemed strong back then already, and we're having a lot of former LCS players that were really good in their teams. I expected them to be one of the best teams in Europe.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Stress and I have TP'd over to the caster desk as Origin and the Unicorns of Love will be heading into picks and bans in just a moment. We know Echo's available. We know it's 5.10. Echo, Rise, there's a lot of things to think about going into this game.
So many picks to think about, especially against the Unicorns. You're basically never going to win a game in picks and bans against the Unicorns of Love unless they make a mistake. So this is certainly a test now for the coaching staff of Origin to have things in the right place.
Yeah, and you heard LeDuc talking about it. He said Unicorns of Love are an extremely annoying team to prepare against, and he heard that there was a potential risky pick. So the crowd is excited as the first ban out of the gates is the Cogmore. Power of Evil has played Cassiopeia at least once, but we'll see if he defaults back to it, if it even makes it through picks and bans.
It was one of the questions on my mind was, were Origin going to focus out the sieging style that Unicorns have been playing more recently? And it looks like they are with that Cogmore. I don't think they'll go for the Varus ban we've seen other teams do because it's not quite so consistent for the Unicorns as a whole. Interesting, though, to see an Urgot ban come out of the Unicorns. We've actually seen Urgot's priority a little bit lower in other regions now that we're on 5.10, just for a number of different reasons. But the Unicorns of Love certainly don't want to deal with Niels on that Urgot.
They do not. Let's touch on what is still available. Cassio, Azir, Echo is banned out. Stress, as we did talk about him in the pregame in the top of the show. But as we said, Maokai is up, Rumble's up. Not all the junglers are available. It really feels like the priorities are just a little different here today for these guys.
It certainly does. And we were talking about the jungle matchup as being our match to watch, our featured matchup of the game. And as you said, both junglers in Gragas and Rek'Sai are available. Both players have been pretty much just focusing on the Gragas. You look at it, 2 games from Amazing, 3 games from Kikis on that Gragas. I wonder whether Origin will look to take that away because the only other champion that Kikis has played has been Nunu.
Well, we'll find out. Gragas has got that 100% pick and ban ratio, has featured in every single game of the European Summer split with a 6 wins, 6 losses record.
Rise is available at this point. Rise was 100% pick banned in last week's LCS. Now, Vizicachi was one of the Rise players that we saw from week 2. I wonder whether, like Huni, he worked on something to go up against Rise here, but certainly have to feel if Origin give this away, you saw how much damage Vizicachi was doing in that Unicorns of Love game last week.
Well, we'll see what they decide. They do not opt for the Rise this time around, Stress. It is that Gragas that we've touched on. And as you highlighted as well, Huni ran the Cho'Gath into Rise. It wasn't necessarily a hard counter, but he sustained and stayed alive well enough in lane to become impactful in the mid to late game. Thresh has been locked in for Hylissang.
Yeah, Thresh has been locked in, and Thresh has just unanimously been banned against Hylissang in just about every other game that they have played. Only one it was available, and he actually opted for, I believe it was the Morgana at the same time. So this is 2 very comfortable picks and very strong picks for the Unicorns, but I have a feeling this is looking to be that top lane fizz that we've seen in the LPL. We've seen it over in LCK as well, where you go Cinderhulk with Smite from that top lane as fizz. You have a lot of damage and you have a lot of tankiness. Your ability to get into the backline is almost unparalleled.
Well, we'll find out if Soaz runs it and also how he's going to perform on that champion. Soaz always performed better in my mind on the damage dealing top laners. And we will be seeing another flavor of team composition from Origin. This is another time they're pulling out a pick that you may not necessarily associate with the team, and we'll see how well they can perform with that. A lot of junglers still up for Kikis, as we've highlighted. He's run Nunu as his only other choice when Gragas wasn't available, and of course for Vardags, maybe thinking towards a Kalista.
I expect Origin to go even more mobility when we come to their last picks, and because we haven't seen Niels running Sivir yet. Kalista is what he's favored, and they've gone instead to let the Unicorns have the Kalista alongside the Rek'Sai, 2 very strong champions when it comes to the current meta. Rek'Sai has been picked and banned almost as much as Gragas, but Origin, they're going to fire back with less mobility, but a whole lot more catch and crowd control. Nautilus from that bottom lane can go for the Righteous Glory, and now Orianna Shockwave on top of that is going to be very disruptive to the Unicorns.
We'll see whether or not Unicorns can deal with the late game of Fizz and Orianna. I feel like that top and mid lane is going to be a little bit slow out of the gates. However, we will see that Cassiopeia. So Power of Evil has stuck to his tried and true When Cogmore was not available, he's played Cassio. When he played Cassio last time, it was a strong victory. But Origin knew full well what they were doing. They opted into Gragas' first pick and gave away that Rise.
Origin right now are looking to just completely disrupt Unicorns into skirmishes with this kind of setup. You look for somebody out on their own, you catch them using the Sivir ultimate, the Nautilus hook, and if Fizz can get into the backline, he will absolutely wreak havoc. Over on the other side of the Unicorns, a very late game focused solo lane setup here with Rise, with Cassiopeia, who are going to scale and actually fulfill basically the same role in team fights here. There is a lot on Vardags in the mid game to get them through this game and give them the better late game.
Something that we do not see from UOL is that tank. Rise at the moment is building AP, is building very much burst. As you actually mentioned in that last week Telestrator segment, Stress, the Rise and Cassio fulfill similar roles. I want to see how Vardags handles his positioning, because I do feel there's not a lot of peel for him necessarily. Rise wants to run in, Cassio wants to run in, so hopefully they can wave dangerous flags scarily enough to keep the rest of Origin off of Vardags.
Very much so. And, you know, honestly, the Unicorns love to be dragged into skirmishes, so Origin are kind of giving Unicorns maybe a good opportunity to do that against them.
Well, there's the two team comps once again, ladies and gentlemen. Day one, game one, Echo has been banned. Jump onto Twitter, let us know. Will the Unicorns of Love hand Origin their first loss of the summer split? Or will the young upstarts, full of old dogs, go 5-0? That's what we're going to find out.
Well, Unicorns, every time that question is asked of them, can they do this? Can they do that? They always say yes. Yes, we can. We can get ourselves into the positions to take second place in the spring split. They've always felt comfortable with that.
Well, we'll see if they can do it this time around. It does look like we have standard lane setups, at least in the first minute. No deep warding from either team. And we do see everybody covering off the respective entrances. Niels by the red buff. We see Mithy hanging out by the tri-bush, and the rest of UOL almost mirroring.
And speaking of Mithy, this is the first time we've seen him on this Nautilus, but it goes very well with the style of champions he's played. He's played the Alistar, he's played the Thresh, and as a result, these very active champions in teamfights have granted Mithy the highest amount of assists for a support. He's currently sat on 68 assists. Now, to put that in perspective, that is higher than the entire assist pool of Gambit as a team. So I expect a lot out of Mithy from this game.
I heard a few stunned faces in the audience, and we need to see how Mithy handles himself. And I really want to keep my eye on FLICKR as well. I feel as this game goes later, if it goes later, there'll be a lot of pressure on FLICKR in these team fights to land a good shockwave. And we'll have to see how well he can handle this late game scaling. We do see Amazing in the jungle, playing Gragas, of course. It is the only champion that retains the 100% pick ban ratio. But look at those stats. There's 21 KDA. Not the greatest kill participation, but you know what? He doesn't need it because the team's 4-0.
The team are 4-0, and that makes this 100% win rate for Amazing fairly cut and dry on that one. So you can tell that Unicorns of Love, with that draft, allowing the Gragas through, they had to know what they were dealing with. It was going to be a very high priority pick for Origin. So Kikis, he's never one to shy away from a tough matchup, though.
Definitely not the case. And you know, it really is just a testament to the number of powerful champions that are available in the current patch. Cogboard not necessarily considered as strong as some of the others, but Azir went unpicked, unbanned, considering how high priority was, and Origin opted to ban the Cogmore over the likes of Cassio, over the likes of Rise, out of respect for Power of Evil.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that indeed plays out for Origin. But one thing I want to touch on, Origin looked to have initiated this lane swap. And now, that's a little bit interesting when you take into account that one of the ways of dealing with Fizz as a solo laner, especially in the long lane, is to swap into him. And at this point, yes, they want to avoid the Kalista and the Thresh a little bit, but now they're putting a lot on Soaz's back because Fizz is not going to be able to farm very easily in this kind of setup.
Well, I did see Soaz play Hecarim last week and Rumble the week before. I think he's got a pretty big, strong back to work off. Definitely stepped up and surprised, but we do see a mirror 4v0 in the top half of the map in favor of Origin. It is almost mirrored by Unicorns of Love dump on it.
Yeah, Origin were faster to the punch on this one, though, so Unicorns clearly a little behind the curve on this kind of setup. Yes, they will be able to get damage done, but look, Origin are already already have that tower down beneath a quarter of its health here. Looks like they're peeling away just to try and slow down this push, though. They don't want to end up having the wave in a really awkward place when Niels is going to have to come forward for too much farm.
So we'll find out how well they can kill this wave off and whether or not it will bounce. It does look to be the case as minions are being killed away. And we did see not only did Origen start the swap and start the 4VO, I feel the Unicorns of Love mirrored it relatively well. They responded within a few seconds and do seem to be equalizing the trade of towers, keeping that global gold very even in a moment or two. Once Vardags, unable to kill the tower, but it should go down if he sticks around.
Sivir is coming across, and Nautilus coming through the jungle. So if Vardags goes for this, he puts himself in at least another tower shot. He has to back away and respect the fact that Origen beat them. And this is just purely down to the amount of time that Origen spent getting this set up for themselves. And Unicorns are being a little bit late. Vardags, that's a dangerous area to check into.
Why are you face checking? Vardags gets caught by the dredge line. He's trying to hop backwards, but that was changed recently. And Mithy decides not to flash forward. So, Vardags, unable to take the tower, means gold is not even, and he's going to back with Niels and Mithy shoving in that bottom lane.
Yeah, now you've got to try and counteract the Sivir pushing, and anytime you step forward in that lane, the Nautilus is going to be all over you. Take into account the look at where Hylissang has been at on the map. He's one of the more active supports when it comes to roaming. He was all the way mid and top, and I believe crossed a little bit of vision on the way up there. So Origen know that there's nobody down here, and they've basically done a very similar push here into this bottom lane at the same time. Now Kikis is waiting around in the mid lane as well. The problem is, Peke isn't the type of player that's going to step forward greedily here. He knows he's playing Orianna and just needs to get himself through this laning phase safely so that Power of Evil doesn't get ahead.
Well, Kikis says you will not get out of this safely. Does get a knock up, but Peke, Command Protect actually mitigates almost all of that damage. But I think we really have to go back to this mistake from Vardags, or mistiming might be a better word. Because with Vardags not taking that bottom tower and knowing how much wave clear Sivir and Nautilus have between them, it's going to be such a long time before that bottom tower falls, as long as Origen play the lane correct.
Yeah, that's very much so the case is now. It was only a minor timing error out of the Unicorns of Love, and they will get that tower sometime down the line in the future, but certainly for now it's not kind of the gold generation tool that they were hoping to get from that. It's a lot to do with the fact that Origen were the ones initiating the 4v0, so that Unicorns ever so slightly didn't have the exact timings on it. So at this point, it's not too much of an issue for them, but certainly this rise in the top lane could become an issue for Origen.
Well, got that tier stacking already, a very small CS lead. Not that it really matters, because Soaz has got a very big minion wave to deal with. You see Power of Evil, small advantage in the middle lane, and Niels, as his traditional, he's built himself up some CS. So Soaz did throw down that challenging smite, but didn't have the support of Amazing. That means that gank was somewhat thwarted. Death Sentence onto the big diver, doesn't connect.
Not quite the right area, but not quite far enough from Hylissang. But that's one thing that he's... The reason that Thresh is banned away from him is Hylissang's skill shot supports tend to be very good at catching people out when they're not quite aware in lane. So I don't expect Mithy to get caught out that much. He has shown that in lane he is a fairly aggressive but also safe at the same time support. He knows when to trade very effectively, so I don't expect Hylissang to be catching him all that much.
Intelligently aggressive, if you will. As we're coming up to 7.5 minutes, the lanes have standardized. It's just that one tower down and the duo down bottom. Pops up top. And I also want to see how Peke decides to build this Orianna. Got himself a chalice, but we have actually seen Luden's Echo Oriannas coming out from the east. And we'll see whether or not Peke subscribes to the same methodology, considering, you know, the Fizz has come out. It's not exactly new at this day, at this time. We've seen those top lane smites sort of fall out of favor, but obviously Soaz and Origen feel it could work against this rise.
We may see it another reason, because anytime you put Fizz into a team composition, or generally any melee champion, you always will kind of lack wave clear. So yes, you've got a Sivir, but if multiple lanes start getting pushed out, Orianna needs to be able to go ahead and clear another wave. So we'll look for that as we get later into this game.
I'm glad you bring that up though, because actually Unicorns of Love have got relatively low range, risky wave clear as well. Unlike Sivir and Orianna, who can stay a little safer. Cassio, Ryze, Kalista, going to get in need to get in range of a Kragus barrel or a Fizz ulti if they want to clear wave safely on the towers.
I mean, as long as the Unicorns play it smartly, Cassiopeia is going to be able to clear the wave in front of them very comfortably. And then Vizicachi, the matchup against Soaz is dependent on the playful Trickster, whether he can 1v1, but Ryze is very comfortable later on into the game to just sit there and say, well, you're never going to push against me, so I can just clear it at my own speed.
Yeah, and something else we saw, that Desperate Power ultimate just for the AoE.
Yeah.
Just throw down the R, get the cooldown reduction working in your favor, and still have it available for the next team fight. So we've had a slow start to this, and this is something that we've not actually seen from Origin. They've been pedal to the metal in all 4 of their previous games.
Yeah, they know they have to be a little bit careful when it comes to how they play against Unicorns, just because how good Unicorns tend to be at turning things around. But this slow start, if the game continues this way, it is going to heavily benefit the Unicorns. With this double tier composition, they want time to stack up. They need to get themselves later into the game, but Origin don't look like they want to let them get there. Yes, Origin are very controlled right now, but look on the map. Ooh, this time actually Soaz pushing a little too far forward.
He's been rooted in place by the Rune Prison. Kikis has decided to follow. Chum the Waters comes up and Soaz manages to sidestep the knockup, but it's Vizicachi that flashes for first blood.
I was kind of wondering how Origin were going to pressure this top side with the tower down. They were looking for Chachi to push forward, but it was Soaz that goes aggressive and a little uncharacteristically aggressive into the enemy jungle, and good read by Unicorns. They catch him out easily.
Well, uncharacteristic for the team, because Origin, that was the first time they've given up first blood. Mithy's in trouble now as he's trading hook damage for hook damage. Hylissang and Mithy both down 50%, but here comes Amazing. Teleport from Chachi's coming in. Vardax is already down. Hylissang flays them away, but Unicorns are in retreat. The explosive cask knocks Unicorns away, and it looks like Hylissang survives by the skin of his teeth. And Origin reply in kind with a kill of their own.
Nice teleport play out from Origin, getting Soaz back onto the map as fast as possible, knowing that they had the numbers advantage bottom lane. This may actually not be over, as Origin could look to go out towards the Dragon Pit, or at least try and catch out Kikis if they're looking for it. But Soaz actually dropped very low from that. You can see just how much presence Vizicachi has on this Ryze. All he's got to do is start landing crowd control under that turret. It becomes a much more dangerous environment for Origin to actually survive in. You saw the chain combo of the Rune Prison out of Ryze and then the hook from Hylissang. If they can continue to do that, Origin are going to get slowed down in those engagements.
They certainly can. Ryze, of course, going to have a very, very quick cooldown on that Rune Prison. Hylissang definitely known for his ability to impact the game. So 11 minutes, 1-1. That tower and bottom still not falling from Origin. Of course, Unicorns of Love unable to shove it in. CS slightly in favor of Unicorns of Love. Small advantage for Chachi, small advantage for Power of Evil. Only a small advantage for Niels in reply, but obviously that tower helping Origin keep the gold lead.
Speaking of that small advantage for Power of Evil in the middle lane, I believe this is the first time we've ever really seen Power of Evil versus XPeke, especially here in the LCS. So he is showing he can get a small laning lead, but XPeke is going out to the Wraiths and the Raptors at the same time. But it's bottom lane that there's a little bit more action in. Just saw Mithy kind of fly across the minimap looking for a hook, but couldn't connect with anything off it. Neither could Hylissang.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned the Peke versus Power of Evil. We'll need to touch on that in a second, as the junglers have found one another. Kikis has knocked up Amazing and put a lot of damage in reply. Body slam into Cask. Here comes attack and shockwave from Peke. He's chasing down Kikis. Red buff is available. Amazing has no flash. The body slam goes forward. The tunnels throw him away, and the unexpected happens as Kikis survives. Amazing is now caught out, and Power of Evil flashes for the poison power kill.
Power of Evil was second to Rome in that situation, but he still has more impact just because Kikis managed to get his tunnel network working for himself. He gets himself all of the way out of that. Now Peke might be in a little bit of trouble. No ultimate from Power, but if they get a Rune Prison before Peke gets there, which they can't quite land, so Peke is okay there. But good reaction by Origin overall. They know Unicorns desperately want that bottom tower, so they swap their duo lane out to the mid tower and keep their tower advantage up in favor of Origin. Kikis has joined the party in the top side, though. He's looking for the knockup.
Well, he finds the knockup, he gets the Furious Bite down, and Peke forced to flash. So what has this cost Origin? They managed to secure the tower in the middle lane at the cost of their tower in the bottom lane, and potentially top if another minion wave gets in. Soaz, he wants to land a Nom Nom Fishy onto Vardags. Amazing is coming from the jungle. This could work out. It's the Death Bush that Soaz made famous years ago. And here comes Amazing. No explosive cost. Soaz, he lands the Chum the Waters. Oh, hasn't even used it, rather. It was Playful Trickster. Doesn't even have Chum the Waters available. Going to carry on running Hylissang down. Flay goes away. Soaz looking for a target, but they've got a ward in the bush. The Fat Man lands the body slam, but the explosive cask pulls him backwards. Amazing with the prediction shot. 2 more kills to Origin, and they start off Dragon.
Dragon swipes its wings and says, nope, you're not using me as an escape. As, that was just Unicorns overstaying in the bottom lane. I don't actually know why they do that, because you lose your mid tower. You don't have wards in the jungle, and yet you stand in front of the tower and just allow Origin to get a very easy flank. They'd shoved the wave in, and now they're catching Power.
While Power's in trouble, Power is down. Dragon was secured. You can see the number of average dragons across the board. Slightly slower for Origin, but neither of teams this split have been able to secure that 5th dragon buff. So we're back to the 1,000 gold advantage in favor of the newest challenger team from the oldest players in the LCS.
Wondering where you're going with that. Newest challenger team. We've got 3 more like this week into challenger, but this game's LCS, Trevor, and I'm enjoying watching Origin because in this game, what they've done so well is everything they've given to Unicorns of Love, they've made sure they take twice as much within the next 2 or 3 minutes, because Origin forgo the bottom tower, get mid lane instead. They give up a kill or 2 in the top lane, and they know that Power of Evil's flash is down. They recapitalize on it using the Nautilus ultimate as well, and it's something they've been very good at, but this is the first time, as you said, that they were the team to give away first blood. It doesn't look like it's affected them in the slightest.
Definitely not, and Crepper was actually talking about Origin earlier today on the preview of the matches, and he highlighted how he felt Origin just had such great macro-level decision-making when looking at the bigger picture, looking at the entire map. And despite Origin giving up a flurry of kills, they're the ones in the lead. But you need to keep an eye on those CS numbers, guys. Soaz is continuing to fall behind Rise, which is a terrifying statement. But luckily for them, Niels has got a solid advantage over Fardax, and we'll see if Niels' utility can buffer Soaz's slightly weaker item build and farm values.
The question is, how does this lead translate as you go later into the game and it starts expanding into team fights? Because we know what Rise can do, we've seen what Fizz can do in other leagues, but it's all going to be about getting a teleport behind them and using his mobility to get into the backline as well. You can see that Soaz is actually down in the bottom lane because he has teleport available. Chachi does as well, but he's actually going top side. No dragon available for either team, so this is kind of this moment where it's all about wave control. You've got to set up the next couple of objectives for the team, but looks like Unicorns are looking to be the proactive team in this case.
So let's see whether or not Soaz can teleport in. He doesn't need to farm CS when he can farm champions at 3-1-1. 16 minutes on the clock. We see 2 Cinderhulks on the side of Origin. We'll deal slightly less damage in those team fights as it was changed a couple patches ago, but it's a lot of scaling HP on the 2 of them, and then you're going to add Nautilus into the fray. Pretty big beefy front line for Origin if they stand toe-to-toe with Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, that's very much so. And although Soaz, while he will act as a tank, he will be diving into the backline. It's one of the weird things is Fizz has very good base damages, and the damage amplification that comes from his ultimate just allows him to get all the way into the backline and start dealing a lot of damage to squishy targets. Factor in the Cinderhulk as well. It's weird to think that you can have a tank-level assassin-style champion, but certainly Fizz is fulfilling that role across some of the other regions right now.
So, Stress, the game has slowed down just a little bit as the teams continue to farm up the side lanes, farm up the mid lane. We're getting close to 20 minutes, and Origin coming into this week had actually built themselves up an average of 4.1 thousand gold lead over their opponents. They're currently sitting just over 2,000. So we'll need to see whether or not they can accelerate that just a little more. Fans at home definitely feeling Origin have the advantage, but, you know, it's just interesting to see how Unicorns have been able to keep them back just a little less than before the teams they've faced.
Yeah, I mean, there's still about a minute and a half to go, so that anything can happen. But honestly, a lot of this gold lead is stemming, as you said, from Niels. Just constantly farming, constantly, all the time. And Varlax isn't doing that either. They're donating or giving a lot of the farm over to Power of Evil and Vizicachi right now as they move lane to lane. So Varlax is the player right now. They actually need to be stronger at this point in the game. Yes, if Power of Evil is very strong or Ryze is very strong at this point, they can still deal a lot of damage, but Kalista is going to be fairly necessary part of these team fights when it comes to dealing out damage to Origin this early.
So let's see whether or not FLICKR can find himself a good command shockwave. 1 minute until the next dragon. Origin able to secure it after punishing Vardex and Hylissang for some poor positional decision-making, and now they're getting some vision control.
And there's another one. The reason they can get all of this vision control is because Kalista was spotted in the top lane, and that allows Origin to know they have the numbers advantage. Fizz, again, with the teleport down in the bottom lane, he can join the fight. Origin know they have full security in this time to de-ward this area. They've left a 1 ward up in this push, and they're trying to encircle the Unicorns, but I think it might be a bit of a trap from the Unicorns.
Well, we'll see. You see Amazing, he's body slammed over the wall. The dredge line connects onto Hylissang. He's going to flay him in. The barrel knocks everybody into the box, and the shockwave catches too. FLICKR manages to sidestep the Fate's Call, but he does not sidestep the death sentence. Amazing comes with a fat belly back in, and FLICKR survives a few seconds longer. It's a 2-for-1 in favor of Origin, and Niels is landing those ricochets over and over. We do see Amazing going low, and Soaz is looking for some snake. The eel is eaten, and Hylissang, the man that started it all, will be the man that ends it all. 2 for 5, and Origin with the team fight win.
A great, well-balanced team fight from Origin. They get it a little engaged upon by the Unicorns, even hold Soaz teleport until very late in that fight, but they knew the shockwave was coming from XPK. Amazing with the follow-up on the engage again. Origin really just well-balanced team fight from them.
Definitely. 20 minutes has just ticked by, and Origin say we will stick to our averages. They've got over 4,000 gold in the lead. Put themselves very, very solidly into this mid-game. We do see the dragon has spawned. All of Origin have backed, but it doesn't look like Unicorns are rushing there just yet, although I do take that back. They seem to be moving.
Kikis used his ultimate to stop Amazing from recalling, but this is the fight. And keep your eyes on Soaz in the bottom lane of how late his teleport was, because Origin just a really nice counter engage. That ultimate from Amazing completely disrupted Unicorn's flow as they came into this, and look how fragmented this team fight is. Power of Evil's going backwards, Hylissang's landing a hook, and yes, they're getting a couple of kills, or a kill here and there, but from this, Origin just have so much health because there are a good few members of the Unicorns that are just not outputting damage. For all of the last 2 or 3 seconds, Power of Evil was outputting almost 0 damage. And Origin will clean up that team fight every single time if it's given to them.
Well, Power of Evil just slithering around, not having the impact he was hoping for. While the replay was on, Dragon was secured by Unicorns of Love. Niels, Mythy, Amazing, they're looking for more, and they catch Vardags, knocking him out of range of that lantern. So just to quickly reiterate, 4 towers to 2, 10 kills to 4, 5,000 gold in the lead for Origin. But Unicorns did get that first dragon, which will help them if this game goes later. Give them that 6%.
Well, you said a 4,000 gold lead at 20 minutes.
Yep.
A little bit more than that just after 20 minutes. So Soaz wants himself a fight, but Vizicachi is here as well. Actually, all of Unicorns are here.
Well, that's a 3-man knockup from that dredge line mine. Kikis comes back in, the barrel blows Power of Evil up. And FLICKR and the rest of Origin find another kill on Kikis. This means Baron.
And this is a massive, massive problem for the Unicorns right now, because they're playing a composition that wants to scale, but now they're just giving gold constantly over to Origin. Every single time a fight like this happens, it's getting cleaner and cleaner for the Origin lineup. Now Hylissang wants him, and he's going to die as well. That's Baron plus another kill. Now Origin can look for more towers, because I don't even think Unicorns really want this re-engage.
Well, they certainly don't. Chachi's in trouble. Niels is running him down. The dredge line connects, and Niels gets a killing spree. 5 Barons leading up to today. That should be number 6 if my math is correct. Origin, they really know how to press an advantage, and in 4 minutes, they went from 2,000 gold lead to 9,000 gold lead and Baron buff.
Well, it all stems from Origin basically saying to the Unicorns, you guys like chaos? How about we give you some ordered chaos? Because we're just going to have these team fights exactly how we want them, which is clean and calculated from Origin. Every time Unicorns of Love step forward, they're blasted into the Origin team and just completely taken from the map straight away. And it's something that's happening because of the vision control that Origin has. Look at the amount of wards just on your screen and then around the jungle in general from Origin. Yes, Unicorns have a couple here and there, but it's very, very difficult for the Unicorns to put themselves into advantageous situations. And they're just going to be hemmorraging wards again and again, although this time they managed to get themselves a pink.
Well, very well played from Origin. It's actually just incredible to behold the level of play.
They want to go again.
Well, they find them, and look at the shockwave barrel combo. FLICKR, Niels, Soaz. It's a trio of kills, a tower to boot, and they want an inhibitor turret to follow.
This game has just gone from being somewhat close to absolutely in Origin's control right now. Look at how fast they're just shredding through this, and it's all been involved with the macro level decision making that Origin have showed. This isn't a game where you look at Unicorns and wonder what went wrong, because Origin have been what has gone so right in this game. Unicorns picked a scaling composition and they've just lost a Nexus turret at 24.5 minutes. That is not something that can happen with this kind of composition where you end up winning.
What an exceptional performance from Origin. Hylissang's in trouble, doesn't manage to connect with the death sentence, forced to have the Fate's Call as a safety. Hylissang is out. Inhibitor down, Nexus turret down, 25 minutes. Origin, they're not stopping. 20% of Baron buff is left, and they are setting their sights on the mid lane turret. There's even minions on the bottom inner turret if they want it. Amazing, almost getting close to that explosive cast. We do see FLICKR, he's stunned up by the petrifying gaze. Chachi has eaten some Chum the Waters, and Vardax forced to flash to safety. Visit Chachi is down, Kikis will be next, and the kill credit goes to Niels. Soaz is keeping the attention of the Unicorns, 3 of them in bay. And Origin get another inhibitor, and whoopa! FLICKR misses the shockwave, eats a death sentence for Flare, and says, I don't care, as he leaves the base. Origin, it's all but done in this game.
This is beyond convincing from Origin, and it can take it all the way back to picks and bans. Origin said, we will give Unicorns their comfort champions in every single role, all the way down the line. Chachi's played Ryze. Haravival, one of his absolute top performing champions, is Cassiopeia. Vardax is comfortable on the Kalista as well, and Origin just said, okay, well, we know exactly how to beat that style. We know you'll go double scaling. We know you'll try and play for the late game. We've got a game plan for it. We'll execute it pretty perfectly.
Go a step further, perfectly.
Well, they gave away first blood. It's the first time in the league.
It was to bait the aggressive play.
It was
conscientious, but just such a great performance. And you know, for Origin, if you actually step back, they've got a few minutes before they close this one out. They started weeks 1 and 2 by taking down taking down Giants, taking down Copenhagen Wolves. Then they took down the number 4 team from Spring SK. Then they took down the number 3 team from Spring, H2K. They're about to take down the number 2 team. And next week they play the number 1 team. I don't even know if Fnatic can stop this.
Origin basically say, who's next? And if it happens that Fnatic can't quite stop it, then that becomes a very interesting question of who's next. Because Origin are looking so good.
Yes, they are. 27 minutes, they get their second dragon. Let's also remind everybody that Origin do have to play Rocket tomorrow, so one more game before they face Fnatic. And we'll see if both of those teams can make it into the matchup undefeated. Still a lot of game to be played. This one though, 14,000 gold. The Righteous Glories pop, on the hunt pop. We see the depth charge going out, the barrel going wide. Chachi's the first one to be focused, but it's Power that gives up his life. The depth charge, and the dredge line rather, connecting. 3 more kills for 3 more carries. Soaz, FLICKR, Niels ring up just a couple more. They close the game at 28 minutes. Origin 5-0.
There's not a whole lot to say after a victory like that, if I'm being honest, when it comes to, you know, what could have gone differently. Origin just macro level they're almost on another tier right now. When you look at how they're playing this game out and what they're giving away and what they're taking in return from it, I'm incredibly impressed because it's something I didn't see casting them all the way through Spring in Challenger. It was the big question. Can they transfer that to beating top LCS teams? And as you said, 4th are down, 3rd are down, now 2nd are down from Spring Split. Origin, they are making a big case for themselves for Summer Split.
Origin seemed to be the super team everybody was expecting out of other teams. I mean, hard looks on the faces of the Unicorns of Love because it's been a long time since they've been handed a defeat this heavy.
Yeah.
Unicorns of Love seldom look this out of sorts, but for Origin, for LeDuc, we heard the pregame. Unicorns are difficult to prepare for. I think you're lying because that was phenomenal. The top lane fizz, the playstyle, the unrelenting pressure just completely worked in favor of Origin.
I'm starting to wonder because we talked about how Unicorns of Love, when it comes to their pick and ban phase, there are certain things that you can't predict, but it feels like Origin predicted every single pick here from the Unicorns because maybe the Unicorns have gone a little too predictable when it comes to what they're going to play out of their solo laners. That's something that you could have put money on Vizicachi picking Rise and the Cassiopeia being picked up for Power of Evil. Maybe they need to start shifting things up. I don't think it's what lost them the game as such because Origin just played so much better.
I agree with you entirely. I actually agree. I think, if you look at the pick priority, the Gragas was the first pick. Yeah. Still remains 100%. We knew Kalista was super high up there. There's only been one game out of 21 where the Kalista's not featured. We knew these picks were going to be a priority. And then, again, the in-game decision-making is completely separate to picks and bans because I feel whatever comp Origin ran, the way they played today, I don't think there would have been anything that Unicorns of Love could have done. But that risky lack of wave clear. You can't get to mid to late game if you have no wave clear to stall with. And yes, Cassio can set up a lane. Yes, Rise can push a lane. But when it's 4v1, 4v3, you can't defend effectively enough.
Yeah, very difficult to defend. And honestly, it's kind of Unicorns going a little bit back towards their older playstyle, but we've seen that when they're on the sieging composition with the Cogmore, they work very well around their power spikes, around when they can fight. This game, they kind of went back to just fighting all of the time, and again, you can only have so many fights go against you before the other teams start absolutely dominating you.
Yeah, I agree. And I think if we step back, we go back to the top of the show where we were looking at the standings and how you had 2 teams undefeated and 3 teams at 3-1, 3 teams 1-3, etc. The only teams that have been able to beat Rise top in his 100% pick ban since 5-10 was Fnatic and now Origin.
Yeah.
Again, clearly delineating the difference between the top tier teams, the middle tier, and then the low tier. So it's really, really interesting. And just what a match to go back to the drawing board. It's very rare at this level of play you see that amount of domination. 25 minutes, Origin were knocking on the Nexus turrets.
Yeah, I mean, there's honestly, you just look at the performance. Amazing. Again, another strong performance. We were looking at that for our featured matchup. 5-1-15 overall. So amazing. He's back in Europe and he's back on form.
All right, we'll find out if anybody has Origin in their fantasy because you guys are winning another week. We're going to throw it over to the analyst desk where the analysts are joined by some of the winners from Origin.
Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, amazing. Back in Europe, back in form, back on our desk as well, and joined by Soaz after, Origin's gone 5-0 now, racking up to be really impressive so far. But in this game versus Unicorns of Love, who we know tend to throw some curveballs rather at times. Amazing. I'd love to have your take on picks and bans and how it ended up.
So our main objective when we play versus Unicorns, a team that really plays well around the mid lane, is just to take him out to a certain extent. I feel like Power of Evil is basically like the cornerstone of the team, and if he's unable to basically like poke out enemies with his like famous Varus, famous Cogmore, whatever it is, they just seem to fall apart because they just don't have the insane scaling come in the mid lane. They get outscaled in mid lane or maybe equally scaled, and hence they can't play on power spikes as well as they want to. And that was basically our main concern, and we managed to execute properly.
I feel like Xpeka did a phenomenal job just neutralizing that lane. Because in my head, the Cassiopeia-Orianna matchup feels slightly favored to a Cassiopeia, but he kept even in CS even slightly ahead. Is that something Xpeka is just really good at in recent games for you guys? Just like neutralizing mid lane, and then the rest seems to fight 4v4 until he eventually joins the fight?
I think Pekka is really good at doing this kind of job when there's like a farming lane or not so edgy matchup, like when he don't play into Fizz or this kind of assassin champion.
Yeah.
he tend to do a lot better, like farming. Yeah, he always have so much CS and deny the other mid laner from roaming and things like this.
So in the early game, right, if you go past picks and bans, you guys tried to focus the top side of the map a bit because you swapped away, I guess, I imagine, to keep that Ryze a little in a weaker state, but then went back up there and it didn't really go all right. Were you guys afraid at any point that the Ryze would start snowballing?
I played one time the matchup, Fizz into Ryze, and I thought it was fine as long as I have the long lane, because Ryze can get gank, he don't have so much mobility compared to Fizz that it's really hard to gank him, even though I have smite. So the only problem is that we made a play on top when the Rek'Sai was there, and we didn't really expect it, and Cassio moved a bit before than FLICKR as well. So he didn't being bad, and Maurice died. But,
Peter? All right, so the biggest question is, so we can get the first replay on your screen right now, and this is where Soaz goes to the bot lane, and I was just wondering, is this part of the Fizz game plan, or was this a reaction to the Ryze starting to snowball? Why were you ending up the bot lane? And we can roll the clip in the meanwhile.
I went into the bush first because I wanted to farm the wave, but they ended up pushing the turret for some reason. So since we saw them and I was hiding in the bush, Amazing said that he was coming. Mithi recalled in the same time as well and came bottom because they were pushing. And we ended up having 2 kills and Drake, I believe, at this point.
Yeah, almost gets away, but you guys managed to kill him. It took a while before the actual team fights started happening, which would tell a lot about the game. We're going to get the second replay up on the screen because it is a team fight in the mid lane that you guys ended up winning, but it seemed pretty close from our perspective. So Amazing, I'd love to know from your side, kind of, like, did you know the teleport was coming in? Did it come in too late for you? And when did you know that you had this fight? We can roll the clip.
Okay, so basically our thought process is that we have TP up and we communicate that we want to have the TP coming in. So we were prepared for this fight. We chunked out like Hylissang, we chunked out Kickers a bit, and we forced him into a choke where like Hylissang is basically like caught out, gets a bit of chunk, and our main concern is basically like to have like our Wombo combo come in properly and hit as many players as possible. And therefore like I tried to zone him with my ultimate into the Wombo combo and overall just like force them into little areas where they can't really like evade the Orianna QW combo or even QWR, and the Fizz afterwards coming in with a TP is basically just like underlining that we just really were strong at this point than they were, and we're in a better position on that team fight.
Did you at any point think you were going to lose that fight?
No, never. Never? As soon as you go in, it's either win or lose, but if you're confident in your team, you always win.
All right, you always win.
Well, that seems something that has been, if we've been watching you guys' replays, you guys get so aggressive sometimes in the early game. And we had a tweet up from you saying, well, the NA scene just seems a little stale. People don't take those individual risks. But I do feel when we watch your guys' replays at times, the dives early, sometimes you get away with a sliver of health. You can't keep saying it's all calculated.
What?
Is it?
Dude, nah, it's obviously like a bit of luck is always like playing into it, but overall, like I just feel like being as aggressive as possible is maximizing opportunities, and that's something I want to play for, and that's something I've been working for, and our team has been working for.
So we've seen Origin come in with tempered expectations. You guys like, yeah, we're gonna do all right, you know, Worlds maybe, but you know, 5-0, and every week you guys look dominant. Where is the ceiling for Origin?
I don't know. I didn't expect to be that big in the early of the season. Our main goal, as we said before, was not to be like top 1, top 2. Is to have a good season and try to improve as much as we can during the season. But I think that we have a lot of potential.
yeah, you can say that word.
We have a lot of potential, and I think we can do really well.
Yep, you guys are looking scary so far. I think we can all agree on that. 5-0 so far. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Another team that is doing very well so far is Giants. They are 3-1, and they are going up against the 1-3 Roccat after the break, so stay with us.
Audio check, can you guys hear me? Hands up! Put your hands up in the air!
Put your hands up! It's a 2-for-1 in favor of Origin, and Niels is landing those ricochets over and over. We do see Amazing going low, and Soaz is looking for some snake.
They have no flash Kalista, no flash Kalista, no flash Kalista. Nice!
Good job, We do see Pekka, he's stunned up by the petrifying gaze. Chachi has eaten some Chum the Waters, and Vardak forced to flash to safety on the hunt. Pop, we see the depth charge going out, the barrel going wide. Chachi's the first one to be focused, but it's Power that gives up his life. Origin, 5-0.
Welcome back, everybody, as Rocket and Giants are about to go on to the Rift. Both teams had an underwhelming spring split, but for one of them, it is looking quite different, at least so far in the summer split. We're going to start by taking a look at the lineup for Rocket, who are currently 1-3, starting with Steve, Jankos. You threw me off completely. Nukduck, Woolite, Vander, and the coach Yamato Cannon. All right.
Back to business.
Back to business, and well, 1-3 so far. Rocket underwhelming for them once again at the start of the split. And we need to talk about Woolite because he's been at the center of attention in a lot of these games. Let's break down, well, the different aspects of his game, starting with early. It is looking a bit better than before.
Yeah, I think Woolite has improved to an extent. Not quite just yet where he has to be. But yeah, as the graphic shows right now, he dies a lot late game. And that's something that's going wrong right now. Early game, he's doing well because he gets his small lead on lane. When you look at the gold, but if you look at the items he gets from it, so often you see Woolite with a CS advantage or a favorable base timing, but then he gets the pickaxe or the average blade, but he never gets that huge BF spike in the early game. And then, as we see right here, you know, this is what happens late game with Woolite. Gets caught sometimes, and it's almost like a running joke right now, but the stats that we saw earlier on the screen, they showed it. And this is something Rocket as a team, they need to work on. They need to translate that early game into more advantage and lose less of that advantage later in the game.
Yeah, just to reiterate, I said Woolite, he dies 16 deaths post 20 minutes, which is the most out of any AD carry. That is definitely something you have to remedy, and we know that he has his mechanical ability early, but how much of a risk are you willing to take with that lineup?
Yeah, well, obviously you never know. Before coming into the split, there were rumors that Woolite was up for contention, but then the Rocket management came out and said, yeah, we're still confident in our lineup. We have confidence in our players. We believe in them. Steve came in, also died quite a bit.
Rough start,
he got camped a bit, but he bounced back because he's playing Maokai, so that was technically his job. But it's not all bad for Rocket. There are some players that are looking good so far.
Yeah, definitely. One of those is Jankos. It's definitely not all bad, who has been coming back to his early aggressive self. He is 4-1-9 in the first 15 minutes of the games. And also an impressive stat for me, he only has 6 deaths out of 73 for Rocket in total, with a 73% kill participation. That's saying something. He's in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, and this is on a team that is 1-3 in the European LCS right now, and he's pulling those numbers. So Rocket is very close to taking that next step, getting to that next level. They've shown tenacity in a lot of their games, as they did in Spring Split at times, but they just need that little extra nudge, get that little bit more advantage in the early game, play a little smarter, and then they can definitely do great things. Because I think even Nukduck, for example, is playing slightly better, more aggressive in the games. I've found some champions that works for them. So I'm really interested to see in the next 3 weeks what Rocket's going to do.
Yeah, and actually it was echoed by some people at home as well, because earlier we asked which team will turn it around, and Atmertruzo said Rocket, they just need to tidy up their late game, as their losses are generally really, really close games, which also reiterates the story we had here for them. In this game, though, they are up against the Giants, who are currently 3-1, a fantastic start for them, with Werlip, Frederick, Pepinero, Audrey, Godfred, and Lozark. As said, 3-1. In our minds, they might have even been relegation candidates again. Not afraid to say that, but the end of the last split in mind and the stacked league before coming into the season. But they completely turned it around and had a really, really great showing so far. We always talk about Pepinero, of course, but there have been a lot of different people stepping up. Werlip, I almost
pretty much the same thing at this point.
Yeah, no, but he did have a great showing last week on Maokai, and Jax are week 2 MVP as well. So the question is kind of, what will he be able to do beyond that?
Yeah, and it's just like you said, coming at the start of the split, everybody assumed Giants were almost favored for 10th place team or auto relegation, and they've shown up and they've surprised a lot of people. They made one switch, change that Rydell for Godthread, and you'd think one small switch in the support role, what is that going to achieve? But we saw it with Kasing on H2K already. Once the team atmosphere just changes a tiny bit, it can be a catalyst for a lot of those reactions. And we see Werlip stepping up, but we even see Audrey playing better. He now has somebody he can rely on the bot lane to play a little more aggressive, and he's definitely adding more damage to the pool, and it's no longer the Peppy show.
Yeah, a lot. He averaged 2.5 kills per game in the spring, 6 per game in summer. When we're talking about Audrey, that is definitely something that is coming out well for the Giants as well.
Yeah, and they're 3-1 right now. Yes, they may not have played the most difficult teams, but that's what people expect from Giants, right? They want to slowly start working to be considered the middle of the pack team, and then they can start looking at other expectations. But I think Giants as a team and an organization can be incredibly happy with what they've done so far, and hopefully for them they can continue that trend.
Yeah, we will see if Rocket is able to find an in here. And as we roam over to the casters to get into the game, we'll hear from Godfred or how he sees himself as a global presence for the Giants.
Well, you see like fights occur on the map, and you kind of get the feel of like, okay, so they'll go deep here. I might be able to catch someone, and like if you see the opportunity that you can help and assist, and your AD carry safe at bottom, then you can go. But like if their support does the same thing, it doesn't really matter. If you see that your roam won't be necessary, you should just go back to the lane, because you running into mid is just wasting 15 seconds for no reason.
Thank you very much, Sharks. It's good to hear Godfrey talking about some of those roams. Currently undefeated on Morgana, and we'll see whether or not his moving around the map will impact his team's gameplay against Copenhagen Wolves, who've actually been looking a little bit better last week in the early game, in the laning phase, and in their individual performances.
Yeah, I actually certainly feel like there's a lot in this game that you can look at that has been on the up in recent weeks. So this is going to be a real test now between Roccat and Giants to see exactly which team has improved the most.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. For Giants, you have to feel they are the favorites coming into this matchup. They are 3-1, and honestly, they've looked better than anybody would have expected. And I think 3 weeks of consistently good play will slow down or stop a lot of the questions about how good are they really. Out the gate, Gragas again retains that incredibly high pick ban percentage. Rise and Kalista to follow.
Now, I wonder, will we see a Maokai ban away from Steve? He's played it in the last 3 games, and the Hecarim he did play got pretty much camped and shut down altogether. So it has been a bit of a high priority pick for Roccat, and Willib on the other side of things has been making a name for himself on multiple champions now.
Definitely the case. Alistair still available, something that Vanda has played amongst other champions, and we're seeing Echo banned out again. And Stress, this seems to be a blue side ban.
Yes.
So team's not feeling it's first pick worthy.
Well, yeah, it's not first pick worthy. It has tricky matchups, and you don't want to just allow the red side to last pick it, because it is quite powerful in the correct matchups. But if you don't get a favorable matchup, it is almost no point in picking it. So unlike the Rise, it's certainly not a blue side pick.
Not this time round anyway. Willib has played Gnar twice, Jax once, Maokai once, Steve Maokai as well. Junglers have taken a bit of a hit. I wonder if we're going to see a maybe first pick Evelyn, considering Rek'Sai and Gragas are off the table. Sejuani, not really super popular at the moment.
So if Roccat don't pick the Evelyn here, Giants, I would expect, would early rotate it, because they have favored that when the other junglers have not been available. But it will be the Alistair you mentioned picked up first. This time, Vanda is going to pick that up for himself. He did play it once before, went 5-2 and 13 on Alistair, so certainly has, been a very diverse support player when you look at it. He's played a lot of different types of champions, but honestly, it's been one of the components of why Woolite has been doing so well early, is just the duo laning from Woolite and Vanda has been a lot better than we've seen before.
There's so many debates you can have around playing a different champion every single game. Is it the team comp? Is it the opponent? Is it because nothing's working for you? Yes, those are the questions. It depends very much on your perspective. But something that is very confident is the Evelyn. Has been locked in for Frederick. Godfred currently undefeated on Morgana, as we alluded to. 3-0 with a 70% kill participation. You heard him talk about roaming, and he's locked that Morgana in once more.
100% win rate for Frederick on Evelyn as well. So very strong pickups if you are a Giants fan, as their record does speak for itself on those two champions. 2-0 on that Evelyn. So what does that leave for Roccat now from the jungle? What will they opt for? Will they go for the Sejuani on Jankos, or will he go towards the Lee Sin? That's the other champion that we've seen Jankos playing when both Rek'Sai and Gragas were not available. So certainly he's made his name felt once again as that first Bloodmaster.
We'll find out what they decide. They have 15 seconds left, Stress. Both of these teams really taking their time during this picks and bans phase. And truthfully, until this moment, not a whole lot had been given away. Woolite will most likely be running that Cogmore's AD carry, something that he has run to mixed results, depending on, again, on your opinion. His back timing has been problematic on some champions, and he's definitely been caught on many. But Nukeduck, the only win Roccat secured is when he was playing that Azir.
That is very true, but that is a fair scaling duo that have been picked up by Roccat here. They are going to need some time to get themselves into this game, very much like the Unicorns in the last game, but that time never arrived. And actually fairly similarly to that, Giants have been one of the more active early game teams. In week 1, it punished them. In week 2, the Giants cleaned up a lot of their early game kills and got a lot for themselves. I wonder, now that Kog'Maw's off the table, I doubt Giants will go for that that heavy poke composition, but Ezreal could kind of signify that Giants are looking towards at least some kind of a poke/sieging composition we saw in last week's game.
Yeah, we'll have to take a step back and see what they decide to lock in. It is the Varus-Ezreal combination. We've seen Varus played quite a fair amount actually coming out of the Asian regions, but that Kog'Maw doubly effective did obviously deny that from Pepinero.
Everything about this setup other than the Varus is exactly the same that they ran in last week's game against SK, where they looked very good with this poke composition. Now it's a Varus substituting him for the Kog'Maw. Jax was the final piece of the puzzle, and I believe that was actually run into the Rumble as well last week. So if they lock that in, you know that Werlib is going to look for Jax from the top lane.
You are 100% correct. Freddy played the Rumble, went 1-4-4. Werlib, on the other hand, 8-1-1. Werlib will have the opportunity to face Steve's Rumble. This will be the first time Steve's playing that champion. And the Lee Sin, as you predicted many picks ago, Stress. Roccat have got sort of early to mid top laner and jungle, definitely mid to late AD carries and mids.
Yeah, Steve opted for Rumble instead of the Maokai, was available at this point, so clearly wants himself something that can assist Roccat in the mid game and in team fights around objectives, because that's one thing you don't really want to do all that much around a poking composition, is sit around or on objectives. Not only can they just poke you down if you started it and are doing slow objectives like Dragon and not completely rushing it down, they can also get into areas around the Dragon very easily. Now that you've got a Rumble, you can kind of force them into a fight a little bit easier. And Giants, they've locked in the Jax. The pieces of the puzzle are complete, and they are running the same style composition as we saw them take SK to pieces with last week.
Yeah, and something we do have to highlight, we actually reviewed the Giants versus SK game during the week in the office with Deficio and Crepo and Sharks and Pyro and the whole team, and this 4-1 team composition from Giants works at its best. When Varus and Ezreal are wave clearing, they can peel backwards with the Morgana and just let Jax pull aggression, but we need to see whether or not he can have the same strong early start that he got against SK with an early kill, with an early itemization to help beat that Rumble in lane.
Yeah, this time it might be a little bit trickier for Giants. Varus doesn't have quite as much range as Kog'Maw does once Kog'Maw has that upgraded, but at this point, Roccat have a fair composition when it comes to getting into fights against this lineup from Giants. If they can get there with a good Azir ultimate, a good Rumble ultimate, then Giants, quite frankly, won't have the time to poke down Roccat.
Well, I'm going to be looking at Jankos' Lee Sin to see whether or not he can jump into their backline, whether or not he can find probably the Varus before that Ezreal. But again, interesting team compositions, and again, interesting growth from Giants. You're about to see the champions on your screen in a moment. Giants, who found all that success at the end of the spring split with heavy aggression, they did the same in week 1, and then now they're doing these poke comps. Hashtag ROC win, hashtag GIA win. Who do you feel has the advantage? The mostly Polish or the mostly Spanish? Jump on Twitter and let us know.
Mostly, yeah, mostly. Would have been earlier in the year if there hadn't been change-ups, but honestly, I feel like the change-ups for both of these teams has started to level both up. Godfred certainly, I would say, is having a major impact in the Giants lineup, and it's too early to tell yet, but are we perhaps going to have to rename the Kasing effect to the Godfred effect for the summer split?
Well, if they place third in the summer split and look to do well in the regional qualifiers, you know what, I think that's fair. However, we'll have to see what Godfred can do. And also Frederick, on this Evelyn, really having a great performance. Look at his Evelyn stats and KDA in contrast to the league average. Slightly higher kill participation, but my word, that KDA is extremely impressive.
Very impressive. And honestly, I think the Giants as a whole have been fairly impressive. But as I said, I think this is going to be a real test for Giants. And a lot of people underestimate Roccat. But honestly, in the last couple of weeks, their ability to get a lead has been very impressive to me. Against Fnatic, they were doing very well in the early game, got themselves a lead. They did the same against the Unicorns last week, but just couldn't close the game out for themselves. Now Roccat have to learn how to finish the game as well as get a lead.
We'll see if Roccat have learned. They're going to have a tough time, especially against the carries of Pepinero and Adri, because yes, Pepinero is the shining light of Giants. However, Adri's AD carry performances have been really quite exceptional, and for their respective roles, Pepinero and Adri are actually dealing the second highest amount of percentage damage for mid and AD carry across all 10. Contrast that to Nuktak and Woolite, who are 8th. 8th lowest. So it really is night and day between the respective carries. The thing that's also very interesting to me, on the side of Roccat, Woolite is dealing a higher percentage of his team's damage than Nuktak. And that's surprising considering all of the negativity is really focused on Woolite and how he handles himself in those team fights.
He certainly does a lot for Roccat. Just it isn't always in the positive direction for the team, but certainly he has shored up a lot of it. Just when you get to the late game, he started to, or continued to be a little risky with his positioning. But speaking of risky, Frederick, off a single buff.
This happened last week.
Yeah, I was going to say, is heading into the top lane. And again, Steve is the one everybody is focusing.
He's been stunned, he's been counter-striked. Steve will befall the same fate that Freddy fell last week. And actually with that death, Steve now has 28 deaths, the highest in the league. Freddy is the second highest with 27 for top laners. But the exact same thing happened. I just feel that's poor scouting.
I mean, Giants are basically running exactly the same composition. And their early game seems to be exactly the same kind of plan. So as you said, I'm not sure what Roccat did with regards to watching the start of that SK game again, but that's something they should have been aware of.
So, Frederick, we showed the graphic, we showed his level of impact. He's already got first blood.
Oh no. Steve.
Is it going to happen? Is it going to happen?
Steve.
Don't do it, dude. Oh, this is scary. Steve is going to be able to walk away.
He's checking, at least. He's doing his due diligence, but he is only level 1, so has to check with Q. Flash in the bottom lane, though.
So we do see Vanda. He's caught Godfred. The black shield is up. He lands the binding onto Jankos. He's trying to get away, but the follow-up resonating strike will secure a kill on the board for Roccat. And it lands in the hands of Woolite. So Roccat, they show they have some bite and some fight. Knock Godfred down a peg.
Nice return play from Roccat in the bottom lane. As you said, Godfrey just didn't have time to react with the black shield before they managed to get that engaged. But a lot of summoners we used down there heal on both AD carries, both flashes and both ignites. So that is pretty much the bottom lane done for a couple of minutes.
Stress. Frederick has been hanging out in this top lane. He may as well pitch a tent.
But look at the effect it's having right now. 5 CS on Rumble because Steve is petrified that something like that was happening. And he was right to be afraid. But it has cost him CS in this early game. Yes, he's been able to get experience, but honestly, you need to stop a Jax farming. You can't just let him sit up there and get the wave in the position that he wants like this, so that it's not quite pushing into the tower yet. And now Steve is always going to be pushing forward in this lane.
Well, we did see the investment in Werlip's future currently seems to be paying off. Jankos coming to help Steve just shove that wave into the lane, try to get it to reset and to bounce. And we'll see if that's going to get Steve any farm. We've shown how focusing Steve down can work. It's cost Roccat in the past.
And Jankos, in this last 5 minutes of gameplay, has actually been just very good with regards to his decision-making. He goes bottom lane when he knows there's an opening, now helps out Steve in the top lane, and Steve's actually going to go around and jungle with Jankos now because they just need to keep Steve out of that lane for a minute or so while the wave comes back towards him. But honestly, Jankos, he's a player that's been improving over the last couple of weeks and certainly looks to be on the same trend again.
So let's see what Jankos can do. Got an assist on the board, thanks to that gank down bottom. And this is the first time we've had a good look at the middle lane. Pepinero went back for an early tier. If memory serves correctly, Power of Evil, when he played it, he actually went back for an early Manamune, straight out. Saved all the way up. So this is a slight departure from a build path we've seen.
And it makes it very difficult now for Pepinero to actually get that Manamune transformed earlier into the game because you don't have the ability to stack it with auto attacks. You're relying on your abilities, which before you have cooldown reduction are fairly moderate cooldowns. They're not particularly high, but certainly you're not stacking it very quickly. One thing for this Giants lineup they have to be a little careful of is they are stacking a lot of AD. It's not the Cogmore now dealing AP. they have to make sure that Rocket can't itemize a lot of armor very early on. Otherwise, this game may be a little more difficult for Giants to close out because they really only have Morgana and parts of Evelyn's kit that are going to be dealing magic damage.
There are a few auto attacks from Jax, but you're
yeah, I was going to say, thinking about it, there are a couple more from the Empower as well from Jax. He does
predominantly physical. And also all the poke that Giants are going to be putting down. The armor work up. But Adri also went the Manamune into Iceborne Gauntlet after Blade. So he went blue build Ezreal last week. Could theoretically expect similar, helping Pepinera out, landing out those piercing arrows over and over. But we'll see what he decides. It does look like he's gone to back, and here's the ingredients of your Manamune. So we're expecting more of the same, and we settled into the standard farming. I think a lot of praise to Steve. He's picked himself up 24 CS. Some of those will obviously be jungle creeps, so not quite worth the same level of gold that Werlib's 24 effective CS has garnered. But you've got to do everything you can on that Rumble to get yourself back in the game and pray your equalizers are game-changing. Because he's not going to have the items for a little while.
And neither are Giants, though, to fight, is one of the things. They're now sitting on double tier. They're in their power trough and waiting for this game. And again, they picked a top laner that needs time. He needs basically 2 items. We saw him, we saw Werlib start 1v1ing a Zed when he had a Bilgewater Cutlass and a Triforce. That's about the time that a Jax can start getting away with that kind of play. But it certainly depends on who he's trying to fight. So Giants need a little bit of time. Roccat shouldn't be giving them time in this game. They've got Lee Sin, they've got Rumble. They should be looking to go for a couple of fights around the first, second Dragon, just to try and get Giants out of contention for this strong later game composition.
Yeah, we talk about the level of impact that Lee Sins have had, or rather not had. But last time Jankos played Lee Sin, he had a 54% kill participation, so it wasn't really him carrying the game, so to speak. We do see he's been involved in the only kill they've got on the board, so let's see if that window of opportunity, how much time he actually has. You do see the CS numbers, even in mid, even in AD carry. Obviously just that strong lead that Jax has built up. But the other thing we noticed when we watched Giants last week was just how much time they spent dilly-dallying about when SK was swapping lanes. Giants seemed a little lost in their early to mid-game decisions. They don't have the same challenges here because Roccat are actually just sticking to the lanes and saying, well, Steve, good luck. But well, we need to see how Giants focus themselves as we progress and as we start seeing some more pressure with more items.
Well, this game's a lot more straightforward for them. They don't have the, you know, the movement around the map that was a little bit crazy from last week's game. So Giants basically are going to sit in standard lanes for a while because you can see Werlib is just constantly getting ahead. Bottom lane is ahead for Giants, and they have so much distance that Alistar should never really be able to get on top of them without using his flash. And even then, you just use that black shield, and it makes it very difficult for him. So Jankos doesn't exactly have a lot of options when it comes to lanes he can help at this point. So Jankos has to try and figure out his place on the map.
So there we go, Dyrus calling it out. Even though Steve died, played it well by not dying to the Eve camp. And for me, I would have been dead 3 times. At least you got a good sense of humor, Dyrus, but it's something that Stress also alluded to. Yes, Steve respected Eve's presence, but it has cost him 45 CS.
Yeah, but you kind of contrast that to if he had died, how much worse would the situation be? So I completely agree that he played it very well with regards to cautiously advancing in the lane. So certainly Steve has learned his mistakes from previous games, but Vanda's on a roam into the enemy jungle and is clearing out a pink ward. This is not something that should happen all that much this early into the game, but certainly Jankos on the top side of the map makes it an easy read for Roccat to go out and clear.
Manages to work out in favor of Roccat. They secure that first pink ward kill. We'll see how they handle themselves if we just breach 10 minutes. Frederick picked himself up that Warrior Enchant Skirmish, Warrior Enchant Rangers for Jankos. And we see the first big item completed, the Morella Nomicon, in favor of Nukdux Azir. Obviously going that one. CDR on the mana. No mana means yes. So Giants, you know, I think they were happy. They're in that sort of slower early game that double tier gives you.
Yeah.
Rockat's team composition cannot give them the same options that Origin had from the previous game.
That's the thing, though. As long as Giants don't get engaged upon, they're happy. They really need to just kind of sit here for a while. And that is kind of punishing Roccat the other side of the map, though, when you look at top lane. This is the highest CS difference at 10 minutes that we've had yet in Summer. So at this point, Steve is under the pressure, but he's farming up now fairly well. Really what Steve has to do now is play around the teleports and around the fights and get himself down for the better equalizers. Question is, Roccat are getting so much deep vision. Are Giants ever going to get an opening for it?
Well, Giants do manage to evade the invade. That's what I was trying to say, but stumbled over all the vades. We did see Jankos throw out the Sonic Wave, but that was exactly what you were touching on, Stress. As long as Giants do not get engaged upon, they're in a decent enough position. We do see Steve left that top lane to pick himself up a Haunting Guise. And Werlib is just getting a couple of auto attacks on the tower. Not that much damage yet, but he'll be happy. A Jax at 12 minutes with 100 CS and almost Trinity Force. Happy days.
When does he go full split push mode, though? That is, that really is something that Roccat have to be careful of, because when he does, it's then on Roccat to either send somebody to stop him, which is unlikely the later it goes into the game, or just engage. And I think that's one of the things that's more difficult for this Giants composition, is the distance they can put between themselves and their opponents while still outputting damage is going to be shorter than with the Kog'Maw, as we already talked about.
So we did see Dragon secure. Giants reading the situation well, under absolutely no threat. Both teams average 2.5 Dragons a game. Giants on the board with their first. They've earned themselves a 1,000 gold lead thanks to the farm, thanks to the kill they've secured. And thanks to the patient gameplay. Working. But again, you know, both teams scale. You've also got to touch on the fact Roccat has had an uncontested mid lane. Woolite, yes, he's been farming against this Ezreal Morgana, but he's not bothered. This is Woolite that hasn't needed to be dancing around or carrying things yet, because he's just looking towards that Trinity Force himself.
One other factor for Roccat, though, is the fact that Nukeduck is just patiently farming himself up alongside Pepinero, and we've seen Nukeduck on Azir once before, and it was a very impressive performance. He actually went 4-0 and 11 in that game. So it's been one of the games we've seen Nukeduck very well on, and it looks like they want to get him ahead now, because here comes Vander behind the turret.
Well, very early flash and ghost from Pepinero. Throws out the Chain of Corruption, and would you believe it? A Varus ultimate missing? I cannot believe that happened. But both summoners blown for absolutely nothing other than damage on Vander. Steve eats Agony's Embrace, flashes the moment Werlib leaps in. Summoner spell blown.
Flash for flash top lane, and I don't think Steve will be too unhappy with that. There's been so much pressure on him up in this top lane, and he can just quite simply, as you see, throw his ultimate down, clear the wave out, back away, and he knows there's no dragon available, so it's not like Giants can really pressure down this turret without the fear of him teleporting in. So Roccat will be fairly happy with that, but certainly this is a very patient game to begin this series between, or this game between Roccat and Giants. And there were so many questions on people's mind about which team has improved the most. And I don't have any answers for them yet. It's even.
Yeah, we'll have to keep watching. One thing that has shown is Giants are at least reading the team comps and playing theirs, I think, slightly more effective. You look at the Lee Sin from Jankos. He's been involved in 1 kill in 15 minutes on this heavily early game focused jungler. We look at the Jax Evelyn from Giants, the second time they've run this combination. And again, they get a first blood onto Werlib's Jax. They did it last week, they did it this week. So great execution from Giants. They are going to be under some pressure on the top, but this is 3 melee champions coming up against Frederick and Werlib. No Agony's Embrace. Werlib's going to at least scare them away at the cost of some CS. Jankos, he's gone in. He manages to land a kick and follows through with the resonating strike. Frederick and Werlib make their way out, but while all that was going on, Ardri, with his Manamune, with his Cutlass, secure the first tower of the game.
And that's what Ardri did all game last week, was just push towers. Until Jax was ready to take over from that mantra, it was just Ardri, always ulting the wave, always pushing through on this Ezreal, and Godfred, as soon as that happens, starts to leave lane, and he's done it again here against Nukeduck. Does catch him with the Dark Binding.
Yes, he does. Cleanse comes out from Nukeduck. So, Summoner Spell down, again, trading. And that's one of the roams that Godfred talked about. We actually had the video clip of his Morgana in the last 2 weeks. Doesn't result in a kill today. We did see Pepinera. He's also backed for BF Sword and Long Sword. I believe Werlip is sitting on enough gold to complete his Zeal. Not enough just yet.
Not too long.
It won't be too long away. I think next time he backs, he'll wrap that up. But look at the vision on the top half of the map from Roccat. Really, really strong ward play. It did get them the tower a few moments ago, so we'll see if it can equate to any more plays in the coming minutes.
Well, basically now they just have to invert it and do that on the bottom side for this dragon. Stop Giants from getting themselves surrounded on that on the dragon. But yeah, the vision play has been pretty good. They've been up against an Evelyn, but quite frankly, Frederick's just spent almost all of his time top lane. So, I mean, Roccat, 3 guesses as to where Frederick is going to be on the map, because normally it's pressuring Steve out. But Steve has picked himself up a needlessly large rod. Still about 30 CS down, but he should start collecting a little bit more of that once his duty becomes to collect waves at towers.
And for Steve, considering the early game pressure, he's almost hitting level 11. He's got the rod, he's got, there we go, rank 2 in his ultimate now. So all of that early sort of gains that Giants have built up, it's just equated to the 1,000 gold lead. And they're still going to have to play these team fights effectively. One thing I do want to highlight, in respect to the previous 4 games, Roccat had actually placed 43 green wards to the 21 of Giants. Now, of course, the average game length does come into effect for that particular, statistic. But overall, Roccat are warding a higher amount than Giants.
And I actually feel that's because Giants tend to ward less overall rather than Roccat warding more. We spoke about that in the SK game last week, is that Giants notoriously can get baited into fights, into areas they don't have vision, because they're not quite so stringent on actually securing vision ahead of time and then moving around the map. Whereas, look at what Roccat have done. As we said, invert from top side to bottom side now. They've got pink wards down, they have wards around the river. A couple still left to clear out, and yes, the Scuttle Crab vision is still there for Giants. Will be once this dragon spawns, but the fact of the matter is, Giants are going to struggle to push down here with the position of Roccat.
And of course, for Roccat, they're looking for team fights. That's what their team does best. Giants, they want to poke.
Ooh, they're boxed in, though.
The tower has been secured. There's Agony's Embrace on what I think was 3. True Shot Barrage flies across, and Steve manages to get the Equalizer down before getting down. Chain of Corruption catches on Vanda, and he gets melted through the Unbreakable Will. And Nukeduck, he wants to pick a fight. Emperor's Divide doesn't really connect, but Frederick's in trouble. Woolite looking for a kill. He does get caught by the Piercing Arrow and is now in full retreat. Flash forward onto the Dark Binding. Audrey with the Mystic Shot, but Dez going to follow up with the Arcane Shift. One more long-range skill shot, and Lozark is out of his chair celebrating. Giants lose Dragon, but get 3 kills.
Great fight for Giants, and honestly, it's what that composition can do right now. Roccat had completed the Dragon, but now you've got to try and escape against a composition that is just trying to line up poke, and you've only got that small entrance at the front of Dragon to escape through, and it's very easy for the Giants to start laying on damage from that point. Again, look, Roccat, they've got the Dragon at this point, but now you've got to get out past all of Giants. Nice ultimate out of Frederick to clip a good few people, and then Werlip, as only Werlip can do, and already teleported in a lot earlier to that fight. We talked about how good his teleport timings are. Jumps in with the Jax, gets a multi-person stun, and Nukeduck didn't quite hit the mark on that ultimate. Giants, they re-engage on this and clean up, and this poke style is working so well for them right now.
What a confident play from Godfred as well.
Yeah.
Newest member to the stage for Giants, respectively. And he manages to make the kill. Audrey, one last Mystic Shot. With those kills, managed to pick up those Ionian Boots of Lucidity, Blade of the Ruined King. We've still not seen Pepinera back in a while. He's actually sitting on 2,800 gold. So we'll see what he decides to pick up. While blue buff's stolen away, and Giants, they're now 3,500 gold ahead. That slow laning phase all of a sudden has just exploded. It was a Varus level 11/12 plus the help of a dragon that's allowed Giants to take that lead.
Speaking of that Varus, so Power of Evil, when he was building, Varus, was opting for cooldown reduction a little bit earlier into his build than Pepinero is right now. You said he's on a lot of gold, and now he is backing. I'm interested. He's looking for, I guess, a BF sword, a Bloodthirster plus some cooldown reduction coming from this. Should be boots, I assume? Or what? Okay, he's just opting for flat damage and then penetration from it with a Last Whisper. But Steve, speaking of damage, is in trouble.
Steve, he's running, gets the equalizer out, doesn't even matter. It was too little and too late, and Werlib just Steve rolls him down.
Oh dear.
Well, we do see Godfred, he's come in, but he's in trouble. Knocked under the tower. Nukeduck is trying to get away, but the Soul Shackles will catch him out. True Shot Barrage goes wide, and Audrey unable to follow up with a Mystic Shot this time. Jankos saves the day to secure the kill.
Now, the roam from Godfred didn't work out too well this time, cost him his life, but what is happening on the other sides of the map? Werlib on his own in the top lane. Roccat have two players bottom lane in Woolite, Vander pushing down a turret, but they lose mid-turret in exchange for this. Giants are looking to come up huge from this. Werlib, I don't think he quite cottoned on to Nukeduck being there at first. Ooh.
You can feel the pain there. Nukeduck almost takes him out. Chain of Corruption catches Vander, but he unbreakables those chains. Piercing arrows, Mystic Shot, Essence, Flux, everything trying to catch him down, but Audrey does have that red buff, so if he can clip him with a skill shot, does not this time around, means Vander should be able to get away. You see Mystic Shot carries on chase. Audrey's got a lot of mana. He gets the Pulverize, and Steve is teleporting in. He's on the board. He gets the double buffs, just the red buff rather. And that's a Steve double kill. Jankos now finds Godfred, trying to catch him out. No Dragon's Rage yet. Wards hop forward. Tempest and Cripple should be up in a couple of seconds, and Jankos is just going to run him down, actually flashing for that one. As Jankos gets the kill, and Giants all of a sudden give up 3 as Roccat chased him down.
Yeah, that was a little overconfident, to be sure, from Giants there.
So Jankos, good KDA, despite not having the best team scoreline individually. Second highest according to that drop down.
Overconfident from Giants, and that's a bit of a problem for them when it comes to closing out this game, because now they've given Steve a couple of kills. He's still yet to complete a full item. Zonius isn't nearly there for him, but shutting down Steve was such a big part of this early game for them that would have allowed Giants to just get to this stage of the game very comfortably. Now that they're here, Steve is still going to be posing a problem around objectives with that equalizer. 1 minute until the dragon comes up, but I wonder whether Giants can complete any key items before they get that Iceborne Gauntlet a long way away for Adri, so they'll still be able to be kited around by, you saw Vander going a long, long way down the lane there because there was no real slow coming out from Adri.
Well, Mirror Mana has been upgraded for Pepper.
Okay, that's a teleport.
Giants are teleporting in for Baron. Yeah. Roccat are going to slow to react. Look, Woolite's in the bottom half of the map. Giants with a super confident play. The problem here, Stress, is Jankos is around. He does have Smite. He's got caught out by the Chain of Corruption. Baron's been secured, but Giants are low. Steve is looking for more. The Equalizer went in the pit, and he wasn't able to get more. Jankos jumps in, and he manages to land the roundhouse kick to the head of Frederick. The Giants got Baron and peeled away with 4 alive.
They peeled away, but that was a little precarious from Giants' perspective. A good call though, managing to get it. They have very good single target damage, but they just need to stem this flow now from Roccat, who are pushing into a turret. If they only give 1 turret here, they should be absolutely fine with that kind of trade here. And that is in fact all that goes down. So Giants will be happy with that. And now Werlib, not only is he going to be able to split push a little bit, but now he has Baron on top of that. It's going to be very difficult for Roccat to actually engage.
Great play from Giants. You saw the Baron stats, only securing 3. This will be number 4 as Werlib jumps onto Nukeduck. We see the cleanse coming out once more. Mystic shots being fired. True Shot Barrage is available. Audrey missed the last one onto Nukeduck. Throws the second one. This time it connects, but the body blocking reduces the damage. Giants continue to chase, and they've got Baron-empowered minions, and they've got a tower right in front of it.
Really interesting from Werlib. He's actually changed up what he did from this week, from last week. Last week opted for the Blade of the Ruined King, which was for 1v1ing people. Now he's got a Frozen Mallet. That seems to me as if he wants to just slow people in the fights and allow Pepinero to just land Q after Q. And if that works for Giants, or if they can get Jax into a fight and attacking people, that will work for Giants. The problem is, Rocket are going to be fairly confident fighting for themselves.
Well, Werlib's got knocked up. Woolite did get caught by the Dark Binding. And Steve throws down the Equalizer. We see the Nomad's Medallion, or the Talisman of Ascension, movement speed, getting Werlib out alive. But Giants, they pulled the attention bottom lane, they secured the inner middle turret. There's only one non-base turret remaining for Roccat. That was the one that Giants were sieging down bot.
So interestingly, you can see how Giants were moving away from that fight, and that's something that they're going to want later and later into this game. The ability to kite back with Varus is actually one of the things that makes him incredibly strong, is if Roccat are chasing into Giants, Varus basically gets a free ult on whoever is trying to engage, because they can only come towards you, and trying to dodge that skill shot is a lot harder at that point. So Giants, if Pepinero was there, would probably have looked for a re-engage. The fact of the matter was, Willib was very low from that fight, and Pepinero wasn't there.
So we'll see if Pepinero can combo those hail of arrows with Audrey's now completed Iceborne Gauntlet. Lost Whisper picked up for Pepinero, and he did eventually get some CDR in those Ionian Boots of Lucidity. Hourglass is completed for Steve, for Nuke Duck, Triforce and Blade of the Ruined King for Woolite. So some big item breakpoints have been reached. But Giants at 27 minutes maintain a 4,000 gold lead. They maintain a tower lead. However, they are behind on Dragons, which I feel you expect when you're against a Zia, Rumble, Alistair, who can do very well in those team fights.
Yeah, you would somewhat expect that. But honestly, a lot of this gold lead is stemming from Pepinero having a gold lead, CS lead in mid lane when it comes to it, and a CS lane lead for Werlib in the top lane that has kind of stayed true throughout the entire game. So Giants have been giving the farm over to their solo laners very effectively in this game, and you can see how much damage each of them is able to do right now. And again, Werlib over in a side lane is looking to push into Steve.
Does not have teleport, keep that in mind, whereas Steve does. That could be impactful.
Ooh, I was going to say Werlib probably doesn't want that fight, but you can see exactly how Werlib wants to play this, is that if Steve teleports out, with the wave already pushed in, Werlib gets an inhibitor. So, yes, they can teleport out and get the fight, but Werlib will deal too much damage for Roccat to hold on to.
Well, we did see Woolite gets caught out there by that little Dark Binding, but it was at max range. Everybody else from Giants was able to respond. Giants have lost their Baron buff. They've sieged. They managed to get one tower out of the deal. And now they're looking to get on that inner turret, but as Zia's wave clear and the range from Woolite with that Bioarcane Barrage is managing to keep the waves at bay. So Roccat, they're digging deep, they're holding on. They're doing what Roccat have done for most of 2015 actually. Fall a little bit behind, but become very scrappy in the mid game, force their opponent's hand really, really hard to try to press any lead or get any further on the map.
Still though, I think you can see a marked improvement to some extent from both of these teams. It's a little bit slower than we've seen Giants and Roccat play. Interesting for Roccat though, they're on the shoe is on the other foot for them this time around. Last week it was them with the lead against the Unicorns. This time Roccat are having to play from behind. And we're getting late game, which should in theory mean Woolite's Cogmore is a very strong power, or it's a force to be reckoned with really for Roccat. Again, it's all on his positioning, and I feel like a bit like a broken record saying that, but there's a reason it's being said, is that we've seen Dark Bindings already land on Woolite. Yes, they're at max range, but not if that happens again in a fight, it should very well be the end for Roccat.
So Pepinero's just picked himself a BF sword to go with the pickaxe. If that ends up being a Infinity Edge, he's gone for an AD carry in the mid lane, not necessarily being entirely poke focused. But you see Vanda, he's in trouble. That's going to be a dead cow in a moment or two. The Void Ooze is going to slow Giants down, and actually Vanda's going to flash out to safety. The True Shot Barrage was a little early, and the Piercing Arrow so close. Unable to get a kill this time round. The Chain of Corruption, that was a bit opportunistic from Pepinero, but it allowed Werlib to get the tower. They threw everything at Vanda, and they got an objective out of the trade.
Oh, the Azir tower came up just in time to deny Giants from pushing off this easily as well. Oh, Woolite cannot afford to take that kind of poke at this point. Giants are going to be able to push this down, but every time they make a move like this, Woolib is getting work done at the other side of the map. You have to be careful of Jankos looking for the engage, though.
Wow, he tried the Dragon's Rage kick, but Frederick, he had the black shield. He wasn't going anywhere. Nukeduck slides all the way forward with the Conquering Shifting Sands. We do see Summoner Heal was used to keep him alive, and Vanda is the one that eats the Dark Binding. Pepinero secures the kill as Giants peeled away. And we do see Steve down the bottom lane trying to push Whirly out.
He got
Chain of Corruption! Catches Woolite! Catches Woolite! And Woolite is potentially going to cost his team a Baron. Giants immediately turn away, and Whirlib's making his way up there as well.
At this point, though, the Giants, they know that they can just continue this again and again, and as long as Jankos didn't get that engaged, speaking of Jankos, he's caught.
That looked like it hurt. Nukeduck, though, he fancies a piece. Nukeduck and Steve are alive, both with their ultimates.
Again,
Wise, Giants back away. However, Dragon secured.
Yeah, Willib is every single time that Giants are just doing this play where they just stand there and catch somebody out basically for free. Willib is just getting everything the other side of the map, and Rocket aren't addressing it. You saw Jankos try and get the engage. He couldn't get into the backline for a good enough engage, and Godfred's making that even more difficult by the fact that he's Morgana again and can just use the black shield. So it's very tough for Rocket to actually start these engages just because of how much poke that Giants have.
Very well played from Giants. They've been patient. They've been controlled. They've not really put themselves in a position to be punished overly so. And when Rocket have looked for the engages, Giants have peeled away to deal with it. We did see Last Whisper picked up for Ardry, so those Mystic Shots going to hit even harder. And some tankiness being picked up for Willib, so he's also becoming even more of a threat.
I'd really like to see Giants try and control Vision a lot more, but it's made so much harder by the fact that as of yet, Frederick hasn't upgraded his trinket to the second tier sweeper trinket. They've also got 2 blue trinkets on themselves, so that means no extra wards or sweeping potential from the mid lane. So this is what leads to Giants having fairly few wards on the map, because the only person that can really ward is Godfred and Frederick right now. So it's tough for them to actually shut Rocket out of the map completely.
It does seem to be working, at least slowly, for Giants. I mean, this is the team that was 3-1. Shocks mentioned on the analyst desk, and I think it was a sentiment that was shared by many, many people, that Giants may have been the weakest team coming into Summer Split. We couldn't have been more wrong. Could not have been more wrong. Because they're showing up and they're putting, really good performances together and in very different styles. They had aggressive team fight comps in weeks 1 and first game of last week, and now they've shown 2 games of very long-range passive poking. And they're showing they've got the coordination and the control to play it off. No teleport from Steve. Whirlib has it, so this could become a 5v4.
Here he comes into the fight as well. He on top of Nukeduck.
Well, Woolite and Nukeduck in trouble. Emperor's Divide is going to close off the river. But Rocket were forced to run away. Flash burned from Woolite. As now Whirlib has joined the rest of the team. It's given enough time for Steve to make his way here as well. And Jankos also looking for the flank.
That was a big teleport cooldown being used. Oh, Jankos.
Water hop over the wall. He's going to get away. True Shot Barrage have been used. The rest of Rocket, they're trying to push down the middle lane.
This is a really weird play because now Giants are going to wedge them in 2. And as long as Giants don't get themselves surrounded completely here, there's no way Rocket can fight on one front.
It looked like Whirlib just got knocked backwards by Vander's headbutt. Nukeduck and Woolite cancel their recalls. They look to rejoin the 3-man Rocket squad. And the Dance of Barons number 3 continues.
This time, Giants actually going to engage it. So, I mean, the problem they have here is they can't focus Baron and poke out Rocket. That's not something they can do both at the same time. You've got to pick one or the other, or Rocket are just going to be content to just sit here and just watch you get lower and lower against Baron and then engage as soon as you try and focus it. Yeah. Now Giants have to back off. Rocket have got control of their own jungle again for another couple of minutes, but Giants, honestly, all they've got to do now is the same kind of play again. Just whittle Rocket down again and again.
So you've seen, even with an 8,000 gold lead, Giants do not want to pick a team fight against the power of Azir and Rumble in those closed spaces. What we've also seen from Giants They're not particularly strong at taking towers without the Baron. They've taken a very long time to clear that bottom inner turret. So it feels like the Baron-based play is the one they want to focus on. I want to draw your attention to the minimap, guys, because it looks like a secret Baron attempt is going on. You can see Adri's in the pit. Steve and Jankos, they're aware of it.
Oh, the ward is not caught by the pink ward.
Doesn't seem to be.
Not so secret anymore.
They are in trouble. All of a sudden, the fight seems to be breaking out. Vanda's Unbreakable Will's been popped, but Nukeduck is still in the middle lane, clearing it out. So Rocket able to thwart the secret attempt.
Jankos.
Well, let's see what happens. Frederick is trying to run Jankos down. He's going to flash over the wall. Still a little sloppy. Rocket's got some time to group, but Giants have put a lot of poke damage down, forcing Rocket's.
Jankos is being fairly carefree when it comes to clearing out things like pink wards. He's treading the tightrope, but he's getting away with it. Giants aren't punishing him all that much, but Giants now having to deal with a big wave in the bottom lane. It got slow pushed into them, so Pepinero is going to be the one to go down there and clear it, or is that going to be a true shot barrage?
Blue buff is worth more.
Oh, yeah, certainly it is necessary, but Pepinero, I think there might have been a discussion on which one of them wanted that.
I can imagine so, but what we do know that since Pepinero showed his hand down bottom, Rocket and other ones rushing. Take a look at this. Giants are very far away. There's only 2 members nearby. Frederick could flash over to try steal.
He got it!
He steals it! Frederick manages to show up big once more. Baron secured for Giants. Dark Binding goes wide. Willip, he's found targets. He manages to stun up Vanda, but Steve and Nukeduck, they're sitting on the sidelines. Woolite is all the way in the top lane, trying to rejoin the rest of his team.
Oh, there we go.
The equalizer down. That melts Giants. We see Godfrey going low, but the Black Shield keeps him alive. Chain of Corruption catches no one, but Rocket get themselves 2 kills at the cost of only Vanda's life. But Frederick stealing Baron. Giants again with the Baron steal, and now they're pressuring middle.
Last time it was against Elements towards the middle of last split, but this time it's against Rocket. They can't get too much more from it, but you can see Willib always active on the map. They know that Dragon is available. You can slow down Rocket a little bit more by picking up the 3rd Dragon of the game here. Will give the added mobility to the Giants, and that's one thing that they've been using to their advantage very well. Talisman of Ascension has been on Godfrey for quite a while now, but here's the steal coming from Frederick, and no, not blind. He had a ward in the back of the pit, or just in the nick of time from Frederick. I believe that was, yeah, he managed to get that smite down, but from here, the re-engage from Rocket was actually fairly good. Yes, Steve got caught, but his top lane, there's a catch.
Wow, the counter-strike from Willib managed to catch out 3. Mystic shot, it does tag Woolite, and the piercing arrow kills him. Jankos gets caught out by the Chain of Corruption, and Willib is going to stun up Nukeduck. Nukeduck goes golden, but goes down to the mighty Duck. The Pigeon has no power there. And the only man remaining is Vanda. Giants with 4 easy kills and an uncontested inhibitor turret set their focus in the middle lane.
That could just be game here for Giants. It was a lot slower affair at this point than last week, but Rocket once again are just drawn into fights. We didn't see the build-up of why they were in the top lane, but it's cost them dearly.
It looks like they want to finish. They've got Baron-empowered minions and 2 cannon minions to work with. Vanda's going to get focused by everybody as the rest of Giants are on the Nexus turrets. Giants open up the summer split with a 4-1 record, and they show that they are the real deal. I guess, you know, being the pair of blondies down bottom is working out for Giants. Godfred still undefeated on Morgana. Rocket still looking to find the magical ingredient that will help their performance.
They certainly seem to be going Super Saiyan down in that bottom lane, because they are very, well, they look very uncontested in all of their games. There seems to be a lot of freedom being given to the Giants bot lane.
Yeah, let's be fair. Giants did get smashed by Origin.
Oh, true.
So the one loss that Giants have picked up was against, of course, the #1 team in Europe right now. Albeit they have 1 extra game on Fnatic, so I'm being a little pedantic here. But when Giants are playing, their play style is just so drastically different from Spring.
Yeah.
this game was a good example of control and patient decision-making. And there's Lozark, the coach on screen, talking to Godfred, who we've heard him say he's involved in a lot of the calls. Definitely helping focus Giants' individual capabilities.
It's certainly not perfect from them yet, but the growth is there more than anything else. I think when you look at most improved teams, certainly Giants are the most improved team and the most changed when it comes to a positive way, but it's a really weird shift we've had in Europe now, where a lot of teams you'd expect to do not so good just aren't, or not so good are doing very well gelling as a team, but the other side of the coin is the lower table teams just are not looking quite as in shape as even teams like Giants are looking.
Definitely not. Roccat placed 8th in spring, had to requalify through the promotion tournament. They're currently 1-4 in summer. They did make a change to their roster. It's not working out. We look at Giants on the other hand, who placed 9th in spring, also had to requalify, changed their support, and in that game, Adri dealt more damage than Pepinero. You feel like Werlib's Jax was played well. If anybody remembers a Giants versus SK match where they also ran a Jax top, but chose to team fight with him all the time. I believe the Jax was about 3-0 in that game, and he was like, I'll just go team fight, and I'm not going to split push. They didn't make that mistake here. He was always in a side lane. He was always putting pressure on towers.
I kind of want to go back. You're talking about the change that Roccat made with regards to Steve. I actually don't think there's too much on Steve's shoulders when it comes to why the team perhaps aren't always looking so great. I feel like Steve has been focused so incredibly hard by every team that Roccat has played against. And yes, that gives a lot of freedom to Jankos and Woolite to get ahead, but it's becoming a big team effort that they now need to address this top lane. They need to start putting more focus up there because Steve cannot survive on his own when everybody else is in his lane.
Yeah, especially when you consider Frederick was camping there for so long. I mean, really, really such a lengthy period of time. But one interesting opening to week 3. You know, one of the big questions we had for this game was Roccat were looking better. And Giants, like we said, if you can perform for 3 weeks consistently, go 5-1 or put up really good games, then the question marks of, ooh, it was blips, ooh, it was opponents, that starts to fizzle away because now you're consistently showing up to be a top of the table team. Giants are definitely trending towards that because, again, a great control game, slower pace, slower tempo, but you can't really challenge them for that.
Yeah, you can't challenge them. The one thing I would say, I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but the argument is getting weaker and weaker that I'm about to propose every single game is that Giants are doing this against teams that, in theory, they should be beating. Okay. When you look at how the table is playing out, they're yet to be tested against the team that they shouldn't be beating. We know that they have kind of done that before in the spring split, but certainly they are looking like a mid-table team. And that, you know, they said we're in this to make playoffs, and if they continue like this, then they are shoo-in for it.
This is the week that I find the most interesting because once we wrap up tomorrow's set of games, we're exactly a third of the way through the summer split, and then you can start to really get a feel on who belongs at the top of the table, who belongs at the middle of the table, and who belongs towards the bottom. For now, Giants have squarely set their flag in the top half of the table, and we're going to hear from a couple of the Giants members over at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, guys. We're joined here by Werlib and Adri after that victory for Giants. Another one, now 4-1 and firmly in the middle of the tables, even the top half of the table. Tell me about this game. Starting off with you, Werlib, and the early pressure. Frederick was doing his best cosplay of a top laner with Smite there because he spent a whole lot of time there.
Well, in the early game, we were really ahead. I had like 60 more.
50-60 CS.
Yes, and he had 10. But we didn't really was able to kill him again, so I was like, he's getting back in the game, and I wasn't happy at all. And at the game, I'm not really happy because I think we had too much advantage, and we had troubles to win this game, so I'm not happy.
Okay. Yeah, I'd love to get your reaction as well, Adri, because Werlib definitely feels like you guys couldn't translate your advantage fast enough. So what do you think you should have done between early and mid-game?
I don't think there's much we could have done. It was mostly about Alistar roaming a lot. And the thing, we couldn't really abuse Kog'Maw because we didn't know if Alistar was there or not. He just disappeared in the fog of war and we didn't know anything. So like if you go in on Kog'Maw and Alistar is there, we will die for sure. So we couldn't do anything about it, and Alistar just helped every other lane.
I mean, it's obviously very hard if your jungle is spending half his time in the top lane. But you have the Morgana with the Black Shield to play the defensive, and this is 4 wins in a row now 4 Morgana games in a row? Can Godfrey play a champion?
Yeah, he makes joke about that as well.
Yeah.
I know.
Nervous laughs, not giving away any strategy.
Not any information.
No.
I tried.
Good on you guys. Let's actually take a look at one of the defining team fights that got you guys very far ahead in the early game. And maybe Warlip can talk us through this one.
Yeah. This is basically, so a Dragon, Rocket's going to take this, but you're going to TP in, and we can roll the clip right now. What's going on?
Yes, I had TP, but I really didn't want to TP because I had 3 towers.
Yeah.
So I did a slow boost up, and I TP'd before because they were 5-5, so I think we will win easy. Rumble didn't have flash, so he was free kill. And at this point, we didn't really want to fight more. It's like, hey, we took 1 kill, now 2 kills. Let's just back and...
Azir tries to come in.
Yeah, and Nukta comes in, and you guys... And here, this is what I like about Godfrey, though. He feels like a lot more confident as a player because he's about, or later in this clip, he's going to flash forward and land this bind of Woolite. Do you feel the progression out of laning with Godfrey? Is he getting more confident over time?
Yeah, I think so. Like, he didn't make those plays in the beginning, but now he feels super comfortable. He does that every time.
How much of that is radiating onto you? Because we had a stat here before the game in the spring split. You averaged 2.5 kills per game. Now it is 6 at least. How much of that Godfred thing is streaming down in you, or is that just the entire team's performance?
Well, surely Godfrey has an impact of that, but mostly it's just when we win, I get more kills. That's it.
Or do you win because you get more kills?
Yeah,
maybe.
Yeah, flawless logic.
So in the mid game, you guys snuck that 1 Baron, and whose call was that? Was that Godfrey, or was that somebody else? And in what language was that call? Was it Spanish or?
Wait, which one?
The early Baron, the very first one you did.
Oh, yeah. Really quickly with the teleport coming in.
Yeah, I don't
Freddy.
remember.
It was Freddy.
Yeah,
Freddy
was
that
Freddy.
said, hey, there's Nazor. And I had TP and
we just stole it.
Why not?
And
why
then,
not?
Then
Why
the game,
not?
then the game kind of slowed down, and you guys tried to get that 2nd Baron. And what do you think went wrong there? Because it took you guys a very long time to finally get that 2nd Baron. Like, why? Why did you struggle?
Adri will answer.
Yeah, well, like, it was such a shame. We were trying to do that Nash for like 10 minutes, and they kept stopping us. And then, like, one time, we gave them an opportunity, and they do it until the end.
We actually have the replay of that, so if you can get that on your screen right now. And did you time it as well? What happened here?
Yeah, like, we were a bit like annoyed by the fact that they started Nash up so confidently after we tried so many times. And I was like, ult, I ulted, Freddy go in, and we timed it, and we managed to actually steal the Nash. And then instead of going back, we were like, okay, fight now, which chased them until the end.
Yeah, it definitely worked out for you. This is, I've seen Frederick steal so many Barons by now. We can call him like El Bandido in Spanish right now, because you guys can almost rely if there's a 50-50 Baron smite steal scenario that Frederick's just gonna take that one.
Yep.
But on the other hand, it's also the question, you seem like you kept going back to the Baron because you really didn't have another option. Is that maybe what you meant as well, but you didn't press your advantage? You just kind of kept going back to Baron?
The problem was that I could split push really easy, but I couldn't dive Rumble with Sonjas in the tower of the Nexus. So it's what like he was always waiting and dive. We can engage because they have Alistar, and we didn't know what to do. So we were like, we have to do Baron. Once, twice, and we couldn't, so... And
in the end, Rocket did it for you. You stole it, and you finished the game well. Congratulations, Giants, and thank you very much for joining us. 4-1, the Giants and Pepi Nero. And in just a few minutes, SK Gaming will look to start their climb in the standings as the hunt for their first win against H2K. We'll be back to look at the player who was essential in bringing H2K to their 3rd place finish in their inaugural LCS split.
The first time I played in LCS was with SHC during their Week 5 games against CW and SK. And it was like one of the best feelings I had because you're in front of a 10K audience and everyone was just screaming for you and cheering for you. And then the stage would like shake as well when we do like a massive play or something. It was amazing. And then I played with Gamers too. And then in a good lineup that I thought was pretty good as well, but it didn't go so well because we didn't win the qualifier. After we lost, I was thinking, yeah, maybe it's time for me to just quit the game because I spent quite a while, well, about 2-3 years, and I haven't made it anywhere near the competitive scene apart from like playing with SHC for a little bit. and my parents weren't that supportive at all. They were just like, I'm wasting my life and all that stuff. I ultimately decided to go with H2K because I figured the team was still fairly new, so it would be much easier to maybe play with.
Welcome back to the European LCS as H2K prepares to face Elements. And this is going to be a very big test for H2K while they are featuring a brand new support player.
I heard from the team, or from other teams, that the team environment wasn't that good. For me personally, I think like team environment is like one of the most important things ever, like in the game. Even over like mechanical skill and stuff, because if your team isn't even enjoying playing each other, like, you know they're not going to perform. If you haven't solved these issues before even playing on stage, then it's not going to be a great game. Because if you lose, it's going to be worse. And even if you win, it's still going to be there. So it's better to solve it rather than leave it.
We never got to see too much from Kasing. He never really came in and surprised us in any way. He didn't really have a specific play style either. His mechanics are good. He can make some big plays. But I don't feel like we have seen enough from Kasing to really say what kind of support he actually is.
I feel like when I joined H2K, I just tried my best regarding like to make the team atmosphere to the best I could and just in general.
And H2K with a stunning victory over Elements. Rise Above showed that their substitution pays off. They got the win.
And I guess it paid off because it showed in our 8-win win streak. And yeah, that's just how I see it.
An absolutely insane game by H2K. 8 wins in a row now.
Least deaths in the league, highest assists, highest team KDA. All of this has transpired since Kasing joined the squad. 8-0, undefeated in Europe. He's got a 75% kill participation. The second highest KDA in Europe.
You have the most kills for an AD carry in the last 8 games. You have the least deaths. You have the best KDA of an AD carry. How have you snuck yourself in there?
Kasing. In game with Hyanan, he's like the player to just call stuff what we should do on the map. And I really like this because most of the time I'm used to AD carriers who don't speak at all. And I think this is like a big bonus to why H2K has also been doing really well. He's one of the better AD carriers that I've ever played with. And I'm happy that I'm playing with him in the team. The team atmosphere is pretty cool because you have like the Jokers, which is Hyanan and Lulex, and you have like Ryu with just makes the same face. And then you have Odo, who's just being Odo. And yeah, there you have a great team there.
I wish somebody would talk about me like Yarn talks about Kasing.
I'll talk about you later. You're a precious little snowflake, Krepo. Welcome back, everybody. It's time to look at the next set of teams to do battle on our LCS stage, SK Gaming and H2K. We're going to start by taking a look at SK Gaming. They're trying to turn around the split that hasn't been going so well for them so far. Freddy122, Svenskar and Fox, Candy Panda, and Rated, and their coach, Lukas Schenke. So when we look at SK Gaming, their record so far, a lot of problems seem to come down to the start of the game and more specifically picks and bans.
Yeah, SK seems to get caught in these scenarios where they have to resort to off-meta picks, even last season already, but they could power through that by their predominant like 1-3-1 style. But right now they're stuck. They don't have enough answers. We saw it last week. Fox resorted to the Z counter pick. It completely didn't work out. And we have they moved their sports psychologist, Lukas Schenke, to the coach role, but they didn't seem to at least publicly pick up another analyst in their coaching staff. So I feel SK really needs to work on their champion pools, and it caught them off guard multiple times in the past, even back to Worlds, and Rated like limiting his champion pools when it came to supports as well. And I would really like them to expand those and not start the game from behind just because of the draft.
Yeah, and Rated actually in the SK Gaming press conference this morning did touch on it. It feels like they disappointed the fans, and then it is getting better. He said that when Forgiven played with them, he kind of imposed a style on SK Gaming, and now they can't just go back to whatever style they were playing. They have to kind of reinvent it, and at the center of that is Candy Panda, of course, rejoining the team, and he is kind of a shining light on that team as well. So far, a stat line of 16, 13, and 9, which isn't that impressive, but 49% kill share. That means he is responsible for almost half of his team's kills, so he's definitely getting in there.
Yeah, and while these stats may not look too great for Candy Panda, we have to remember that in the early game, he often gets a big lead. I distinctly remember Kalista being 5-0, Kalista being 2-0 at one point, so he definitely gets his lead. So the question is Is Candy Panda not snowballing his leads enough? Or is SK not playing around Candy Panda with the lead well enough? Obviously don't know yet, but definitely interesting to see if this trend continues, because he's the newest addition to SK Gaming right now, and he's playing the best, and that you expect more, especially from some of the older members on that team.
Yeah, one of those is, of course, Freddy, who, well, was tied with Steve for most deaths in the league. Of course, Steve has surpassed him since that last game, but he is still at 27. He also had a 0.7 KDA and is going to be up against Odoamne, who has a 6 KDA, which is a second for top laners in the league. It's going to be hard, but it is kind of telling that you say the older players like Freddy, who has normally such mechanical prowess and knows what and when to move around the map, hasn't seemed to find his groove.
Yeah, and you touched upon it earlier on the SK press conference as well. They came out and said, yeah, Freddy has a little bit of issues adapting right now. He was very good in these 1v1 scenarios, but the game has evolved more to team fights, more to playing around having your top laner with teleports as a map-wide resource, and we see SK Gaming struggling with this a little bit, but they've at least recognized the weaknesses, and that's step one. Then it's working on them to improve them. It's going to require some time, but we're week 3 right now. But if you need some time, that's already week 5, 2 weeks ahead of us, and yeah, season's going to get closer and closer, so we need to see SK start turning this around soon.
Yeah, work in progress starting in that top lane, Freddy versus Odoamne. And speaking of Odoamne, we're going to look at the rest of H2K. Calm and collected style has continued in the summer split. Odoamne has said Lulex, Ryu, Yarnan, Kasing, and Prowley. Well, let's talk a little bit more about Odo just being Odo, as Kasing put so eloquently. They've been going with their style that they've been showing all along, but Odoamne has definitely been stepping up.
Yeah, and we see it on the screen right here. 32% of his team damage to champions came out of Odoamne, and that's the highest on their team, and that's the only top laner in Europe that manages to do that. That'd be the highest damager for the team, and we saw it last week with the repeat Rumble performances. Just fantastic. You put him in a lane swap and you put him behind, somehow he still comes out on top. Then you don't put him in a lane swap and he actually gets ahead, and it gets even worse. And he pretty much started, I remember, a 2v4. Lux came in and just grilled everybody, and it wasn't pretty.
No, we'll see who he's able to grill or not grill in this matchup. Everything's ready to go on stage, so we're going to hand it over to the Dapper duo at the caster desk.
Thank you very much. From one Dapper duo to another, I believe. I'm looking forward to this matchup, SK versus H2K. Quite a different storyline for both of these teams. For SK, it's about proving they actually are as good as they were in the spring split. Team that did place 4th, they had a great showing. And for H2K, it's just really a little bit more of the same. Control 10 minutes from 0 to 10, and then accelerate 10 to 20. I think H2K, they're just refining the playstyle that got them to 3rd in spring.
Yeah, that's basically what they've been doing, and the biggest part of the refining has been Odoamne. I can't wait to see what he plays.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Odoamne and Freddy share the exact same champion pool. They both played the Na, the Maokai, the Rumble. We also see similarities in the AD carry pool with the Kalista, with the Sivir. So I want to see how and where those two particular roles play out. And we'll find out. Rise already banned, targeted away from Odoamne.
And that's a blue side Rise ban. Freddy is not comfortable enough on Rise to first pick it, and that is a big problem if you're SK coming into this draft. H2K will be very happy with having another ban available for themselves. It's not the first time we've seen Rise as a blue side ban. Certainly has been seen over in LCK, but that's not a good start for SK in my mind.
Yeah, we'll see how it pans out. I mean, Origin had an answer. They didn't ban it on blue side. They let it go through for it, so prioritizing the Gragas as their first pick. Junglers still up and available. Lulex has only played Evelynn and Rek'Sai, but he's done it significantly better than Svenskeren, who in my eyes needs to find a groove. He's played Evelynn, Lisa, Nidalee, and Sejuani, and all 4 of them, there were problems at different times. I think that's the best way to talk about it. Kalista off the pool, Kog'Maw from H2K targeting SK. That's not something we've seen them really play with, and we can assume that would have been a mid lane Kog.
Yeah, that's a really interesting one. Haven't really had any signs that Fox is all that much of a Kog'Maw player, but certainly is strong just in general. SK with some real weird bans when you look at things, like a Kassadin ban as well on blue side. This tells me they're looking for a mid lane that you would imagine would be counterpicked with the Kassadin. I wonder, Fox, could he be looking for an Echo? Could he be looking for something that's strong in the mid lane now that you've got 3 other mid lane picks, LeBlanc, Kassadin, and Kog'Maw off the table? I wonder.
The answer will be found out shortly.
The
answer will not be Echo. It has been banned 3 for 3. You can hear the crowd Disappointed. That's not really called for, guys, but we want to see it too. First pick Rek'Sai. Taking that away from Lulex, Evelyn is still up and available, but I like the fact that Sven has got a slightly more meta pick for the time being, and it also fits his aggressive play style. Let's see what H2K prioritize. Gragas is up. Rumble is up. Siva is up. There's a lot of power picks for H2K to choose from.
Alistar, Morgana, Thresh. We know that H2K like to prioritize Thresh fairly early if they are going for it. Kasing really has the pick of the litter when it comes to his support picks, and I feel like that's going to push it further down the draft perhaps for H2K.
So it has been pushed further down because it is the Rumble that Odoamne has carried on in the past, and the Siva that Hyun has used to help Odoamne carry on in the past.
And these two champions alone tell you that H2K are going to be very comfortable in the mid game when it comes to fighting.
One thing it does also highlight, Stress, is the style H2K want to run. So this is going to give SK a lot of time to pick around what H2K's put on the board. Let's see if SK can find the answer, because traditionally their priorities have not let them necessarily counter their opponents particularly effectively in their 4-game losing streak.
Yeah, that's very true. I wonder what SK are going to look for. From the AD carry role, though, for Candy Panda, now that Kalista isn't available, as it has been banned by themselves, Lucian is the only other champion he's played now that Sivir is not available. So will Candy Panda go for the Lucian? Well, they're hovering the Urgot, but I honestly, I don't feel like SK are going to opt for that.
Yeah, Urgot into Sivir is something that is not particularly great. They do not go for it, as you alluded to, and it is the Janna and Victor. So blind picking the mid lane, despite having the option to pick your AD carry on top. So an interesting pick ban phase here from SK.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with this. Victor is fairly strong right now, but there are a whole bunch of mid lane champions available. You know that H2K are probably going to look to counter pick it anyway since they're red side, so you have to blind pick a mid laner. Cassiopeia, Azir are still available in this game. Ryu...
He's even ran Fizz in the past.
Yeah, I was going to say, he hasn't run either Cassiopeia or Azir in the summer split, but certainly you would imagine he has them available to pull out here.
So the Thresh will most likely be locked in, is what we're expecting for Kasing. It does look to be the Gragas here for Lulex, so high priority junglers. It would be the first time Lulex has run Gragas out of the jungle. Kasing actually switches over to Annie. He's going to be looking to try get as much damage down on those engages as possible. But again, it's all about just Sivir Annie to get in, Rumble to get down, and a near insta-lock Vayne. That's into Annie and a Dr. Mundo for Freddy.
Okay, so Mundo going, Freddy going way back into seasons gone by, picking up this Mundo in the top lane. It's a pick that comes out every so often when you need that frontline tank. And now Candy Panda on Vayne. This is a very different style out of SK to what they've been playing the last few weeks at least. On the other side of the rift though, this is very similar to what H2K have just played in general. Sivir Annie worked for them the entirety of the spring split. Odoamne's Rumble has been insanely good over the last week. Now the only thing left, the thing that remains, is to find out what they want against this Victor in the middle lane for Ryu.
Ryu's got a lot of options available. Talking to Prolly, who is of course his coach and former mid laner for Complexity, gonna have some opinions to bounce around, but SK pulling out the Mundo. That's the first time in the summer split. And gonna opt for Twisted Fate into Victor and Vayne.
Okay, out of everything, I wasn't exactly expecting that, but one thing that will give H2K is the ability to lock down Vayne. You can say, hey, you've got a front line of Mundo, I'm just going to go in behind Mundo if you can get there. It's a pick that we see every so often, more so out of Giants than anybody else here in Europe. I believe this is the first time we're seeing Twisted Fate in the summer split, and I would hazard a guess that it was only a handful of times in spring.
Definitely not something that comes up very often, but H2K, a lot of options when it comes to engaging multiple directions, and we know Kasing likes to move around the map, especially on Annie. But one thing that is true about Kasing's Annie, it either goes 5-0 or it goes 0-5. There's not much room in between those, and I remember that quite clearly because last split I was praising his Annie only to watch it get blown up. But if you're H2K, and you're 3-1 versus 0-4, why not pick all the engaged tools at your disposal?
Yeah, I mean, that's H2K quintessentially, is they hit 20 minutes and say, okay, we're going to engage on you and just continue to take objectives. So not too surprising out of H2K, but there's a lot of different stuff out of SK here.
Definitely the case. So we heard from SK in their press conference earlier today, and Rater talking a lot about what SK needs to change up. They've picked different picks and bans. Hashtag SK win if you think it's going to be enough, and if they can pick up their first win. Or hashtag H2K win if you believe in the team that beat SK in Madrid in the 3rd place qualifier. Candy Panda, he's up on the wall. He was immortalized in the Berlin studio, and he's back in the summer split. And he's arguably the strongest performing member of SK thus far. Will that strength be enough to overpower H2K? We'll find out shortly.
We'll find out, but SK, I feel like this composition is a fairly tricky one to play. They don't have a whole lot of engage or crowd control in general. They're relying a lot on the disengage that's going to come from N-Rated. So SK, if they get dragged into fights when that Monsoon isn't available, they may be in a little bit of trouble.
So Monsoon timers, everybody needs to keep their eyes on it. We are going to see a slightly different level 1. SK again with an invade. This backfired last week and cost SK flashes. This time around, H2K is not able to respond with champions. It looks like they're going to mirror the deep warding of their opponents. We do see Oduwamne on screen, and stress, he's actually got the highest percentage of team damage out of all top laners in Europe. You can see the percentage, 32% of his team's damage. I really just want to hit home how high that is in contrast to Freddy, right? Oduwamne is averaging 617 damage per minute. Freddy is averaging 273.
Okay, that's a fair difference. I mean, Freddy has, to some extent, in certain games, been playing different champions. He played Rumble once, the others have been Na and Maokai, so there is a bit of a disparity, but certainly the contrast is there to be made, because Freddy's, again, on a low...
I've got to stop you. I've got to stop you, because Oduwamne's Na...
Yeah, okay.
Went DPS Black Cleaver.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
Just you should remember these Black Cleaver Na builds. We've seen them a few times now.
Yeah.
Hurricane's the next step.
I was going to say, we haven't yet seen Wicked Hurricane make it into the LCS. For anybody that was watching the Challenger Series qualifier earlier this week, that was a very interesting build, but that does not have any impact on this game. What does have impact on this game is the duo lane swap. As we're going to have the Australian lanes, as my co-caster Pulse would normally say.
Duos are up top as Candy Panda's gone aggressive onto Kasing for a few trades. I like that, the Australia lanes. And while that's going on, we do also see Freddy's Dr. Mundo down bottom. The one thing I do like about Dr. Mundo is nobody on H2K side that I can see blowing him up once we get mid to late, if SK can do it. But Candy Panda playing super aggressively, rolling and tumbling into Kasing and Hyunrin.
And they got a lot of damage down onto Kasing, but traded it for damage onto Candy Panda. That's a very difficult thing to pull off. Now, once you're in this position, is now your AD carry has to somehow regenerate that health, because every trade from here is going to get Candy Panda lower and lower. So now you're just relying on the health coming back as you're attacking the minions. And it puts it in H2K's favor, because look, Kasing has just kind of sustained this all back up for himself. And Candy Panda and N-Rated, yes, they are still chugging pots, but there are a couple more left on the side of SK when you look at things.
Well, we'll see how that comes into play. Very aggressively trading between the duos. Oduwamne with a small advantage over Freddy. You somewhat expect that. And we've not really had a look yet at Ryu versus Fox, but we'll have a look at that in a moment. Sven Skeren, he's going to tunnel his way into the bottom lane. He's looking for Oduwamne. Oduwamne's actually started to overheat. The gank has been mirrored. Lulex, he body slams in. Candy Panda's down. Red buff is now ticking onto N-Rated. A flash over the wall, and Sven Skeren also gets a flash on Freddy, and Oduwamne will go down to the cleaver of Freddy. But it's first blood to H2K. Reply kill to SK.
SK in two different sides of the map have two completely different visions. You see that SK in the top side was still kind of pushed up after that first set of trades, and good read out by Lulex. We haven't really seen him on this Gragas before, but now we're starting to see this early game pressure coming from Lulex.
Very well played. Sven Skeren also with an early kill on the board. The assist allows Hyanin to grab himself a pickaxe, but no potions. However, Candy Panda's grabbed himself a long sword and a couple of potions. It looked like the lanes have reverted back to normality, and H2K will be matching SK.
It's a bit of a problem, though, for SK now, if they want to sit in this 2v2. It was tricky enough at first. SK did manage to get the level advantage early on, but now H2K, the amount of damage that's going to come from this Sivir and this Annie is very difficult for a Vayne and a Janna to sit in. And it was an easy call from H2K to swap, because Vayne Janna is going to want to swap basically every single game. So even though SK got all of the wards down to begin this game, it didn't really help him in that setup.
Fortunately not. We do see Freddy and Oda1, the most exciting farm battle ever. Small advantage to Oda1 despite actually giving up first blood. Candy Panda, he's found Kasing. Condemn could be a trouble. It does pin him against the wall. Candy Panda's going to carry on chasing. Silver Bolts may be enough. We see Kasing going down. Candy flashes over. Silver Bolts proc will secure the kill. And we saw Svenskeren tunneling in, but that's a kill on the board for Vayne, despite being down. Big advantage.
And it's all because Lulex was stood on a ward topside. They saw Gragas, and it meant that they could engage, but now Lulex goes in.
No flash and nothing else to play with. I think Freddy's just going to get run down. 200 HP, 150, 110. Lulex is unable to secure it. The overheating Oda1 couldn't get more abilities down.
We're starting to see SK with a bit more of a different game plan. Now they go on Hyanin.
Oh, that's a great condemn into the wall, but the minions aren't there to back it up. So Hyanin manages to stay alive, and we actually just caught a quick glimpse of mid lane. Ryu forced to use Ghost from what I believe was a gank from Svenskeren. So action across the map.
And what this is going to do is actually cool H2K off for a minute or so, because Ryu just got his ultimate available, just at level 6. Now that Ghost isn't available, it makes it more difficult for him to roam outside of his lane, which gives SK a little bit more freedom when it comes to pushing up in the bottom lane. However, they haven't particularly cleared out the woods. There are a couple of pinks here that H2K recently put down in the river that is going to allow Ryu to roam out of his lane without being spotted.
So SK with a small advantage early. Did a similar thing against Fnatic, in fact, and pushed Fnatic really, really hard. And we'll need to see if they can do the same. Svenskeren chilling up top, waiting to see if Freddy was to get ganked. However, we'll catch a glimpse of Lulex down bottom. Level 6 is getting very close for both Oda1 and Freddy. Oda1 actually goes in before Freddy has access to sadism. We do see Twisted Fate coming in with Destiny. He gates in, lands the wild cards, but there's the sadism. Freddy is just going to regen all of the damage he's taken. A 2-0 Mundo at 7.5 minutes.
Freddy's gone back to an old favorite, and it is working out pretty well for him now, as Sven's been playing around Freddy. This is very similar to kind of what we were talking about with Steve from Rocket at the end of the previous game, is that they've been struggling on Freddy because Freddy has been in these 1v1 situations, which normally he would be very good at, but he just hasn't always found his presence on the map when it comes to teleport plays, unlike the rest of the top laners in Europe. But now SK putting a lot more focus, putting 2v1s in that top side of the map with the jungle top combo.
And you've got to highlight the fact that Ryu's first ultimate, which is around 3 minutes cooldown, at level 1, is simply not useful. So there's this air of safety now on the side of SK. They know they can at least play another minute and a half, 2 minutes maybe, while that Destiny is still on cooldown. So let's see what H2K can do to control themselves. It's traditionally between 10 and 20 minutes that they find objectives, they find towers. And with a Rumble Sivir combo, you should be able to do the same.
It's a really good sign for SK, though, that they've started out this game like this. It's they've been one of the teams that have kind of looked very lifeless in the last couple of weeks, other than that start where Sven was playing Nidalee. I believe it was against Fnatic. But now they're starting to come into their own a little bit more, and I'm excited to see how the rest of this game plays out, because H2K aren't going to take this line down, but certainly they now have to play a lot more cautiously with regards to how they play against SK.
So we did see Candy Panda and Rayta trying to get back, trying to go purchase items, and they were harassed and poked and annoyed by Hyanin and Kasing. Hyanин's now got a lot of time on that tower. Well, Svenskeren stolen away the red buff. Lulix does not have access to the explosive cast, and the support coming in from Oduwamne. Body slam comes over, but it hits a Krug. That equalizer's not going to do a huge amount as Oduwamne, he gets flash engaged upon. Lulix still does not have access to his ultimate, and Ryu, with no destiny, cannot respond quickly enough. Fox is chasing Ryu through the jungle, and Lulix forced to flash away. Oduwamne, the man that we were praising, the man that we were saying has carried H2K in the last 2 weeks, is 0, 3, and 0.
And that is more deaths in the first 10 minutes of this game than he had in the entirety of the other 2 games put together on Rumble right now. And Freddy seems to have turned things completely around this week.
I think that's a lot to do with Svenskeren as well.
I would agree.
Svenskeren helping him out in lane and calling in the support on the invade. SK have found an early game advantage, 1,500 gold at 10 minutes. Let's see if they can maintain that lead.
That is the trick to this one. They have to stay ahead because they've had leads in the past and they've slipped away from themselves. I'm still interested to see how this Twisted Fate is going to play out the further we get into this game. Ryu, because of his roaming, is down in CS against Fox's Victor. You would kind of expect that. And actually, Victor is just going to continue to push the lane in on Ryu and make his roaming even harder and punish him more for pushing or for roaming outside of his lane. But H2K, if they can get the numbers advantage, certainly can look to pick up a couple more kills on SK before we really start to see a lot of Dragon fights.
Ryu's going to have to time that really well. If you see a Victor anywhere nearby, Gravity Field on top of the gate to the Destiny's going to be so easy. Wow!
Here's the ult.
Tibbers onto Candy Panda. The teleport comes in so early. Oduwamne is just there on the tri-push. Enrated gets barreled backwards. 10 minutes on the clock. H2K. This is what they do, and they will grab the first tower of the game. It may cost them, though, as middle and top's being shoved in.
Never underestimate the ability for Ryu and Oduwamne to show up at the same time. Comboing the teleport with the ultimate is exactly what H2K are going to do. But yes, they've lost mid-turret, but the amount of sheer tower pushing potential that this bottom lane stack has right now, it is going to result in a second tower going down for H2K.
2 towers to 1 and a kill. All of a sudden, H2K regain the gold lead from being down. They might get pinched in. 3 members of H2K. Remember, there's no teleport.
Teleport is coming from Freddy, though.
Oduwamne. Freddy's coming in with sadism, and you can see Svenskeren around. Gyanin managed to make it away. Kasing's going to be the first one to fall as Fox takes a lot of auto attack, so SK will be happy to at least get an exit frag.
Oduwamne now has to push top lane because they're going to lose the dragon from this, so he has to try and get as much done to that tower as he can. Teleport not available for Freddy as he just used it to the bottom lane, means he can't teleport the top lane to stop the tower going down, but at the same time that tower is full health still. Oduwamne's only just getting damage down onto it now as he pushes up to it and has to back away, so H2K a little punished for taking down that inner tower.
But this is something that you can see reflected in the statistics. SK are much more dragon focused than H2K. However, H2K do traditionally take more towers in the 10 to 20 minute mark. Let's see if they can keep that up. 2 to 1. That tower took a lot of damage, as we can see Freddy as well as Svenskeren making their way back.
But it's going to go quietly for the next couple of minutes, I would imagine, from H2K's side. They can't really make the same play again without setting the map up. They'll be happy that they're a little ahead on gold, but now with that dragon in the bank for SK, it does start begging the question of we have to make sure we don't let too many slip away from us. But H2K grouping in the middle lane for now. It looks like they want to pressure out this turret. The time is up because they see Candy Panda down in the bottom lane. That's the key factor here, and they know this tower should be somewhat simple to start pushing towards after a couple of waves. Just again and again, just get damage, back away for as long as Candy Panda's bot.
Yeah, and the only person that's really got wave clear is Fox on that Victor. So if H2K wanted to keep doing it, they could rinse and repeat. Instead, they let the wave get cleared out, back away and look to secure this blue buff for Ryu. He's going to have access to Destiny and level 11 very soon. Yeah, he's a level away, actually. Just only hit 10.
Yeah, you can see that H2K left Sivir and Annie in the mid lane, though. So just to make sure that every time Victor's trying to push the wave out, it's just getting cleared straight back again. And H2K will continue to keep their duo lane around this middle power map because Ryu, he, with his ultimate, can just get back to mid if he needs it. But he may be in a little trouble here because Sven is there. Ryu doesn't know it yet. He did cross a ward in the river.
Ryu's got knocked up and he's got munched. He lands the gold card. He's going to Destiny away. And he makes it out clean. Very, very close. But important to note, the pressure cooldown, the pressure reliever has been activated. And SK can play without fear of Destiny for a little while.
Lulex is trying to stop the turret from going down, but that ain't gonna happen. He just tried to buy a little bit of time, but that's another ultimate used by H2K. Not too bad on that one. It is a fairly short cooldown. And if it had worked, it would have been okay. But just trying to disrupt Candy Panda's auto-attacking there.
Also signals a lot about H2K's intentions for the next few minutes. Really looking to set something up. You see Freddy, level 10, does have flash, does have sadism. About to get the support of the farm alarm from Sven Skaren's Rek'Sai, and you can see Hyanin just trying to get some auto attacks on the tower before backing away.
Yeah, H2K are actually getting called by SK every time they start moving around the map. That's a couple of ultimates.
We do see Tibbers coming down, it's burning away from SK. Tornado unable to secure, and look at the invasion from the river.
Kasing just used his ultimate when he didn't have the stun stacked. He just threw Tibbers down. Because look, the stun is charged up now and he hasn't really cast anything since. That interesting misplay by Kasing there.
Well, played the feature just a moment ago, and what an impact Kasing has had on H2K and the team environment. Fantastic, fantastic to hear his side of the story, and also to hear the praise from Hyanin to Kasing. Also great to hear the praise from the rest of the players towards Prolly as well, their coach. H2K are just a team that seem to have come together and show that as a team they are better than any individual player.
So I just went back and checked a little bit to see exactly. Yes, he did throw it down when he didn't have the stun, but it was for a reason. He was blocking out the cleavers that Mundo was throwing out in that little engage. So Kasing, as soon as you think maybe he's made a misplay, actually turns out that he's just saving his team. So certainly accounted for something there.
Yeah, no flash use from Hyanin either, but nobody in the top lane from H2K. A late arriving Hyanin means SK take the tower advantage and they press their gold lead further. If you look at the items, Eye Edge for Hyanin, Blade of the Ring King for Candy Panda, Abyssal Scepter for Fox. So he's starting to hit those first item spikes. Candy Panda maybe fancies himself about with Ryu. Doesn't really have support yet. Instead, he's just going to be super brave to get out.
Yeah, he, as much as he could have condemned Ryu into the wall, didn't have the exact read. I think he knew that Lulex was kind of close, but now they will see him on the pink ward and know that it was fairly safe to back away.
Yeah, something I do want to highlight is something that we were looking at and talking to our stats guys, thank you, Spells, coming into this week, was the average game times. And I know it's still early in the split, but H2K actually have the lowest average game time at 29 minutes 50 seconds. And that's twofold, because number one, it usually means they absolutely dominate the games they win, but also the game they've lost, they got absolutely dominated. The reason I highlight that now, we're approaching 20 minutes, and it feels like things are very, very even. This is the first time that H2K have had a slower 20-minute phase. They're behind in gold, they're not in control, but they're not being smashed either, so they move away from the normal trends.
Yeah, we're about to hit the point at which, when we showed the gold graphs at the beginning of the split, as to the point at which H2K just kind of go full engage everything forward mode, and we're about there. We're about 2 minutes away. It would be very similar to what happened in our first game of the Ryu's going up top. Actually, is going to get the stun.
Well, we see gold card, we see Ghost. Ryu is eating an infected cleaver. Burning Agony, as well as that Masochism, is doing work. Another gold card connects. Lulex, force, he misses the barrel. Explosive cast doesn't connect. Ryu is looking to be in a little bit of trouble. Not going to be enough for the kill. H2K throw everything in the kitchen sink just to kill Freddy's Mundo, but they lose a dragon in reply. There's a big minion wave building up bottom.
Second of the game going over to SK, and you know, SK seem to have taken the approach of, if maybe Freddy's not feeling too confident when it comes to actually playing around the map with teleport. Let's just make sure he's a big enough of a factor so the rest of us can get stuff done, because now they're taking down another turret. This is going to even up the turret that H2K took earlier and actually put SK with 4 towers to 2 on H2K.
Yeah, we do see the tower up top going down thanks to the minions, but 20 minutes about to tick over. This time around, Ryu has picked up that hourglass. He just picked it up thanks to that previous assist and farm, but he's down 40 CS. It's even across the rest of the map, but Ryu's Twisted Fate, his roams and his movement from lane is starting to hurt him and starting to show through.
It is. It doesn't seem to be helping the team enough, really, to account for the disparity, because you look at down all of the lanes, everything else is just about even when it comes to kill and CS share across the team. So yes, Ryu is getting himself out on the map, but H2K aren't doing too much with it.
Do put some more pressure on this middle tower, but that wave clear from Victor and that death ray is doing a lot of work clearing out the wave. It has obviously been augmented. It's the Hex Core Mark 1. Any upgrade that he's secured just for the moment. Kissing is about to find himself between a rock, a hard place, and a Queen of the Xer's Eye. He's going to land a stun, flashes over the wall. Candy Panda follows suit. He manages to grab himself a second kill. Lulix throws down the explosive cast. This time it hits. We do see Vayne using that passive to run in. Yarnan under some pressure. Teleport coming out from Odoamne as Svenskeren eats a gold card. Now Odoamne and Ryu trying to put damage down, but Odoamne gives up his 4th death. Equalizer was burning down SK, but it just wasn't enough. And H2K coming apart at the seams, it seems.
It's a telling play that Odoamne teleports in. His first play is to flash out after throwing his ultimate down. But honestly, SK are looking like a different team to what we've seen in weeks 1 and 2 here. This is a much stronger SK than I think H2K were expecting.
And it, in my opinion, has all stemmed from Svenskeren's impact. He's got his hands on Rek'Sai, which was first picked in the draft. Remember that. Gragas was available, Nidalee available, Lee Sin available. Picked that Rek'Sai. He's had a good impact in lane, so carried on in a moment. Here's Kissing getting calls.
Yeah, well, this is the Rek'Sai working for him, and it was enough, the damage between both Candy Panda and Svenskeren. Sven with that warrior build. Just to set that up, Candy Panda aggressively flashing himself into the pit is a play that, you know, we kind of haven't expected out of Candy Panda all that much. At this point, SK aren't really even doing too much to H2K other than looking pretty menacing at that point. Candy Panda was actually taking down the Rift Scuttler, but speaking of menacing, Odoamne, he's gone.
2 and 5. The commentator's curse, or analyst desk curse, if you will, to the stuns this time. We do see Enrated throwing down the Monsoon. It keeps Candy alive for a few seconds longer. Enough to get Freddy to teleport in. Now Ryu, Yarnan, and Kissing are trying to get away. On the hunt comes down, but Freddy is just sustaining himself through. Auto attack after auto attack, and the boomerang secures the kill. It took a long time, but it finally got done. H2K 1 for 2, and a tower to boot.
H2K are not done in this one yet. They still are making plays using Ryu's ultimate, getting himself into the backline. That's really the impact of this, is get onto the Vayne, blow up Vayne, and that's so much of the damage being down for SK. I want to see how early Ryu actually teleported. Yeah, it was already set up. Look at that. Just instantly, as soon as that Tibbers lands, they knew they could get the kill there and get themselves all the way back out from this. Rek'Sai had already been in the top lane. They'd already shown that, so no real risk after the ultimate of her getting in the fight too quickly.
One thing I do want to highlight, it took a long time for Yarnan to get Freddy down. Freddy's still not built up a large amount of armor, despite having high hit points.
Yeah.
Once he gets himself for more armor, Sivir's not really the greatest tank killer. So we really need to see just how H2K plan on dealing with Mundo. Assuming H2K get to the backline, fine, you can focus him down with numbers. I'm just a little hesitant to assume Kissing's always going to be able to stun Candy Panda or Fox.
I agree. It's going to be a tough task when Freddy's actually grouping with the team like that, and it's a 5 versus 5, but H2K are going to rely on mobility. You can see Kissing opting towards going for that Talisman of Ascension, but with 50 seconds until the next dragon coming up, H2K are going to have to find themselves in a situation to fight once again very soon.
Svenskeren got himself that Hex Drinker, got himself a Randian's Omen. He'll be trying to zone away Hyun and Sivir if he can. 30 seconds until that dragon spawns. Minion wave top is pushing towards SK. HTK will be happy with that. Both teams have secured 4 towers before, so they've really got to go deep into enemy territory if they want more objectives.
They will do, but H2K and SK right now will be playing around for that next dragon. There's not too much of a rush to do anything other than that right now. There's taking a look at the items. Zhonya's Hourglass has been completed on Ryu, has been for a little while. Opted for that first rather than the Lich Bane because he knows as long as he gets a stun down onto Candy Panda, they can fight this. There's the equalizer.
Ryu's gone in, he's forced to Hourglass early. Fox is already down as the Chaos Storm continues to tick away. That's a flash defensively from Svenskeren. He tunnels into the river. Now Candy Panda's looking for targets. There's a few that are low, but H2K are split up. I think this plays into SK's favor. We see the Prey Seeker going out. Freddy is being focused down as Candy Panda comes over the wall, but he gets burned out by Oduwamne. We do see Freddy. He gets himself another one as we see another kill picked up by Hyanin. This is messy and triple, I believe that was. At the end of it all, Hyanin 5-0 and 4. H2K peel away from SK's re-engage, but that fight started on H2K's terms.
It did, and H2K managed to get the better re-engage after SK tried to counter themselves. The damage dealers for H2K actually found themselves untouched and unfocused. Oh, Lulex is down. This is not going to be a Baron attempt that H2K can actually go from. Not quite as tanky as he would have liked at this point. So watch for this fight after the SK re-engage here. Candy Panda's still not with the team and is a long way out. This is the play that Ryu needs to make, whether it's onto Victor or Vayne. But watch the fight split here and look at where SK put their focus. As Candy Panda rejoins, H2K know they have to just kind of spread back out and bait Candy Panda onto this ledge, or at least the area where H2K are trying to fight from. At this point, Candy Panda is so far away from the rest of the fight that Hyanin and Ryu are just cleaning up. Add on to that Oduwamne outputting damage in the middle of the fight as well. Hyanin and Ryu can just get themselves back into the fight and clean the rest of SK up.
So important to see the lack of Candy Panda early stages. But while the replay was going on, SK did secure the 3rd dragon. So 26 minutes, 3 dragons to 0. Even on gold, even on towers, 1 kill difference. At some point, H2K are going to have to challenge for that dragon. They don't have many opportunities left.
Dying to Baron was quite the blunder by H2K there. They had full control over that. They could have just gone for the dragon and stopped SK going for the 5 dragon tipping point of the game. And really slowed SK down a lot more than they should be able to, but not being able to get the Baron, not being able to get a dragon for themselves. I feel like this is only the 4th or 5th game that we've ever seen H2K give away all 3 of the first 3 dragons. And the only people they've really done that to, or had that done by, would have been Fnatic or SK's Spring Split roster.
So
and now Origin, actually.
Big changes here in the Summer Split. We're 27 minutes in. Candy Panda 200 CS. He's really trying to farm his way up. It feels quite underpowered. Fox, on the other hand, doing exceptionally well. 290 to Ryu's 230. But unfortunately, he's been focused down really heavily in these team fights.
He has. It's not too much of a problem for him because of the CS lead that he's got right now. He's also got a couple of kills under his belt, so he's actually fine with that, I feel. His role in team fights is a little different to how you sometimes expect a Victor, because he isn't looking to annihilate the enemy mid laner in these fights as such. He's a lot more about zoning for Vayne to output a lot of damage. Yes, Victor is going to have damage as well, but Gravity Field plus the Chaos Storm is going to force H2K into different areas of the fight. He doesn't have to Ghost Flash onto the likes of a squishy mid laner, because Ryu's going to put himself right into the middle of this fight.
We'll see if Ryu can try to target the stun. 009, despite the fact he's been throwing himself into almost every team fight. Only 10 kills for H2K. It's all been about this mid game. And we did see Kasing for a moment there on your screen. He's actually got himself a Righteous Glory. Here's Ryu. Destiny goes out. He's gating onto Candy Panda. You can't stealth that. Very, very quick QSS as we see Candy Panda trying to get away. He's flashed for safety. Enrated and Fox being focused down as Odawamde does not manage to get on with the missiles. Now Freddy is in the middle of H2K. Ryu flashes over.
Again.
Wild cards and auto attack. Manages to secure a kill. Gravity Field will not be stunning up Ryu, but we do see a burst down from the Luden's Echo as well. 1 for 1 at the moment, as we did see Candy Panda get dropped a moment or two ago. So H2K ends up winning the team fight, looking for more, unable to get it. 1 for 2 at the end of it all, Stress.
1 for 2, and Ryu was the only one that fell, again, even though he threw himself into the fight. Really important thing that happened in this team fight for SK to try and hold this on for themselves. Freddy hit his ultimate the moment the Twisted Fate Destiny appeared on top of their heads, or hit his teleport, sorry, if you'll get him into the fight. From there, he's just kind of running around in the middle of the fight, just holding H2K back. Ryu makes a big play during this, just flashing again onto Candy Panda. He's the only target really they have to focus on, and he was split up from the team here. They could see it, but gets himself out of the first stun, outputs a lot of damage, but you can see he's just not winning that trade against Tianan. And from here, Freddy already into the fight is causing so much of a problem, but Ryu with the big, big plays over the wall. His only focus was take Candy Panda out.
And he did it. He found him. We did see Freddy and Rated and Fox getting caught up by the Equalizer and the Kasing stun on the Tibbers. But again, we're still even on gold. We're about still even on touch. It's not equating to more objectives. And another dragon will be spawning in a minute and a half, Stress. SK have had absolute dragon control. You have to feel H2K gaining confidence to challenge for that.
H2K need to get this one, just as a baseline here. Kianan is kind of, in this game, Kianan's getting a lot more freedom than I feel like he should do against this strong Mundo, because how late Mundo has itemized armor. Kianan actually has got himself now a fair amount of items when you look at it. 605 overall, has Phantom Dancer, Last Whisper completed, looking for, I would imagine, a BF sword for either a Bloodthirster or a Mercurial Scimitar if you want it. Not a lot to get rid of in this game though. Not a lot of crowd control, as we said at the beginning of this one for SK, so I would imagine it will be that BT.
For H2K though, they've had two very important team fights back-to-back where they've been able to really just root SK. Starting the battle on their terms. We did see that drop down a moment ago. H2K's average game time has come and gone. It was around 29 minutes. Nowhere near finishing this one yet because neither team has a solid foothold. But it's good to see that SK are putting up much better fights. Last week they had a great performance against Fnatic. Today they had a good early game, especially with Sven's impact, but unfortunately they seem to be losing out in the team fights. And they'll need to adjust that strategy. The Baron gets started here by H2K. Destiny, I believe, was used. You can see the giant Eye of Saruman on SK. Ryu's going to join his team, but they peeled away from Baron.
They got a turret though, and that is exactly what they were looking for from that. If at any time H2K can just pull SK around the map and stop SK from just absolutely denying H2K objectives, then they will start whittling down these turrets. Candy Panda, on the other hand, though, is a massive problem. But he isn't farming as well as you'd expect. All of the farm has been given to Fox. Candy Panda has now drifted down heavily in CS. No Last Whisper even on Candy Panda yet.
220 Candy Panda, 210 on Freddy. But even Odawamde, he's only got 190 CS himself. It seems like Kianan's got all of the tools. So Dragon was secured. H2K, they popped the Righteous Glory and they didn't find anything. That's Dragon number 4 to SK Gaming. Looks like they're toying with the idea of a fight. Odawamde is backing. He has teleport available. We'll see if SK can get onto H2K quickly enough. It doesn't look like they will.
I feel like I'm watching a very different H2K to normal. They have just given every dragon for very little in return. And SK are having a lot of freedom on the map. H2K still up in gold a lot because of the farm in the 80 carries, but then you look at the mid laner as well, and Fox is nearly 100 farm up, so it is also to do with that turret that H2K have. But they haven't got enough of a lead from turrets to make it not worth it for SK. SK are fine being a little bit lower in gold, but being one dragon away from what should win them a game, but that's an ultimate popped.
And another time Candy Panda's on the side farming. Sven gets caught up by Tibbers. Gold card stuns him on the burning plate of Equalizer. Freddy's getting chunked down, he gets knocked back. Lulex lands a great explosive cask, and H2K get 2 rapid kills before Candy Panda can even join his team. He just wants CS, and he's not able to get it.
H2K should be able to get Baron this time, though none of them are particularly low. However, bottom wave is pushing in towards them. Lulex actually is lower than I previously thought. SK may go for an engage, but they got to match H2K.
Wild Fox has got caught out by the gold card. Candy Panda instantly gets peeled on. 5 members of H2K land the poke down. Hyonin gets the auto attack before getting condemned backwards. Fox and Narrator trying to get away. Fox managed to siphon the power of Lulex before the death ray burns through Hyonin's HP. Gravity Field will buy a little bit of time, and Fox may be able to get out alive, salvaging the best of a bad situation.
Again, though, SK deny, or this time they deny it, H2K denied it for themselves last time, the ability to take down Baron. And every time this happens, SK are just looking at the timer on Dragon, thinking, okay, we just got to get there. We just have to get to that 5th Dragon point, get that, and then all of the team fighting that H2K is doing fairly well over the last 10 or so minutes is going to be so much more difficult for H2K to pull off, because SK will just be so much stronger than them.
Candy Panda's Vayne this game has not really worked out. 2-6-3. Watch him in this one. Look at the minimap. He's so far away as H2K engage.
And this time it means that Ryu, when he pops his ult and sees that, can just go on anybody that's fairly squishy. And Sven isn't particularly tanky. He's opted for the Warriors build. Has himself a Hex Drinker as well, and is only now starting to build tank from it. From here, H2K even save their Ignite because they know Freddy can't survive. But speaking of Freddy not surviving...
Look at that! Everybody from SK is grouped together, and H2K say, yes, please, we'll have a big piece. The explosive cast knocks Freddy back once more. And safety in numbers means H2K secure themselves 2 more kills. The Kasing effect is in full effect, as H2K have a 4-kill advantage, and once again, look to Baron.
3rd time's the charm for H2K when it comes to Barons, but H2K have never looked out of this game. SK have looked a lot better than they have before, but H2K have always been good at fighting. And in this game, Hyonin, 9-0-7 overall, is having a very good performance. Baron is dropping low. SK are trying to come in from 2 sides.
Svenskeren wants to try.
He got it!
And he gets it! Svenskeren with the hero play. Kasing's trying to get away, but Candy Panda will not. The kill is secured before Candy's dropped. And ends up being a 1-for-1, but Baron stolen by Svenskeren.
And that may just be enough for SK to hang on to Dragon here. Now they know that the timers will overlap. Only 2 minutes until Dragon number 5, and they have a Baron buff to push all of the waves out. H2K, regardless of the fact that they're team fighting very well, have just given so much over to SK in this game that they've made it so tough to stay in it.
H2K now, after all of their positive team fights, it actually did not equate into map control.
No.
H2K were looking for towers, were looking for fights, and really didn't find it. And this is the Baron steal once more.
Just Sven showing up in this game. Again, he sets the game up for Freddy, and Lulex was just not in position to get that at that point. It looked like H2K just didn't have a stop damage call on that one.
And it felt like they were looking to engage as well. Maybe split communication in the H2K camp, feeling the pressure of the game. Stress, 1 minute until Dragon. And SK has the Baron buff. And a big confidence boost on their side. Momentum is with them. But the Scuttle Crab is not.
The Scuttle Crab is not a friend of SK's this time around. But when you look at this, SK, they started this game off getting kills onto Candy Panda. Very aggressive plays. Now Candy Panda is getting focused so hard that he's now 3-7. Still has a fair amount of damage, but he's even going somewhat defensively with a Giant's Belt for himself. That is not a standard item whatsoever. He doesn't have a 3rd completed item and has even opted for the QSS to make sure Ryu doesn't stay on him, whereas when you look on the other side of the rift, Hyonin 908 has many a completed item.
Slightly different story up top though, as you see Odoamne got the Leandries, the Rylai's, the Void Staff, versus what is now becoming a lot of tank. Spirit, Randuins, Warmogs, and a Chain Vest. Will it be enough for Freddy to counterbalance the weaker Candy Panda?
And you can see that Boomerang did a lot less than it has been doing. Ryu's gonna go though.
Wow, Freddy is being melted down. Auto attack after auto attack, crit after crit. Tibbers comes on to Fox's Lulex is gonna knock him against the wall. Monsoon's gonna split up the team fight, but it's H2K with the advantageous numbers. Ryu unable to survive the exchange as Freddy is still ticking away. He's surviving. Hyanin has got a full HP bar and a Bloodthirster to boot. He takes down one, he takes down two, and a 2 for 4. As H2K regain control. They could take Dragon if they want to. And it looks like they're splitting their focus.
Outer towers first for H2K by the looks of things, and that's a fight they had to take right then and there because the Dragon would have been too much if SK had got it. Ryu once again right into the backline. This is exactly what this Twisted Fate pick was picked up for, and they annihilate the damage dealers. Candy Panda died to Hyanin again in another fight that we didn't quite catch. At this point, yes, H2K are a little bit low and now looking a little thinner on the numbers, but there's no damage coming out for SK. They're just relying on Svenskeren and Freddy to try and output damage, and it's not enough against this Hyanin Sivir, which is currently now at 12-0-9.
The last pick, Twisted Fates, showing exactly what H2K wanted to do. Every single team fight, Ryu has found a priority target. We weren't sure how he was going to do it, if he was going to do it, but he's proving that he can. Dragon has been started, Stressy Poo, and Candy Panda is down. We see Fox following. SK were late to the party, they were greedy for the Dragon, and they'd give up their lives. Odoamne is angry and he wants revenge. He punishes Svenskeren for focusing his lane, and 4 more kills as H2K look to end the game.
Oh, and at the end of the game, SK are fought on Dragon so much that H2K, yes, they gave them Dragon after Dragon after Dragon the entire game, but H2K have just out-team fought SK and are pushing for the win.
In a 42-minute epic, H2K are pushed harder than they've had to all split long. They secure themselves the win against SK. And that was by no means an easy task. And you can see some of the relief on the players' faces.
You certainly can. It's very relieved looks. You come to think of it, the only other tough time that H2K had was against Origin. And Origin basically swept them aside in their path. This time H2K able to hold on, able to use their prowess in team fighting, give away objectives but take the team fights, and it was enough in the end to unseat SK in this game.
Glimmers of hope for SK Gaming. They were unable to really control Ryu's Twisted Fate. You know, despite the fact that Mundo could survive for so long in multiple team fights, it never really came, mattered. It never really came to pass. The scary thing about this game, Dr. Mundo dealt more damage than Candy Panda's Vayne.
Wow.
18,000 damage from Freddy, in contrast to the 12,500 from Candy Panda. Let's also be fair, Candy and Fox were just focused down so heavily and so effectively by H2K. Their targeting was great.
Candy Panda never really got himself into a team fight. Had some good skirmishes early game. They picked up kills. He flashed the wall to get Kasing at the beginning of the game. I will agree with you, SK certainly glimmers of hope. A lot better this time than in other games, but that's a big problem. If Freddy on a tank is still out damaging an AD carry, this game is a bit of a unique case for certain.
Yeah.
But I guess you can look at the positive side of that more, is that Freddy is no longer looking as easy to pick off as he has done in previous weeks and is looking a lot stronger.
One thing we do have to step back. We talked about Candy Panda, exceptionally long. Hyanin dealt 45% of his team's damage total and was involved in 95% of the kills. He was involved in 25 of his team's 26 kills. Now, you are playing Sivir, so on the hunt is obviously extremely important. But 0 deaths. He was never, ever caught out.
13-0-12 overall.
It's mind-boggling.
An astounding performance. A lot of it is to do with the fact that Ryu going in creates so much drama in the middle of a fight that to actually then focus the enemy AD carry, it's a positional kind of mess and a nightmare trying to fight up against it. But certainly a lot of it is to do with Hyanan just going beast mode in this game.
And never being out of position. Every time H2K picked the fight between 20 and 40 minutes, it seemed to be the right one. They did not struggle with it. There's that team comp once again. The last pick was the Twisted Fate.
Yeah.
And we weren't sure how it was going to work. Exceptionally well is the answer.
Yeah, it was a very clear game plan. That you could see it was what Ryu wanted, but actually executing that game plan can be tricky. Depends on how the actual game goes. If a Vayne gets super far ahead, it can be tough. But certainly, they shut down Candy Panda, and they shut him down hard.
Now, let's also talk H2K. They struggled against SK. This was very uncharacteristic of them. Their previous wins had been very convincing. Not the same tempo. Svenskeren got under their feathers and really ruffled things up.
Yep.
But I do think we have to praise their pre-game planning, their picks and bans strategy. They took a lot of time on that Twisted Fate, and it worked out. That's something that H2K did very well in spring, did well in the playoffs, and it's something that, as long as they can keep showing up with good picks and bans as well as performances, they're setting themselves up to, again, challenge for top of the table.
They are. The field is tougher this time around, though. I have to feel like there are more teams that are really going to be vying for those top spots, but certainly some different faces around there, though.
Yeah, we'll find out how they handle themselves. We're going to take it over to the analyst desk to have a closer look at H2K's win.
Thank you so much, Trevor and Stress, as we're joined here by Yarnan and Kasing, who both had a very, very good game. Congratulations, guys. Nice one.
Thank you.
A little close. But I just want, okay, so we had a crazy game, a lot of chaos, but I want to go all the way back to the beginning. And I just have to say, I really like your draft. So I really like the Rumble Sivir pick up first, because I think it's really good for you guys. But then you locked in the Annie after you've seen the Janna. Was that a pick you had planned already? Or was it just because they went so much disengaged that you felt you needed an extra tool to lock them down in the fights?
I was actually expecting them to go for more of a Alistair Nautilus kind of champions, because just that's in the meta right now, and they just provide so much more. And I didn't expect them to go second rotation Janna, because it just seems like Janna isn't the greatest at second rotation. Like, she's more of a counter pick or situational pick to go with your comp. So yeah, then I saw it, I was like, okay, Annie can just abuse it pretty much.
And then the next rotation, they picked a Vayne, and they gave the full Gromp XP to Vayne. And how was that early game for you, Hyanan?
It was fine if we wouldn't, like, we were a bit late to lane as well. We took the small golem, but we want to take the full, but then we will miss 3 melee creeps, so we didn't do that. And then we gone to lane, and we were like, oh, they didn't take anything. And then I see him, oh, level 2. That's a bit hard now. And then we just called Lulex to get the early gank in, so we can get that pressure off us. And we got a free kill, and then they think they ganked Udo bot.
Yeah, they kept ganking on the wild lane meanwhile.
Yeah, so it was still a fine trade, but I think we still played the early game pretty bad.
Yeah, to illustrate, maybe in your 3 wins before this, you averaged 4.5k gold lead at 20 minutes. In this one, you were 1.6k behind at 20 minutes. How much did you feel that translated into the game, knowing that you had to play catch-up, Kasing?
Well, early game was just, I got caught for no reason, like 2 times. And then, I don't know, my mind was a bit not that great because I was just a bit tilted. But after that, we just picked up the pace and we started to use our comp properly, efficiently, with TF and Annie just engaging anytime we want whilst Vayne split push. And then after, it was just like, we just kept doing it, and then we tried to play around like objectives because they got all the dragons, and it was like we were getting pressured. And then we had to like try and make a play around Baron, and then you saw Lulex just die to it after, and yeah, that wasn't the best support.
Yeah.
But then after, we just kept playing the team fights right, and then eventually we just out-pressured them.
Yeah, so you guys got behind early. We have a couple of replays. There's so many team fights to choose from, but I think the first replay, when you get that on your screen right now, should be one of where the game's pretty close. So, Kasing, we can roll the clip right here. So, what happens?
Oh, we knew that. Sorry, next time I just got in another lane, so Annie could just like, well, I could just stun the Vayne, and then I could get free pick on her, and then we could just get mid tower after. But then, yeah.
You don't remember it? Yeah, you flashed it.
Sorry, there were many
fights. What was impressive to me mostly, and just a follow-up question I want to ask you guys here is, you seem to be very in sync with Ryu. You know, every time you flash Tibbers, it seems that he had his Destiny prompted and ready, and at the same time, Yarn, you were not afraid to go deep into these fights. Like you didn't die a single time, I think, in this entire game, but you were always up in front of the fight with Sivir. Is that just because you feel comfortable on the champion, or were you just feeling fantastic this game, or what happened?
I don't know, I just felt I had to do something. Usually Udo steps up and carry the game, but yeah, this time I had to do something extra, so I just did it.
Oh, it worked out.
You just did it. We're actually going to pull another replay on the screen. We're showing where you're definitely doing it and just very much stepping up in this fight. Who I believe was the fight which SK was gonna get the 5th dragon, but they don't end up getting it. We can roll the clip on Hjarn and you can talk us through this one.
Okay, so we know that we wanna go for Fox here. I think we're calling it right now with the Ryu, but I see Kendepan out of position, so I just changed Focus here right now and I can get a lucky crit on him, so
Skill?
I can just finish, yeah, skill. So I finish him off and I hear that they kill Victor, and then after that the team fight is pretty much won.
Yeah, establishing that AD carry dominance. Overall, I just was very impressed with the way you guys called back into the game and kept winning these team fights. Did you guys at any point think this game is, slipping out of our hands, or did you get really worried? And how were the communications, especially in these fights, because they seemed very chaotic? So was everybody shouting, or was it still calm and collected?
Well, we most of the time we timed Victor's cleanse and flash. Like, he was like our main priority, because Vayne, as soon as she built Blade of Rune King and PD, and she pretty much went for like QSS and Giant Spell and stuff after, she basically doesn't have enough damage to do something in fights. So most of our time, like most fights, we just called out Victor, and whenever we could, we just kite back if anything. And then after, it was just like, once Victor was dead, pretty much they didn't have much damage.
Solid game plan playing those team fights. A final question for Hjarnan. In the feature, we did see, when I asked you last time, how come you were doing so well, you just said Kasing. I do want to repeat here, you did 46% of your team's damage in this game. You had a 96% kill participation. That is 25 kills over the 26 you were involved in. Is the answer still Kasing? Because, come on.
Kasing.
Kasing. There we go. That's what I want to hear. Thank you guys very much. Great by H2K as a whole. Congratulations, guys. All right, in just a few minutes, Fnatic will look to continue their undefeated streak against the struggling Elements. We'll be right back right after this.
I would actually play without shoes.
Yes,
So that will make me play much better.
Really? Yes, actually, I would try as well.
Like when we win, you should all like pull up your shoes like mainstream.
On the hunt comes down, but Freddy is just sustaining himself through auto attack after auto attack. And the boomerang!
Can we watch your Vayne if I stun her?
Yeah, I think we can.
She's slow,
Mundo.
We should go with Vayne, I'm out of
the
fight. I stun Vayne.
Nice! Mundo.
Look at that! Everybody from SK is grouped together, and H2K say, yes, please, we'll have a big piece.
They're trying to come in from two sides.
Svenskeren wants to try
He
and
got
split,
it!
and he gets it! Svenskeren with the hero play! Panda is down. We see Fox following. SK were late to the party. They were greedy for the dragon. They secured themselves the win against SK, and that was by no means an easy task.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the European LCS. Our next match is between the 4-0 Fnatic and Elements, who only have one win to their name so far. You can hear the crowd chanting for Huni already. We've grown accustomed to it. We're going to take a look at the lineups before we delve into this matchup. For Fnatic on the blue side, as said, Huni, then Rainover, Febevin, Reckless, Yellow Star, and their coach, Daylor. And then on the other side, the lineup of Elements, really looking forward to, well, put their mark on the split and starting to get going within the top lane. JWoww, then Dexter, Froggen, Tabs, Promise Q, and their coach, Nif. Now, Fnatic, they're undefeated so far, but they are very, very reflective on their own performance. And we actually have a lot of social media posts of the guys and in interviews as well saying that they are quite disappointed sometimes in their play. One of those comes from Reckless, who said on Facebook after week 2, "This week also showcased a lot of weaknesses in my individual gameplay. I'm really sad about my performance, especially today. Even when you're 4-0, that is quite, well, self-reflexive at that point."
It really is, but it's also a testament of how Reckless wants to play the game, what performance he's expecting from himself and from the rest of the team. Fnatic this split have been a lot more controlled, a lot more conscientious of their aggressive plays, and they've actually been behind in the early game in 2 of their 4 wins, but they've bounced back and they've shown that they can dig deep. So it's impressive to hear the attitude, and it's actually believable because we know that from Reckless, but it's also interesting because they're still 4-0. They're still a better version of the Spring Split team. So it'll be interesting to see how they handle themselves as the weeks continue to roll on.
Yeah, it actually prompted us to take a look at the stats and see, well, okay, what are they doing bad in? And it's really hard, and it's only if you compare them to OG that in some areas you could say that they are doing less well. But for instance, on average, they are 2,400 gold ahead of their enemy at 20 minutes. OG is ahead 4,000. But those are just a couple of things that you really have to delve deep to find. So overall, their performance is looking really well.
It starts getting quite nitpicky, as you said. We had to delve really, really far to find things. But one thing from I guess a bigger picture level that Fnatic have been doing is changing things up with regards to what they're playing. They're not being afraid to try new things this split. We've seen the Rise come from them. We saw the Ashe, the Cho'Gath in counter to the Rise. And a lot of it comes from what Daylor's comments were in the Life of Legends show that they do, where Daylor was saying that he's happy that the team is improving horizontally rather than just playing one style very well and improving vertically with just straight wins. Fnatic are becoming a much wider team when it comes to what they can play.
Yeah, and it's very nice to see that a team that was already the best in the Spring Split is taking, it's kind of a risky approach because you know that you're not putting everything on what you know to win games, but broadening it out. But it should set them up for a victory here versus Elements. I said Elements so far 1-3, and a lot of that comes down to Dexter doing great in that lineup, but it seems like he has too much to aid, and he can't be everywhere at the same time.
Absolutely, everybody needs Dexter. Every single Elements lane has been struggling either because of individual performances or because of picks and bans. We've seen Elements running late scaling champions. You can see kill participation here from Dexter, and the few kills they do have, he's always around. I spoke to Dexter after their loss last week and said, "Why are you guys picking such mid to late game champions?" And he's like, "Well, we've got to go back to the drawing board. We've got to look at things." And when you've got 3 lanes that all scale, that all need time, one jungler that has to be in 3 lanes at the same time, it's going to cost you games, and it has. The only game that Elements have won is because Dexter helped steal a Baron. Like, you know, he's the only shining light, and the rest of the lanes need to help themselves out, in my opinion, by starting in picks and bans.
The key word that you brought up there was scaling, and a lot of where the scaling comes from in Elements is the mid lane that we've seen from Froggen. We know he likes those kind of picks. The problem is Froggen, when it comes to looking at not only just the mid lane, is getting dominated when it comes to other players, other mid laners doing more along the map. Froggen's CS stats are still as good as ever. His stats in lane are still as good as ever when it comes to kills, but the actual effect on the game that he's having doesn't quite translate from those lane advantages as opposed to every other mid laner that we've seen up against him.
Yeah, and I actually feel that Froggen's not... I think Froggen's a shadow of his former self, and that's a gut feeling. The numbers don't necessarily reflect that opinion. He's pretty good in CS, he's pretty good in kill percentage, pretty good in kill share, which means he is roaming, he is getting involved, he is doing things with his team, but you don't feel it. I don't look at it and go, you know what, Pepe Nero is carrying Giants, and you can see that in his game performances. I don't have that same feeling when I look at Froggen's play in Summer. Now, I don't know, again, if that stems back from picks and bans, if that stems from other lanes being struggling or falling behind, but it's something that I think with a player of Froggen's caliber needs to be revised and looked at.
Yeah, in my mind, it's so that whenever we think of the period that Froggen was absolutely dominating, it was a totally different game back then, a different meta. It might not necessarily work right now. he should adjust maybe. That is the question out there. But they have other members on that team that could be doing well as well, like JWoww, who we were looking at so much, and the players, the team themselves saying, okay, we're looking at JWoww. He has his team around him now, but he doesn't seem to find his footing either.
Not yet. There's still time. Again, we're in week 3. This was the sort of time in Spring Split that teams started to get back into the groove of things, start fixing some of the issues that they had. So I wouldn't let that ship sail too far yet. There's still a lot of opportunity.
Yeah, and I think just very quickly, if Elements do not revise how they played the game in their 4 previous matches against Fnatic, I think this is a very clear win for Fnatic. Fnatic's playstyle and champions and early to mid-game focus should be able to overrun Elements. So if Elements pull out a curveball and surprise Fnatic, I think that's their only way to get a shoe in the door and maybe challenge the number 2 team in Europe, because Origin have an extra win.
Yeah, absolutely. We need to see if it can be the turning point for Elements. They came into the split with a new roster after a lackluster showing in spring, and their former AD carry Reckless thinks the added experience will serve the reworked lineup well.
Even if there was clear issues, we didn't like talk about them and find a solution together. We just kind of ignored the fact that there were issues and then let it just drag along, and then it ended up being like the death for that team. But then again, I feel like there are a lot of mature players in that team, a lot of veterans who should be able to talk about their issues. So I wouldn't be too worried if I were Elements. It's just about like putting down the work to sort out the issues.
Hello everybody, Crepo and I have commandeered the caster desk as Fnatic and Elements are about to load up for the picks and bans in our 4th match of today.
Yeah, really looking forward to this. You know, I played with Martin or with Reckless in the bot lane, so he's on one side, and you have Elements, old team, on the other, so it'll definitely be interesting matchup.
You have some definite insight on this match, wouldn't you say, Crepo?
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously both teams are vastly different. You know, Fnatic, never played with them, only watched them. They made a lot of roster changes. And on Elements side, only Froggen remains, but we see some of the old issues still persisting in that Elements lineup, and especially the inconsistency and the low amount of pressure coming out of them. Definitely an issue right now.
Despite the fact that we've had a whole big roster shuffle in the offseason. We'll see if they can maybe pick back up the pieces. We are loading now into picks and bans on the board to start things off. They've been going quick. We got a Vladimir Kasten taken away from Froggen, and Elements have answered back with a Rumble ban against Huni.
Fnatic almost helping Froggen here, in my opinion. Taking away the Vladimir, which is a slow farmer, taking away the Kassadin, which is a slow scaling champion, saying, hey Froggen, you better pick something with pressure, and I think it would actually be good for Elements.
Yeah, I feel like this will force him into maybe picking something outside that comfort zone. We'll see if that's the case, as LeBlanc is also banned away. Fnatic are tripling down on focusing on Froggen. And Elements, they've doubled down already with Huni, but again, the Rise is kind of a must ban right now, so that's no surprise.
Yeah, no surprise that teams ban out Huni. Fantastic performance all around. The Rumble ban has become a staple ban. You have to ban Rise, and you have to ban Alistar, but Echo is open and the crowd loves it.
Yes, he is. Now, this is the question. We talked about this a lot over the week. Is he first pickable? There's certain scenarios, counter-pick scenarios. Febivin said in a recent interview, it's kind of a gamble when you choose a new champion, but he noted, I definitely have counterplay available. Makes me think he's not going to want to pick it. He's going to want to bait Elements into taking it.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see it first rotation, but what do I know? The crowd wants Echo, but we get Kalista on first draft here. Fantastic 80 carry. Urgot and Sivir are still open of the initial carries that we saw a lot, but yeah, Reckless confident in his Kalista play here.
Reckless very, very confident in his ability to play this champion. Elements on their side, what will they take? What will they focus on? We have seen the Fizz top lane today earlier. It's a very slippery fish.
Yeah, if history repeats itself, we'll see a Gragas pickup early here from Dexter, prioritizing that over Rek'Sai, if I recall correctly. So definitely found some openings. Dexter has had a lot of kill participation, has found some ganks, but people need it. And here we go, Echo locked in!
I can't hear any echoes, but I see a cheer in there. And with Dexter on the Gragas as well, this is going to be a game to remember. What does Fnatic answer with?
Time will tell.
Time will tell. In about 4 seconds, I'd say.
Exactly. Well, maybe a little longer this time.
Okay, we might have to wait.
Fnatic still looking for picks. Febivin, obviously an adept mid laner, plays a lot of solo queue, so he will be used to playing against Echoes of varying skills. I'm not sure who's even gonna play it. You know, it might be JWoww, might be Froggen.
That's true. We don't really know what lane it's gonna be in.
It's not gonna be jungle. That's for sure.
It's fair. Now Fnatic, so they're taking their time a little bit about this. I feel like they can definitely get away with that and not really reveal much this round if they take their full bot lane. Morgana looking like a tempting target, as is the Rek'Sai as we move down the jungle tier list. Last few seconds ticking away, and Fnatic will elect to, looks like, take them both.
Good response, providing they lock this in. Morgana gives you the Black Shield safety to dodge. We'll get to the Bard in a little bit, guys. Hang on. Morgana Black Shield gives you the ability to at least dodge the stun component of Echo's W, parallel convergence, as well as give you some safety in lane. Rek'Sai is obviously the answer to Gragas that we see usually come out, so Fnatic not giving away much information on this round of picks. They turn it over to Elements to say, hey, give us some more information, and then we'll counterpick part of your lineup, and then the eventual last pick comes out for Elements. And the crowd cheered already. They got Echo. Yeah. They got Bard. Everybody's happy. I'm happy.
Yeah, it's hard to turn a crowd to cheer for the team playing against Fnatic, but Elements appear to have found that secret now. So what do you think Fnatic is going to round this out with? If you had to speculate where the Echo's going to be, because we really don't know yet, what would be your gut instinct?
I mean, they can go in many directions here, so let's see what's left. So they have the bot lane, they have the junglers, so they need both solo lanes, both staple carries for Fnatic. We have Huni's Hecarim being open, locked in, and the Azir Hover from Febiven earlier gets locked in anyways. So Elements only need to find a champion 4 taps. Sivir is open, but it's going to be rough to play into the Kalista. Traditionally, we see Urgot sometimes locked in, but then it goes short range again. But Bard changes the dynamic of a lot of lanes in the bot lane, and I really like it. And I'm very, very eager to see how this pans out.
Yeah, very eager indeed. Still waiting a little bit for this last lock-in. What will it be for Tabs?
Now I want to touch back on the Fizz, because we talked about all these crazy picks, but didn't really mention the Fizz. We saw it earlier today, and it's a staple pick over in China. Gets played a lot there. Tanky Fizz with Smite usually, and it's actually considered to be a decent lane into the Hecarim. So maybe Elements was already aware that Fnatic was going to resort to the Hecarim for Huni.
Well, the surprises keep on coming as Elements, it looks like this game, we're going to go Vayne spotting, Crepo.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see much Vayne spotting. I like it against this Fnatic lineup, because the Condemn will be good against the Rek'Sai when she's tunneling in on you, good against the Hecarim when he's charging at you. You won't probably get the Azir, but it's also decent trading straight damage onto the Kalista, because she can't hop out of any of Vayne's damage, right? All damage will land, and can dodge bindings. So in addition to that sustain that a Bard brings to the lane, will transition that laning phase a little easier for the Vayne. So I think I like the pickup here.
Okay.
Elements low on wave clear though, yet again.
Yeah, so we've gone over the basics of the lanes and how Elements should expect to do in this one, especially now that we have the mid lane Echo confirmed as the timer ticks down there. Talk me through how these fights are going to go, how we expect Elements to perform based on what we've seen so far of them split, and how this comp works together.
So it's very hard to read what Elements exactly wants to do. Coaches shake their hands there, because it's chaotic and a lot of variables. We don't know how Froggen's gonna take the approach to the Echo, right? How is he gonna play it? Is he gonna play it aggressively, or is he gonna bait people in, throw down the parallel convergence, and then ulti back inwards to proc that instant stun and those passive procs? Many options. There's a lot of variables for Elements in this roster. You know, they can use the magical journeys, they can use the Chrono Breaker from Echo, and then they have the Fizz with TP Smite flanking around as well. So a lot of options. Fnatic more of a standard composition here, more straightforward. They want the Huni to teleport in, dive into the backline with the Hecarim, flank, you know, maybe with Rainover, and just have a strong bot lane combo in the Kalista Morgana. Yeah, I'm really eager to see this match.
I could definitely tell. We are getting very excited. The crowd is very pumped. Zoom in on the Bard and the Echo to get this one underway. The first Echo game in the LCS, and Froggen will be the man behind it. Let's see how it goes.
Alright, so Echo is relatively short range on his normal basic attack. He's pretty much melee range, so Froggen opting for the Flask here. More of a sustained lane. Just wants to farm against that ranged Azir poke. Will be interesting to see if we see a lane swap. Huni opting for the teleport ignite. This might prompt Elements to say, okay, we want to swap away from that bot lane. We want our Fizz to jungle because he has a smite. It's going to be a lot easier than Huni with his ignite. In addition to that, gives Vayne the scaling lane as well, and keeps the Hecarim with ignite down. Likely that we'll see a swap initiated here by Elements.
See if that is indeed the case. Huni's going to throw down basic ward in the Tri-Brush. Start things off. Nothing revealed from the Elements camp just yet, however.
Double ward on the bot side, Tab's bases. Elements cover their grounds. They know Fnatic didn't go in for the deep lane swap ward, but it looks like Fnatic has a read on the situation as well. They know that it's likely that Elements will initiate that swap. They don't want to reveal any cards with deep vision. And they say, okay, we're going to take the 50-50, which is more of an educated guess, 70-30, and swap their bot lane to the top side. And Huni starting on a camp in the meanwhile too.
Yes, indeed. So, with Reckless and Yellowstar hanging around closer to that blue buff as well, we may see the blind swap around and get our 2v2 up in the top, the infamous Australia lanes.
Yeah, Tab's initiating a freeze on top lane, and then Promiscue's going to check the buff.
He's going to run right into it.
Might get caught here.
Oh
Binding.
no, that's a level 1 binding, and Huni's there as well. Exhaust is on, and this Bard will be taking no magical journeys as he goes down. First blood over to Reckless.
Yeah, beautiful read by Fnatic. They expect the swap, and when a team swaps their bot lane to the top lane, they usually don't do a camp. They send out their support to find, hopefully, the jungler and the top laner in a combination, doing a camp and stopping. Bard's really good at stopping 1v2, but if he runs into a trap, into a binding, he straight up dies, and he makes that top lane incredibly hard immediately off the bat.
Yeah, rough start for Elements. Bottom, or rather duo lane, I should say. Meanwhile, we'll see how the rest of it all goes, but, you know, this game, I feel like Elements have taken a lot of risks, and in contrast to their other games this split so far, when they've tried to play safe, they've tried to play on the back, and it just has burned them with teams just out playing them out, maneuvering them, and focusing on beating them down in the lanes. This is the kind of thing I feel like Elements has to do to try and get ahead against this very powerful Fnatic squad.
Yeah, Elements definitely trying to survive this early game. We saw Tabs has to tumble out of these bindings. If one of them hits one auto attack from Morgana, you see that one part of the passive from Kalista popping up. If Yellowstar hits the one auto attack there, 12% of Tabs' maximum HP will just instantly disappear. But yeah, passive top lane, won't see too much action. They'll have to try and farm under the tower. Meanwhile, Huni pushed into the bot lane, has a lot of pressure there. JWoww will have to farm in their tower, but we have no idea where Dexter is. So he's putting pressure on all lanes right now because people have no idea where he started, what he's doing. See if he can find yet another opening. Every game so far, Dexter has found a couple decent openings in the early game.
Exactly, and historically, the last couple of weeks, this is what Elements has really relied on, being able to have Dexter exert pressure across all the lanes. He obviously can't be in all of them. Gragas would be needing to run a little bit faster to do that. However, right now, he's doing work for Fnatic, or rather for Elements, as Fnatic doesn't know anything about his position.
Yeah, and Yellowstar with the binding there, basically forcing Tabs to drop some CS. When you're under your tower, you become very predictable in your movement because you'll have to walk towards those low HP creeps to get them. Yellowstar doing his best to zone. Gets caught here in the wall a bit though.
Yeah, and he's going to get jumped up. Down Tabs. Oh, the Ignite is on him, or rather it is burning as the heal comes out for Reckless. That will force the flash from Yellowstar. A very close call.
Liking that combo. Wall stun from the Bard into the Condemn. No Black Shield present. Ignite forces heal and flash.
I really, really like the way that they're utilizing pretty much every aspect of Bard's kit here to be able to use the soft CC. They've got the heal shrines to give Vayne a little bit more sustain in the early game. However, Reignover's now turned his attention upwards to this top side. Tabs and Promiscue might be smelling something is up.
Now Reckless and Yellowstar were constantly pushing that wave in the top lane. Suddenly they decide to no longer push and bounce the wave. This should give away to the top lane for Elements that a gank could be imminent. Meanwhile, Dexter is solidifying the push in the bot lane. He doesn't necessarily want to gank here. He just wants to give JWoww the opportunity to go in. And if Huni goes aggressive, he wants to punish.
Yeah, they do want to punish. Right now, JWoww has been able to acquire himself a decent CS lead over Huni as he throws down the troll pull. He might be too low, however. Huni will follow as Dexter secures the kill, but a 1-for-1 in the bottom.
Overall, still work for Elements there. JWoww acting as if he misplayed. We know Huni doesn't have a flash. Dexter comes in. I think the body slam didn't connect, but barrel plus auto was enough. Huni does get a kill, but kill and assist for Elements, and a wave denied. And the wave bounces back. Now let's watch that again here. JWoww goes in, says, oops, I'm in too deep. But nope, the JPEG acting because here's Dexter coming in, but he doesn't quite survive this, the ignite right there. And the body slam barely doesn't connect, but one auto was enough to finish Huni off. Thank God they got that. That would have been ugly if he didn't get that kill.
Yeah, it was a very, very close call there. Nonetheless, Elements only down 1 kill in this early game. Taking stock of its very even start. Reignover still focusing on the top. Tabs could be caught.
Tumbles into the minions. That's smart. It's really smart. Reignover comes in now, though.
Yes, he does. However, the Condemn knocks him almost into tower range, and the binding goes wide. Dexter coming up, however.
This is why I like Vayne in the likes of Rek'Sai and Hecarim. Condemn punishes those champions very hard, and then if you want to dodge that, it forces you to use the Black Shield on people you really don't want to use it on, because you'll need it to protect your carries a lot more.
Yeah, we really wanted to focus on this mid lane with the first Echo in the game, and we might finally get a chance as Febiven stunned up a huge chunk of damage, and Froggen is able to dodge out the Sand Soldiers of Shurima. Nice trade onto Febiven.
Yeah, parallel conversion into face dive by Froggen. The bread and butter of Echo lane here in the middle. He wants to put up that AoE zone and then dash in and stun Febiven before he can expect it, and then walk out before he gets shuffled into his tower. Tab still full HP, trying to farm under his tower. Only down 10 CS, even though his support died early. Definitely doing alright. Elements, not as punished as much as they have been in the past.
Not indeed. Huni, however, is looking to change all of that, but Dexter is here just hanging out in lane, waiting to see if there's a counter gank possible.
Now if Froggen keeps moving left and right under his tower, it's incredibly hard to dive him, because he can always pop that ulti back to his ghost 4 seconds in the past. If you don't know where Froggen was 4 seconds ago, you can't predict where he was going. You need constant vision on him to keep track of that little ghost trailing him. Remember, you don't always see it. Here he goes again.
Yeah, Parallel Convergence is down. There's the stun. He's in. Dexter has jumped on him as well. Forces the flash, and he chrono breaks all the way back to the minions as Febiven narrowly clings to life.
Beautiful execution, and it does tell that Elements, this is not the first time they're playing Echo.
No, I think there may be a couple practice sessions in that for Froggen. Febiven was confident in his interview that he had a counterplay available to this new champion, but right now it's not looking that way.
And I like this. New champion comes out, this funky little mid laner, and Froggen picks it up. Reminds me back of the likes of Season 2, where Froggen would just throw in random champions that he maybe played once or twice and wouldn't be afraid to play them in competitive. OGN Finals played that Diana. Hadn't even played it before, and phenomenally well, so he still got it.
It's been a rough ride for Elements the last couple of weeks, and you know the way they're playing right now, this is already looking a whole lot better as Promiscue jumps right in, hits by the binding. However, Yellowstar and Reckless don't have quite enough damage to finish it, but Huni does as he dives in. Promiscue's going down, and Dexter's too late to the party.
Yeah, I really wish I could see that with Vision. Fight's not over that, yo.
Yep,
right
here
over
comes
Huni, double kill.
Onslaught of Shadows, double kill for Huni as Dexter goes low. Froggen around the side to try and find an answer kill, he will. However, that's a 3-for-1 all said and done in favor of Fnatic as Febiven now comes around the side with a Sand Soldier, tries to get the pick off, or the pushback. Froggen's too quick.
Yeah, chaotic fight altogether, and this, kids, magical journeys are fine, they're nice, but don't do them blind. Always know where you're going. Otherwise, you might find yourselves in precarious positions you'd rather not be in. And Fnatic 5-2 right now. Huni got shut down a little bit and already involved in all the kills. And yet again, JWoww trailing behind.
He is able to push Reckless and Yellowstar off this tower though, and Elements really needed to stop it after the fight, or the skirmish I should say, went horribly awry. Speaking of,
look at this vision,
take a look at it.
Vision. So they see Yellowstar, they see Reckless. Still wants to go for it. Misses the Cosmic Lightning. Teleport for Huni. Tabs is forced to go melee range Vayne. Forced to disengage towards the bot side, towards the jungle. Huni picks up 1 kill. Dexter, now Elements is in panic mode. They want to get out here. Yeah, I don't know. Very, very sloppy. Beautiful flash knockup from Vayne over here. Dexter goes down too. And all the time they gained, all the momentum they had, all the tempo they had, the Elements just lost it. Crucial mistake.
In that case, might be all on Echo to try and get that time back for him. 10 minutes have elapsed, speaking of time, and Fnatic have amassed themselves a 1,500 gold lead. However, no towers or dragons have entered play just yet. It's just been a series of scattered skirmishes.
Now, while Huni is a little bit fed, we still have the Condemn to possibly stop him in fights. JWoww still has a decent amount of CS to assist. It's getting pretty tanky. Promiscue is scaled down. He doesn't have his sights on yet.
Yeah, I do want to touch on this JWoww because we have seen a fair amount of this Cinderhulk Fizz all across the board. I've been sort of delving a little bit into why it's so popular. It enables you to really dive the backline to become this sort of strange assassin tank hybrid. But right now, JWoww, he's set a little bit back. So what does he do from here, Krepo?
Well, he obviously tries to complete his build, get tanky, and rely on his base damages. Bruiser Fizz, or Cinderhulk Fizz, rather relies on his base damage from W. And obviously, Froggen trying to defend this tower here.
There's a run in. Convergence doesn't land, however, the Onslaught of Shadows will, but within tower range, they're not in a position to dive for it. So, An ult burned there by Huni. Be back up in short notice as both Elements and Fnatic turn their attention somewhat down towards this side of the Dragon. Froggen looks to come in. Once again, misses the convergence on Febivin, but he has put the fear in him.
Now what I really like about this Elements composition is that they have the outplay potential with Tempered Fate and with parallel conversions on Froggen and Promiscue respectively. Let's see how much they've practiced this, how well they're playing with the Bard. Obviously Black Shield can deny the Tempered Fate, which is the Bard ultimate. But if you can land it on a Kalista, then you can send in the likes of JWoww, Dexter to immediately assassinate them, blow him up, and switch to the next carry. Still looking for a flank in mid lane.
Yes, he is. Febivin, wary under tower as Froggen pushes forward with the wave. The soldiers come out, and there is the convergence, but Froggen's gonna dash in the Tempered Fate, and they just don't have the right timing there as Febivin is gonna get chunked down. Froggen will take a pick, and the tower not gonna help too much.
All right, guys, it looked bad for a little bit, but at least Froggen and the tower got immunized by Promiscue ultimate. That's what you want to do. You want to dive with Bard, and you want to disable that tower. He couldn't really predict that Froggen would dash in there, and you see Froggen's putting so much pressure in this game right now. He started out the match by throwing in parallel conversion and dashing in with his E. Now, Febivin, a good player as he is, he's adapting. Now, every time you see Froggen throw down parallel conversion, Febivin's dashing out. He knows Froggen will dash in, try and stun him. Worst case, Chrono Breaker out. So we've seen the reactions already here. Yellowstar wants to land that bind, Playful Trickster out. So back to that action and that you know, the adaptiveness from both teams, but they use their combos to their advantage. They dive Febivin, and Elements, they're staying afloat, and this is the most pressure I've seen Froggen do in a very, very long time.
Yeah, and he's certainly getting back to that form that a lot of people have expected of him. 2-0 to start off the game. It's not too bad, but Fnatic, they've just polished off one tower. They're getting close to another up top. However, Elements did answer. Well, get close to answer on the top side as we had Tab Solo picking this off. But look at this. Nobody here from Elements as they're busy trying to chase down Huni. This tower is going to be Fnatic's for free.
Yeah, this all goes back to that earlier play on the top lane that we saw. It lost the tempo, lost the pressure. So Elements is trying to claw back into the game. As a cost, they have to give vision in different areas, and they have to concede objectives. Just trying to make smart picks, and they have to play around their cooldowns. They use too much on that kill on Febivin, leaving the Dragon exposed. Tabs is still farming up a Storm in the top lane. He wants to start scaling to that game from a secondary threat along Froggen's Echo. By no means is this game over, but Fnatic yet again with a 20-minute gold lead. Or a 15-minute gold lead, rather.
Yeah, we're getting close to that mark, but Dexter is doing what he needs to do for the team. He's applying a fair amount of pressure here. They just got to be careful not to overextend as the binding comes out. That's going to force the body slam away. Promiscue waiting in the brushes, but the rest of Fnatic are coming to the aid here. Froggen is starting to chase Febivin down through the river. Teleport available for JWoww as he stands back on Fountain. This could get hairy quick.
Now, I really like this lineup from Elements when it comes to rotating. They don't have the best siege. They can dive towers with Tempered Fate, immunizing a tower, so to say, but they can rotate pretty well because Froggen can always jump back to his Ghost. Tempered Fate can always engage. They have Magical Journey. So much outplay potential on the side of Elements, but they're going in.
They are going in, but Dexter says, nah, let's reset this one. As Huni comes in with the teleport, JWoww is going to follow. Huni stunned, Chum the Water's on, dashes away, right back into Froggen as Febivin picks off Dexter. We've got ourselves a 1-for-1, and Elements opt to take the retreat as Froggen's a little bit too low to get back involved in this one.
Beautiful stuns by Promiscue. Huni lands with his teleport, immediately gets stunned. JWoww follows up, they take him down. Froggen's in the fight somewhere. Ulti's back out, I believe, or just runs out. Finish up the kill on Huni. They trade him for Dexter, but in addition to that, Elements find themselves a tower. So they're hanging out. 2,000 gold down right now, but they're still scaling back into this game. They're making up for that mistake they made earlier, and Fnatic lose their mid tower.
Fnatic do lose that mid tower. 15 minutes have elapsed now. That Dragon taken by Fnatic, helping them out stat-wise. They've got a tower down in the top. It was just one poke away from Reckless. With him and Yellowstar now continuing to push here. Let's take a look at what happened, though, just a minute mid.
So again, parallel conversion. Forces Febivin out. Froggen takes a lot of heat here. Dexter disengage, forces flash on Rek'Sai. Watch this stun from Promiscue on Huni. Huni procs him into the wall, into the Condemn, into the Fizz ulti. Huni goes down, Froggen goes back. Faces him off. Tempered Fate stalls Reckless a little bit. And the disengage from Elements. So well executed fight. Again, double stun from Bard. If you want to chase the Bard, do it alone. Because if two people chase him, just use his Q. We have Cosmic Binding, we have Dark Binding. A lot of bindings.
We We do indeed. Reckless and Yellowstar now. They're roving around the side to see if they can grab themselves a little bit of vision and maybe get a chance finding off Froggen and Promiscu and Dexter. They're all here. Yellowstar doesn't know he's on a ward. He could be caught in the trap. Parallel convergence, but he's spell immune thanks to the Black Shield. Froggen, however, has other ideas as he comes in. The Fate's call to pull him back, and now he hops himself back to the safety of his teammates. There's so many dashes and blinks in this game, Crepo. It's hard to keep track of what's going on.
Yeah, I feel like Elements could have executed that better. If you have full vision on somebody on a ward, ready to face check, Magical Journey, anything, break the spell shield, land a CC somehow, get that pick. But Yellowstar survives, knows Reckless has his back. And speaking of Reckless, we haven't mentioned him much, but he's 2-0-3 against his ex-team right here. Later the Ruin King finished, definitely doing well. He's strong enough to transition into that mid game. We said before, Kalista falls off a little bit. If she falls behind her item build, definitely doesn't do so. In terms of other spikes, Huni finished his Triforce already. That's quick.
Yeah, and of course on the other side of the board for Elements, you see JWoww taking a little bit more time. He was set behind early, as we said, and of course Reckless counterpart Tabs is really saving up for that late game. He's just been farming up a storm, but he still finds himself behind Reckless. He hasn't been able to get anything more than an assist. He's got a death already. So Elements, while they are hanging on, while they are doing well, a lot of this is Froggen and Dexter. Promiscu's been doing quite a lot too, let's be fair, but still, I don't think they're really at their full potential just yet.
Yeah, they're still charging up. Froggen and Dexter definitely finally putting pressure. We said this before, Elements usually too far backwards. They're waiting too much, and I love that Froggen comes in with this aggressive Echo pick. 3-0, pays off as well. Definitely mastered the champion so far, or at least adept at the champion. We obviously haven't seen Echo play too much, so we don't know the full skill ceiling of this champion, but it just shows you there's a reason. Teams banned him 3 games in a row so far.
It's exciting to finally get to see it now. Will Huni fall into the JWoww and Dexter trap?
No flash.
He's got only the Ignite. From the waters, he dodges it out, so that might help him out as he's on the run. JWoww can't find that much damage on him. Tower still stands, but not too strong. With just a few more hits would be all they need to try and shove this one in, but no minions really left as Huni clears them away with a swipe of the sight.
And we have to call it what it is. That was a mistake by JWoww. That ulti should always land, and Huni should at least be forced to use his ultimate defensively. Again, pressure and tempo lost. They spent so much time setting up that play. They lost their ultimates. They lost the advantage on the map. And look at Fnatic reacting with a bottom tower from pretty much 100 to 0 almost right now.
It was a bit of a dangerous moment for Reignover, but nobody put any damage on. And look at Febib and Sand Soldiers chunking out Tabs and Froggen for just a moment. That'll force them to think twice about defending too heavily. Dragon's up in another 30 seconds. Fnatic have their eyes on this one with the Skull Crab being cleared away.
Yeah, and the only wave clear on Elements' side is the Z-Drive Resonance from Froggen, and maybe a couple of barrels, but Dexter was in the top lane. Froggen was late to that party, rotated a little later because he had to defend mid lane, and Fnatic outmaneuvering their opponents again, and Elements lose 0.8 of their tower. Vision control around Dragon. And they're losing a lot on the map right here.
Yeah, it's going to be dangerous for them to keep up giving up plays.
Huni teleport
comes in for Huni. Are they about to start this one off? They are, and it's going to be on to Tabs. Onslaught of Shadows as he burns. Exhaust was maybe a little bit of overkill there, but they take him down.
Tabs was not ready for that play, and Huni with the creative teleport sacrifices top lane pressure. You could see a potential rotation here from Elements from mid to top to get the cross-map objective, but they kind of need their wave clear down bottom as well, or Fnatic will just keep on pushing onwards. Fnatic obviously has no idea where Elements is right now, so that's why they're a little bit slow in their approach. So they don't know where Promiscu is, they don't know where Dexter is, but they can at least knock on this door and see who answers. If nobody answers, they'll keep knocking.
Knock, who is there? Elements. Froggen, they're coming to the bottom side, but Reckless will be sending a mini wave that way. Second Dragon completed, courtesy of Reignover, as Fnatic continue to grab an ever-increasing lead in this game. 20 minutes on the board, but Elements have been fighting back.
20 minutes on the board, 5,000 gold lead for Fnatic. That's bigger than the average gold lead Origin has at 20 minutes, which was 4,000. The game looks close, or looked close from the untrained eye, but if you look deeper, a lot of pressure is on the Fnatic side right now. Gold advantage on Fnatic. Scaling, I'm not sure, but Elements' composition requires a lot of vision to be executed because they have these weird, tricky champions that require outplays, and outplays become so much easier when you have vision, but there's so much pressure from Fnatic coming in. So much darkness for Elements to work in, and it's getting increasingly more grim. Back into the corner yet again.
However, I feel like regardless of how this game goes, this is Element showing off a more proactive side of things that we haven't seen from them yet this split. This is very necessary. It's just unfortunate that it's coming off against a team like Fnatic who will almost always be able to out-pressure you, as we're seeing right now.
Yeah, Fnatic, as you say, definitely a top-tier team in Europe, and they show yet again why. They're not too phased. They adapted pretty well. They'll start going in here.
Here we go. Throws down the convergence. Froggen trying to start this one off as he is going to pop Zhonya's Hourglass, it looked like, or the Tempered Fate went down. Yellowstar and Huni getting knocked all over the place as JWoww trying to tank the line. Rainover is going to get a shutdown, but he will be shut down in return. All said and done, a 2 for 2.
And this is why Zhonya's Hourglass is such a crucial item on Echo, because you go back 4 seconds in time. If you pop it relatively late, you go back, you lose 2.5 seconds to the Zhonya's, and then your clone is on top of you. You pop ulti, you regain that HP immediately, and you do so much AoE damage. It's completely unexpected. Caught Fnatic off guard a little bit, but even then, even with that ultimate from Froggen, Fnatic still win the fight 2 for 2, but with HP advantage. They take down a tower. Gold lead goes down. Let's watch that again. Yellowstar knows he's confident because he has Fate's Call to always get him out. We see parallel convergence. Yellowstar jukes forward. Good. Froggen goes low. But Zhonya's, look how low he is. 20%. Pops ulti. And then does so much damage yet again. Comes out on top of there, tumbles out. So much damage from that Echo. It's one of those champions you simply can't stack on, but Bruiser Fizz or Cinderhulk Fizz in the backline gets Shrek'd. Not enough damage just yet.
Not quite.
Elements, the basics of a good fight, but too far behind to make it count. But this is what they had in theory, right? This is probably what worked for them in scrims. But they fell behind to a strong Fnatic.
Yeah, at this point, it's difficult for them, even with great execution, to come back and, you know, where do they go from here? Are they relying on trying to scale a little bit further into the game? We're only 23 minutes in, but it's been a bloodbath. And Elements, yes, they're down a significant amount of gold, but it's not like they've been completely idle the last couple of minutes. They're really trying to make it happen.
Yeah, they're trying to fight their way back in. Every fight they go even. Fnatic takes an objective off the back. 2 for 2, tower goes down. You know, they try to make a pick in the top lane, they lose half of their bottom tower. Eventually they lose their bottom tower and the dragon. So all these objectives drop left and right. You know, 5 towers to 2 for Fnatic, 2 dragons to none, 9 kills to 6, always that little bit extra. And it translates into gold lead. Froggen going in.
Yellowstar has the Fate's Call, bailout. Reckless pulls him off to one side. It is so hard to pick off anyone in this team with the amount of movement and mobility they've all gotten. Yellowstar just getting bailed out. Second time now by Reckless. A very safe check up there. So, with Elements trying to strong arm this mid lane, but they don't have any minions at their back to see if they can maybe get a pick off. But Huni looked like he was coming in. He backs away. Parallel convergence is going to land on nobody as Froggen phase dives forward. He's going to get caught by the binding from Yellowstar. Throws out the Time Winder as well. Dexter will clear through the Black Shield. But meanwhile, JWoww's getting dove on. Rainover, however, is caught up between 3 members of Elements. He's going down to Tabs. Give the man a kill.
Yeah, Rainover was split pushing the bottom lane. He had his ulti to join the fight if it happened. Elements say, okay, we can't afford to send anybody bottom, so we'll just start a fight. Rainover panic ultimates in, and good condemned by Tabs. And this buys some breathing room for Elements. They're still down 6,000 gold, but good reaction. They know they can't resort to splitting up their members, because if you split against this lineup, then Fnatic will have your number, because they have the push advantage, they have the vision advantage. Individually, they outplay you. Elements needs to combine their members to make these tricky outplays possible, right? Tempered Fate, Chrono Baker from Froggen, the CC, the disruption coming out of Dexter. They need this to happen. They need to work together as a team, so they don't want to get split up by Fnatic.
Yeah, that is just the trick. So, Fnatic continuing the trend, despite the fact that they got caught out, or rather Rainover got caught out, their Elements still very behind in the gold game. They need to be able to start contesting dragons. They need to be able to start sieging towers. As you said early on in the game, however, they don't really have a comp built for wave clear. So what can you do when all you've got in your bag of tricks is dive?
So even though Elements is behind in gold by 7,000, Froggen is still up 300 gold on Febervin right now. That's big.
I mean, he's having a fantastic performance on this Echo. There's no denying that. But I feel like it's really, really difficult. As you said, they need to come together as a team. The fights have been a little chaotic, a little crazy. You can see that there still are some rough edges to this team. But where's the hope for Elements here? What can they do aside from just trying to continue to get picks and hopefully fight their way out of a gold deficit?
I mean, not much, right? They have to fight their way out. They just have to show that they've mastered their champions better than Fnatic is used to playing against them. You don't very often play against a Bard or an Echo or the combination of both. They definitely want to outplay Fnatic. Fnatic, 2 members on the Dragon, 1 member split pushing, but Elements can't afford to start the Baron. They could do a cheeky magical journey in the back of the Baron pit, try and solo it that way, but Fnatic rather will definitely be ready for it. And again, the pressure advantage on the map for Fnatic. Elements, they try to make a pick. If they don't get it, Fnatic yet again with another objective.
And they pushed away bot at the same time.
No, we actually see. Yes,
okay.
I love this play. Love it.
Sneaky. 3 members of Elements.
Go Panda Camera down a little bit, and we see the Scuttle Crab giving the inclination of vision. They don't see that Elements got into that Baron pit. I absolutely love Magical Journey from behind on Baron's on purple side. This might just be what Elements needs, Pyra.
It might indeed. They take it down. And against the team that was famous for this last split, Elements have snuck a Baron. 27 minutes into the game, they bought themselves a lifeline.
And if you need another reason to play Bard, this is one of them. Sneak those objectives, get your team back in the game, get those teamwork points afterwards, and yeah. Now they can deal with the split. Told you earlier how Fnatic split would be a little bit disruptive for Elements. Now every single member can get the help of their minions, buff them up, give some more push forward, establish vision, de-ward your own jungle, try and create picks. The next 3 minutes will be crucial for Elements. They need to translate this Baron into something, not just a gold lead. They need more.
We'll see if they can. If Fnatic are surprised by this one, Elements go ahead and check out the Dragon, knowing full well that there won't be too much there. Rainover and Yellowstar being a little close for comfort. Huni's backing away. It's a tense moment here with the Baron buff on. JWoww looking to lead a minion squad towards this bottom side. Finally polish off this tower with Yellowstar and Rainover there to contest.
Remember, Elements can dive any tower right now. They have a whole lot of minions with them, but if they choose to take the fight, they can use Tempered Fate on the tower, make it immune, make it unable to counterattack, and then dive with parallel conversion, face dive combo with the ultimate from Fizz, with the stuns from Bard, condemns so much outplay potential, and Featherman, he'll be crucial. We'll have to watch the Emperor's Divide. When will it come out? Will be successful.
Here comes the siege, and here comes the dive. Dexter looks, Fate's call to pull Yellowstar back, but Rainover now is diving in. The Tempered Fate slaps Froggen and stops Febiven, who's getting just absolutely annihilated, but Reckless is able to pick off Promiscue, and the rest of Elements are soon to follow. JWoww, he knows he's got nowhere to go. A double kill for Reckless. Tabs on the run, just can't get it done, and Huni comes up with a double. Froggen is the only one to make it out alive.
Elements, you done goofed. This was not good. Not a good dive. Everything went wrong. Dexter flashes in, doesn't connect the body slam, doesn't get the ulti. They want to get Febiven, but then the Bard ulti, he couldn't predict how that fight goes. Let's watch that again right here. Zero hesitation dive, which I like, because otherwise the Zero Spoke's going to get you out. Let's follow Dexter at the start here. Body slam flash. Doesn't connect with anybody. Zero flashes out. Tempered Fate. Tower's still attacking everybody right now. Promiscue flashes in and tries to predict his Q, his Cosmic Binding, to stun Febiven when he comes out of the Tempered Fate, but he doesn't connect. Froggen, D-carry, D-gold lead on Elements right now. He was the carry, but he got Zoniast unwillingly. We said how good Zoniast is on Echo if you can go back in time. Yes, it is, but not if it's a Bard ultimate that you didn't want. And that just went haywire.
Yeah, so now Froggen's the only one sitting on that Baron buff. We'll see if they can still make use of it as Yellowstar's actually caught out. Kalissa's nowhere in sight, but the Dark Binding goes down. Froggen does not want to give this one up. He is going for it, securing that kill. Talked about him being the carry, and that is definitely true. 4-1 and 3 on the Echo. And his counterpart Febiven, well, he's been kept a little bit back. It's not laning phase anymore, and he's not really having too much trouble.
Loving the Bard build on Promiscue though. Recommended by a fantastic support player. A level 5 Bard Master. Guys out there, guys. No, seriously, I really like Boots of Lucidity and Locket on Bard because I think he scales so well with CDR. Moves around in these fights, but you still have to connect the stuns, and sadly enough for Promiscue, his ulti wasn't good enough last fight. Cosmic Binding didn't connect, and we saw the Emperor's Divide being crucial for Fnatic to win that fight.
Yeah, this just seems like a very difficult composition to try and pull off. Elements, they've got the tools they need for success, but we've seen multiple times now that they're just having trouble finishing the job and trying to come together. This is a don't try it at home comp.
Yeah, very complex composition. Props to Elements for at least trying it. But we haven't really talked much about Reckless. 5-0-6 right now. 3 items completed, including a QSS to get out of these nasty stunts from Promiscu, prompting him to play at least a little more aggressive. Yeah, definitely solid performance all around by Fnatic. They're still up 8,000 gold. Immediately tell Yellow Star going in on JWoww here.
Yep,
like opening with ulti.
Chum the waters, does not connect, and with 3 members on him, JWoww knows his days are numbered, as tanky as he is. Reckless puts the spears in him, pulls him right back out, and picks up his 6th kill of the game.
Another kill for Reckless. Good collapse by Fnatic. Rather, Elements down a man, down a fish. Doesn't really matter. It's 4v5.
It's gonna be hard for them to hold the line here in 30 seconds on the next Dragon. 32 minutes on the clock. Fnatic are on the fast track to yet another victory to match Origin, keep themselves at the top of the standings. Elements, they're still desperately hunting for another win in the LCS Summer Split. Right now, it's gonna be hard pressed to find it.
Definitely looking grim here for Elements. The Bleeding Towers, only 1 tier 2 tower left on their side compared to the all 3 of them for Fnatic. I said it, Elements had to capitalize on that Baron. They couldn't. And I don't think Fnatic will fall for the same Magical Journey play again. It will be hard for Elements to pull that off, so they'll need another Hail Mary. And it's on the shoulders of Froggen because the 4th Dragon here is going down for Fnatic.
It goes so quick with Kalista. Another Dragon, easy peasy as Froggen and Promiscu arrive just a little bit too late to the scene of the crime. Tempered Fate's down, but it won't land.
Goes wide. This is what they have to do. They have to try and make this pick, but Tempered Fate on cooldown. Look at the wards from Fnatic as well. A lot of deep vision. They just want to spot a couple of members of Elements rotating around the map. Just want to see where is that Deathfall squad going. Is it left, right, up, or center? Just keep track of them. Then move Huni to the other side. He has teleport. He can push in his lanes. He can 1v1 pretty much anyone. And Fnatic consistently putting pressure on the map, not allowing Elements to go for these picks. And if they do, they have to be the very long-range picks that then again Reckless can hop out of. Febiven can dash out of. Worst case, Black Shield comes in. Very controlled game yet again by Fnatic. It's really hard to make them give up this many kills.
Yeah, and that really brings me to something I wanted to touch on here, because Tabs has had an okay game on this vein, but he can't do much because of the range that Elements need to try and make a play. And I feel like, compared to, you look at Reckless score, obviously he's always going to play very, very well. We've seen this historically time and time again. When does this vein start to become a factor for Elements? How long do they have to wait? Because right now it just seems like it's Froggen and friends.
I mean, Vayne obviously has a problem chasing into the fight. He's very good at disengaging maybe on Huni here.
Well, let's see if they can disengage. Huni jumps on in. The barrel comes on out to fly him back as Tabs gets exhausted, cutting around Froggen and Promiscu. They jump on Febiven, but Reckless is down. Promiscu trying to keep himself alive as he hops and skips and magical journeys away. Right over Huni and Yellowstar on the chase onto JWoww, who might not get away from this one. In comes Huni. It's so far been a 1-for-1 with Tabs already falling. JWoww trying to get under tower. He's gonna go in with the Urchin Strike, but Huni is just too strong. 2-for-1. Advantage Fnatic.
Yeah, very close fight altogether, considering the goal disadvantage for Elements, but then on the back of the fight,
it's not over yet.
They're all very low HP. Promiscu.
He's trying to run away from this one. Gets hit by the Dark Binding. Portal's up, but he can't go through.
Yeah, that journey wasn't going anywhere anyways. Still impressive that they managed to kill Reckless in the backline. Had to use his flash. Not sure how that happened. Froggen didn't die in the fight. The gold lead for Fnatic is getting bigger and bigger here. 10,000 gold in the lead right now. 17-9. 4 dragons to none. And the timer's on Fnatic right here. They want that 5th dragon. Let's see how that fight plays out here. Both AD carries getting the pressure. Good condemn. Tabs tumbles upwards. Disengage is used by Dragaster. Tempered Fate goes wide. Froggen goes low. Zonias's. So
this was 2 fights basically.
Yeah, 2 fights where the AD carries have to try and survive a horde of enemy assassins jumping on them. Not where you want to be, but then usually the fight with the stronger tank line wins. You see in your pip camera here, picture in picture. Fnatic claim the Baron. Might be the nail in the coffin here, Pyra.
To the victors go the spoils, and Fnatic are aiming to be just that. Magical Journey, Huni follows through. Takes a little bit of damage for his trouble, but he's just not worried at all. So now, Baron empowered. Fnatic are looking to shove down mid and brute force their way to another win here in the LCS Summer. This tower is just getting shredded down. In comes the Tempered Fate. It lands on a Febiven as he can't do much for a moment. JWoww tries to jump into the back tabs, still poking away at Rainover, who just is going to be able to get out and back and reset the fight. Dexter falls down. Reckless picks him up. Onslaught of Shadows and tabs is down. Febiven going on a rampage as Huni picks up the Bard. Promiscu falling down, and so is the Inhibitor. And Fnatic are on a tear towards the Nexus.
Fnatic bulldoze over Elements right here. Nothing they can do to stop the onslaught of Shadows here. So much damage coming out of Fnatic.
So much damage indeed, and they take the final swipe towards the Nexus. Elements, they're down, they're out. Fnatic still undefeated in the LCS Summer.
Yeah, smiles all around. Really close game, a weird game. Hard
Very
to track.
strange.
If you glance on it from the outside, at points in the game, you wouldn't really know that the goal difference was as big. But Fnatic, basically thieves in the night almost. The way they were stealing these objectives here and there, almost going unnoticed. Magnifying that gold lead, and Huni here was behind a little bit early, and I can't stress enough how that early play on the top lane, where the spontaneous magical journey into a face check, and then Huni teleported in, he got double kill. Rainover with a beautiful flash knockup. Again, the synergy and experience from the Fnatic roster kicking in, and Reckless seamlessly fitting in perfectly, taking over where Steelback left off. And
yeah,
Elements still with some coordination issues. I liked though what they did. I really liked the composition to an extent. Yes, it may have been low on wave clear, but it was audacious. It was forward. It was active. It was not on the back foot.
Exactly, and you have to experiment when clearly things aren't working. They're off now to a 1-4 start in the summer split. However, that gives some hope. That says we're going to try and figure out what we can do as opposed to sticking with what we know when it clearly wasn't enough. So, kudos to them for engaging in the scientific process, but Fnatic, right now, they are still up there. They are still the Sharks, sharing the top spot with Origin.
Yeah, definitely fantastic performance. And looking at Froggen's gold, he only ended the game roughly 1,000 gold down on Febiven, given how large the gold lead was for Fnatic. Definitely impressive performance by him.
First Echo.
Put in a lot of time on Echo. First Echo we've seen, and I like it. I love the champion. I love the versatility he brings to these fights. The outplay potential you have. You saw that Zhonya's into ulti. We haven't even mentioned it that much, but Echo doesn't really have to walk back to the laning phase either. He can just, he goes back 4 seconds in time, so you finish your base, buy an item. If you can shop under 3 seconds, wish you could, if you're an experienced shopper on the Rift.
Gotta be quick. Gotta get those sales, snap them up before they go away.
Ulti back to lane, and it worked. Froggen had a lot of pressure. We saw him push in Febiven, we saw him try to roam, but when he arrived in that top lane, the fight was already over. Huni got back into the game, Rainover got a couple assists there, and yeah, just started snowballing from there.
Yeah, so that was definitely one hell of a game, guys. Now, to talk a little bit more about it, we're going to send it over stage side where Pulse is joined by Fnatic's man in the middle.
Thank you very much, Pyro and Rich Pulse Camp, and I am joined, of course, here by Febiven after his victory. Now, Febiven, the champion select, you guys all got your comfort picks. Did everything go as planned as champion select?
Yeah, we basically got every OP champion we play. And our comp was super strong compared to theirs, so we just had to farm up and then we would win the team fights.
Yeah, you looked super convincing in that game. Now, something that everyone is going to want to know, how did your mid lane matchup go against the Echo? Froggen picked it very early into Champion Select. How do you think the matchup is?
I actually never played this matchup because the champ is just out and it's getting banned a lot in solo queue, so I don't have a lot of practice against Echo, but I just told myself to farm up, and then I knew how strong Azir would be like in late game, mid game. So yeah, Echo is pretty strong, I think, his laning phase, because his shield is pretty broken, but next patch is gonna get nerfed, so I think he's pretty overrated.
Well, your mid game was very solid, but there was a Baron that was able to be sneaked. It didn't seem like it mattered at all to you. What was going through your mind once you saw the Baron go over to Elements?
We had no vision on Baron, and I think they got it because they used the spell of Bard. I'm not sure. Yeah, we just should have had the vision on that, but unfortunately.
just didn't work out. But either way, you brought it home, and now that means you're 5-0. Is there anyone who can take you down? You look incredibly convincing. Out of all the people that you have left to play, do you think anyone can even upset you?
I think there's still teams who can upset us because we're still making a lot of mistakes, but we're getting better and better every week, so it's going to be really hard for the other teams to beat us.
Well, fantastic. Congratulations once again on your win and for taking the time to talk to me. Now we're going to shoot it over to the analyst desk to break down that game in more detail.
Thank you so much, Pulse. And he was fishing, Pulse, but Febiven didn't say it might be Origin. And, well, good on him. He doesn't want to trick it out, but that is a matchup that is on the books for next week, Fnatic versus Origin. Definitely got our eyes on that one as well. Something else Febiven said in the interview, yeah, I was quite confident in our comp. We knew we were stronger, so, you know, easy. But that didn't seem that way when we saw the picks come out, especially with that Echo.
Well, first and foremost, I was super excited to see every single one of the last 5 champions that's been released in one game. I was even more excited to see Bard and Kalista and Echo, because that's what we were talking about before Crepo broke Echo down. And I was excited to see Elements playing aggressively. I'm still not a massive fan of the team comp because a lot of the champions needed time to scale, but they played around the champion strengths very well. They were a lot more decisive in game than we've seen in previous weeks. So for Elements, there's a lot of positivity to take from this particular matchup. For Fnatic, they got old comfort picks, and they simply did what Fnatic does best. Find fights, find kills, and win the game.
Yeah, they did. As you said, though, good things coming out of Elements. And Dexter, in the interview with you last week, said we got to go back to basics. Yet they pick a comp that is in need of a lot of good communication, a lot of good coordination. And it did show that they had control over that, especially in some of the combos we saw early game.
Yeah, they really did. I want to talk about one replay, if we can pull that up really quickly. It's a mid lane dive that Froggen starts off. Take a look at the mini-map, and you can see that both Dexter as well as Promiscu are moving their way to the lane. So Froggen uses the parallel convergence, his W, to zone Febiven towards the tower. And because of the Bard ultimate, the Tempered Fate, keeping Froggen in place for such a long time, he can actually use the Chrono Break offensively. And that's something that is very difficult to set up. It looked like it was going to go a bit sketchy, but Froggen and the rest of the team end up pulling off what turned out to be a very successful tower dive.
Yeah, definitely. After that, though, Fnatic is racking up that gold advantage. And although we can see the gold advantage, at some points it didn't really feel that close.
It didn't feel...
sorry, as far apart.
I was going to say, it certainly felt closer than I think Fnatic would have liked at that comfortable point. But honestly, Elements looked better as a unit, as you saw the play there. Just in general, in team fights, it was getting better, but Fnatic team fights so well when it comes to things. So we've got another replay, actually, that we wanted to take a look at, and it was another one of the fights, this time in the jungle. Interestingly, Senkux, the player that played in Challenger Series Echo earlier this week, tweeted that of just how difficult it is to get an offensive Chrono Break out. This time Froggen does manage to get some damage down and get himself out of that fight, so credit to Froggen on being able to get that down. But you can see that Fnatic, after what looked a bit of a sketchy start to that fight, kind of managed to come away with it a little bit better off than they should have. But honestly, both teams coming out of that one with a fair amount of presence when it comes to their team fighting prowess.
Yeah, and also just think on the side of Elements, such a difficult team comp to pull off. With the champions that they've got, Fizz wants to flank, Echo wants to be everywhere, Bard, the timing on that Tempered Fate, there's so many unique mechanics that you don't see in many other champions that is very difficult to balance. And I think that's part of the reason Elements were a little sketchy at times in some of those team fights. But it was good to see them playing. It was good to see them playing positively and aggressively.
Yeah, definitely. Going back to basically saying the caster curse that we sometimes talk about, that we talk about players, they doing good, then they do bad. Froggen actually did a really good job on the Echo and at some points definitely showing his mechanical prowess. But we have to know if Elements will be able to translate that into their picks that they go into the next weeks. You definitely want to see some less scaling coming out still.
Yes, I really want to. I just keep thinking to myself, what if Froggen had played a different early game champion, had the same sort of impact? Yes, Echo can be great, but it's so difficult to set him up, right? So I still think there's something that needs to be discussed. At the end of the day, Elements, they've got their own coaching staff, they've got their own team decisions to make. But it's something that, you hear Dexter, let's go back to basics, go to foundations. and then they run Bard, Smite, Fizz, and Echo. It's like, well, I don't know what foundations mean to Elements, but it might be something different to the rest of the world.
Yeah, not yet another victory, but things are looking up. Now we're going to take a quick break in a second as the Copenhagen Wolves set up to face Gambit, who are still looking for their very first victory of the summer. And at Me Our Boys thinks today could be today. He writes, I don't see anything coming back beside Gambit. Once they had adjusted to Forgiven, they might actually start stomping. Well, only time will tell, as Echo would say. So don't touch that browser. We'll be back here in 3.5.
Wait, should we pick this right? Yeah, we should, I guess.
Can we insta-log Echo, please? Fight's not over that, yo.
Yep, here comes Huni, double kill. Of Shadows, double kill for Huni as Dexter goes low. As Huni comes in with the teleport, JWoww is going to follow. Huni stunned, Chum the water's on, dashes away, right back into Froggen as Febivin picks off Dexter.
On me, Fizz. Vayne. Hey, Echo on board, Echo on board. Vayne. Echo.
Care.
Look.
Stay together, stay together.
Thank you, everyone. Nice.
Poking away at Rainover, who just is going to be able to get out and back and reset the fight. Dexter falls down, Reckless picks him up, onslaught of Shadows, and Tabs is down. Fnatic still undefeated in the LCS Summer.
When Forgiven joins the team, he's a really strong AD carry, but he also demands a lot of resources. So what you saw last split was that Diamond would spend a lot of time in top lane, which he now spends on the bottom side of the map, and that really hurts Cabochard's ability to carry games like he did last split.
Welcome back, everybody. Let's dive right into our next matchup. Of course, is going to be against the Copenhagen Wolves, or Copenhagen Wolves against Gambit Gaming. So let's get right into the lineup. A look at the Wolves, who haven't managed to pick up a win since week 1 of the summer split. They are, of course, Youngbuck up in the top, Airwax in the jungle, Soren in the mid, Freeze and Unlimited bringing in the bottom. They've definitely suffered a little bit. Those pick ban strategy, it seems like they're having troubles.
Yeah, definitely not the best drafting phase, and we have an example here of the Wolves, what they decided to do, and just have that lineup with Soren, passive mid laner here. They pick up the Evelyn too, I think, and then gave away the Gragas anyway, so it seems very weird why they did it, how they end up getting into these bad situations, and Airwax just wasn't very good in this game. They tried out the Bard, but it just got shut down so hard, and they gave up Ryze, they gave up Gragas, they gave up Sivir and Morgana, you know, all top staple picks against the Unicorns here, and they're just not reading their opponents well. They're not getting too many meta picks themselves. They're giving away a lot of meta picks, and they're not countering them when necessary.
Yeah, they had some other troubles as well against some of the other teams. You know, picking Azir into Vlad versus Origin, that didn't work out well for them. It seems like they're just not really understanding the current meta quite the way they need to. In fact, all of their games, they've been very far down early on, with the exception of their lone win against SK Gaming.
Yeah, I believe they only had a 900 gold lead in their win against SK, but then their average gold down is 1.1k down, but that means they had one win where they're 900 gold up, so that means they were around like 1500 or 1800 gold down in their losses, you know, by 10 minutes. That's a lot of gold. You shouldn't be able to give up that many resources that early in the game. That means something is going fundamentally wrong every single game in a row, and they're looking to get off that path, because if they keep going like this, their schedule is pretty rough coming up.
Yeah, it is indeed. They'll need to get it into gear this week as they face Gambit and Elements, because H2K Fnatic up next, that is going to be a very rough ride. And,
so yeah, Gambit, Elements this week, winnable matches. You know, Gambit not been doing well, although they got their coach, and we'll get to that later. Elements, as you saw earlier, resilient but beatable. But next week, that's going to get rough if we saw how well H2K was playing and how well Fnatic just played. So the Wolves, they're definitely desperate for a win.
Yeah, and with that in mind, let's go ahead and check out their opponents. That is Gambit Gaming. So we'll take a look at their lineup. That's Cabochard in the top lane, Diamond Prox in the jungle, Betsy in the mid, Forgiven, the AD carry with Gosu Pepper down there, and of course their coach Sean's. However, the shining light for this team is they're starting to finally look like a team.
Yeah, that's something I really want to highlight, is that Gambit has been making these combos, right? They find Reckless right here last game, Flash Pulverize, and then Forgiven popping on the hunt, the team player that he is, but watch Eddie here as well, you know, Minion Taxi, Q Flash, Charm hits, so they have these multiple combos where they use members of their team to land Chain CC on priority targets, and that's definitely the mark of a team slowly improving and getting better, and they had issues before. If we go back to last split, they came into the split with infrastructure issues, not enough practice. They picked up a coach week 2. Sound familiar, Pyra?
Yeah, this is exactly the same situation they had in the last split. And look what happened then. They end up getting a massive win streak. We'll take a look at Sean's there, see what he can bring to the team, if he can do the same thing Leviathan had managed to do. But the real question is, when they do get on the board, is it going to be too late for this team?
I mean, we obviously never know. It worked for them last split. They tanked a bit towards the end, but then
Still
they had
made
that
playoffs.
famous streak from Gambit right there. And week 2, they picked up Sean's, just like they picked up Leviathan. They're getting more practice under their belt. They have Forgiven. They're adapting to his style. Could be working out, but they need to start winning games.
Yeah, they absolutely do. And I think just like the Wolves as well, they've had some troubles in pick and bans. You take a look at the fixation on Volibear for Diamond Prox. It hasn't really worked out that well for him.
Yeah,
and swapping Gragas up top.
Yeah, swapping that Gragas into the top lane, I still don't get it. But I've ranted enough about it.
Yeah, fair enough.
Look to the future, not the past.
Let's go ahead. So, yeah, with that one out of the way, we're looking to start this game pretty quickly. But I want to go back to the Wolves for a minute, because they have really not been able to get the picks they want, not just in the... we talked about the pick and ban phase, but specifically that game against SK, the one they were able to win, it was off the back of Freeze getting Draven, doing massive work. But ever since then, just like last split, we're seeing the Cassiopeia banned out, we're seeing the Draven banned out. I feel like pocket pick reliance is something that's always been a problem for the Wolves, and what do you think they have to do to get out of that?
They just need every member on their team to step up and play, you know, to the average level of the LCS and try and just beat their opponents respectively. I think one of the matches we'll be looking at a lot this game is Freeze against Forgiven. Historically, Freeze was not afraid to lane 2v2 against Forgiven when Forgiven was in his prime at SK Gaming. So Freeze is definitely an aggressive laner. We've had other AD carries come out say, hey Freeze, this guy likes to go aggressive again and again and again in any situation. So let's see if when Champ Select hits, he's going to repeat that or switch it up, become unpredictable.
That might be what they need to do. Starting off this pick and ban phase, LeBlanc is taken away right away. Focusing on that mid lane with the first of it. Gambit Gaming on their side will ban the Maokai.
Yeah, Maokai away from Youngbuck. I think it's good. Try and put him on another champion, force him into a little bit of unfamiliarity. Just don't let him rely. I think a lot of players get away with a lot when they play Maokai. Even if they're behind, they can still fulfill their role. Youngbuck regarded as one of the weaker top laners in the LCS against Cabochard, one of the stronger ones last split. Not so much this split, but we saw the Cabochard Diamond synergy come out a lot, so that might be another approach they're taking. Rise is still open.
This is true.
Don't make the same mistake.
And of course, we still got an Echo up. We'll see if the Wolves decide to go for that one. With the Hecarim off the board, with the Morgana off the board as well. Trying to just get general power picks taken away. Fizz banned out now too. And that, of course, we've been seeing in a couple of interesting locations. Let's see what Gambit take as their last ban, because they can't ban. There's a number of powerful picks still available on the board.
Yeah, it feels like Europe is finally catching up to the Cinderhulk Fizz hype that was over in China. People have been playing a lot of Fizz in the top lane, apparently in scrims, or so it seems, right? Because suddenly the resurgence of Fizz, suddenly people start banning it and respecting it, playing it around with mixed success. Going through the list, Rise finally gets banned, but as you said, Echo is up and Soren has been practicing his champion. Gambit, however, they were watching last game, so they at least have an idea of what the champion, or idea, rather, what the champion does.
So he must feel strongly about this, because not only did they first pick it, they first picked it when his signature Cassiopeia was open. Draven is still open. I'm curious if Gambit, I don't know if Forgiven would want to take the Draven away.
No.
But that means Freeze is going to get this.
Yeah, Forgiven doesn't care about Draven. He's not going to pick that champion. That's not Forgiven. Draven is one of those almost like one-trick ponies that you have to just master and you have to put in so much time to make it work. But let's stick to the draft here. Gambit pick up Azir and Rek'Sai. I like it. I think Rek'Sai has been more dominant than Gragas, even when both were up. Initially, we would say Gragas, stronger, but Rek'Sai seems to be working a lot for a lot of these teams. Immediate Azir pick up because we saw last week as well, Soren liked his Azir, obviously has the Echo locked in right now, so Gambit taking that pick, say, okay, we just answer with our mid lane, we're going to hide our picks following. Copenhagen Wolves, give us a little more information. What are you going to do? Are you going to go for that Draven? Are you going to go for something else? See if we can counter it. Obviously, flash knockout possible from Diamond Prox to stop that, but Alistar, kind of forgot about him.
Yeah, we always do seem to forget about the cow. And then teams that do tend to regret that. So Copenhagen Wolves, with a lot left to them here, some strange bans coming out, a few targeted ones, but just very strange across the board. It's left a lot of picks that aren't normally available to the Wolves. So now they also take a Rumble in the last seconds of their turn, and that means...
It'll be interesting to see how well Youngbuck does on this Rumble. It's a reverse order draft, almost, it feels. Not hiding that mid lane pick to the last rotation to counter pick. Copenhagen Wolves open mid lane early, Gambit respond with their mid laner. Priority jungler gets taken away by Gambit, but Copenhagen Wolves don't want to fill in their jungler for some reason. They want to reveal more, so they feel they had to take the Rumble there. They were afraid of potentially losing it. So a little bit upside down draft almost. So Copenhagen Wolves will have to answer in the next rotation with a jungler of their own, which is, I mean, let's be honest, very likely to be Gragas. So a lot of information for Gambit Gaming here. Don't do it.
They're just having a little bit of fun.
No!
What? Oh boy. Okay. So wait a minute. Now this means Airwax might go back to Evelyn.
Yeah. Now he has. Okay. Now I can see the Gragas a little bit the value in it because it removes both tier 1 junglers here. You have both Rek'Sai and Gragas. Hey, it could even be Gragas jungle and Rek'Sai top lane for all we know. Airwax back on his Evelyn, but I will hold my judgment. I have been proven wrong in the past, but yeah, I'm not convinced.
And by the way, so we with all the craziness, we didn't touch on Forgiven just yet. He picks up the Corki. That is his 5th AD carry in 5 games. He's clearly experimenting a bit.
That's the opposite from last split, where he went only Lucian
Graves. And now
they're both up right now.
I mean, yeah, this is an interesting draft phase.
Yeah, Forgiven changing it up here with the Corki. A lot of magic damage poke right here. A couple of barrels, couple of Zir poke, rocket poke from Forgiven. So maybe Gambit going back to that siege style that they occasionally played in the spring split. I remember a game that we faced them in back in Elements. Completely got caught off guard by the amount of wave clear and poke they had. Ran around the map taking a lot of towers. And so far, only the Kog'Maw with some inclination of wave clear.
This?
All right, let me figure this one out.
Wait a minute. We've got ourselves a puzzle here, Crepo.
Yeah, I think it must be Echo Jungle.
Yeah, I think that's the only thing that really makes that much sense in this situation. We've got the Kog'Maw and the Lucian locked in. The Wolves are definitely trying something a little different this game.
So Arak's not comfortable playing Evelyn again, to the point where he wants to get that Echo. He tells Soren, "Yup, it's mine now. You can play AP Kog'Maw in the mid lane. Lucian, Alistar bot lane." Very, very weird draft. I'm a little bit flabbergasted here.
Yeah, well, you're not the only one. I made all those predictions. I was so sure of myself, and then, no, you're wrong. Wolves completely pulling out some strange things as Gambit Gaming look to round out their composition. So looking for the support. The Nautilus is a very, very strong option, and they lock it in.
All right, all picks are on the board. Let's analyze these compositions. What do the Wolves want to do? So they have this tanky peel support in Alistar. Obviously, they're built around poke to an extent because they're running AP Kog'Maw mid. On the back of that poke, I guess they want to engage using the parallel conversion, using the Rumble ulti to close the gap on Gambit. If you look at Gambit's lineup, also have a lot of poke, have some hard targeted CC. I feel Gambit's comp makes a little more sense to me. A little easier to play. I think the Copenhagen Wolves are very low on disengage. The only one disengaging and tanking is Alistar, and we've seen it before. Alistar can't hold the front that easily because, yes, he has Unbreakable Will to pop in those fights, get almost unkillable, but against the poke composition, it doesn't really work that well. You need a tank to soak up the poke, and then you need to start a fight, and then you need to pop Unbreakable Will. So, yeah, very weird composition from the Wolves here. It feels like they got caught off guard by Gambit's weird draft.
Yeah, and well, it's not the first one we've seen today. Elements were not afraid to experiment, but neither are Copenhagen Wolves. We see another Echo now. This is going to be an interesting closing match, Crepo.
Yeah, we talked about picks and bans in the opening segment, said they were a little off for both teams in the past. I will hold my judgment. Gambit, you
can't call it just yet.
You have the right to prove me wrong here. I was not convinced by Gragas top lane in the past. I can see it working decently against the Rumble, but you need the gank pressure. So we'll need to see Diamond Puck show up in Cabashard's lane. It's definitely something I want to look out for.
I want to look out for it as well. And will we also be on the lookout for what you guys think at home? Let us know at LOL Esports. Will the Echo get a win today out of the jungle, or will Gambit's comp reign supreme? About to find out as we load up onto the Rift.
Now, many teams have barely played against Echo. Mostly when they face an Echo, it has been the mid lane Echo. So let's see how that jungle Echo ends up building. How his ganks work, because he has a lot of mobility. He has that parallel conversion that you don't see very often until it is too late. If he's hiding in a brush, he can throw it out behind the carry. Suddenly pops up, face dive, forward one step, auto attack, gap closer second step. Suddenly you stun that mid laner. You close the gap on, for example, that Azir. Betsy, he'll have to be careful.
Yeah, he's down.
I like it. Starting W
one.
to get the shield for his cams. Also, very safe face check potential. We're seeing something new.
They're really, really deciding to try and get some early vision or try to grab someone out of this jungle, but Gambit have no interest in this. There are a lot of wards, a trail of them, in fact, as they place the scouting ward, but Gosu, Pepper, and Forgiven are already in the lane.
So it looks like the Wolves want a certain matchup to come out into play. I'm not familiar enough with the Gragas Rumble matchup to see how it goes. I think you can lane Corki Nautilus into Lucian Alistar. Almost feel like they'll get pushed in. Corki Nautilus will push in Lucian Alistar. They'll have to farm on the tower, sustain with the Alistar heal, but it'll be manageable. So I think in terms of bot lane, it doesn't really matter when they're doing it. But it looks like we're seeing a lane swap here from the Wolves. Gambit posturing aggressively. They know they lost control of their left side jungle. So they take what is theirs rightfully on the side of the Wolves.
Yes, indeed. Fairwax and Young Buck starting off on the blue. The lane swap completes for the Copenhagen Wolves, while Gambit take advantage of a little time with the Krug. So nothing is revealed to the Wolves just yet. However,
I have to critique Gambit already. They didn't do their Krugs right. With Nautilus E and Corki Phosphorus Bomb, you have 2 AoE spells, which means you should just focus the big golem, let the AoE kill the small one, get more creeps, and in result, They came close to losing an extra creep. Didn't really matter all too much in the end, but could have lost more there. And efficiency is key when it comes to these bot lane camps. Don't be fooled.
We'll see if it bites them in the behind as the game goes on. As GoSuPepper hangs out in this brush, Forgiven trying to zone away from the farm.
It won't do that really because the Wolves looks like they didn't really do a camp early, and the nature of the lane is that they can't push in that hard. So they started the freeze initially. Wasn't sure if the way up was gonna work. Gambit called their bluff. Now they have to lay back the tower. Gank on the bot lane though.
Yep, immediate flash from Youngbuck. He turns on the Flame Spitter and tries to roast Diamond Prox, but he won't return nearly enough damage. As Cabochard stays nice and healthy. In comes Airwax, throws down the Convergence and the Time Winder, but Betsy tries to get out of town. He's slowed up for a second by Airwax, and Soren burns his flash to stay alive. Has to walk back through the ooze to get back to lane.
I really like this start from Gambit though. They call the lane swap from the Copenhagen Wolves. They get the camp advantage. They know Copenhagen Wolves are likely to freeze the lane if the lane swap don't get a camp, so the camp advantage for the top lane. The early gank from the red side into bot, really efficient gank path, allows Diamond Prox to transition into the jungle a lot better without losing too much. Betsy has to play carefully. Yes, he had to burn his flash, but other than that, really good start from Gambit, and they proved to be a bit of the smarter team so far.
So taking stock of things too. They're definitely starting this game off well. Copenhagen Wolves, with a very, very interesting composition, have decided to try to push their edges a little bit where they can. You can see Airwax going deep in enemy territory to take away a red. He's immediately coming back to try and pick up Betsy. Parallel Convergence. Betsy is just out of range of it as Soren goes very far forward but eats a lot of poke from the Sand Soldiers. Diamond Prox is now here. Time Winder's out. It's not going to hit anybody as Airwax comes right back into lane. Show Diamond Prox. He is there for the defense.
Yeah, very predictable return gank. There was almost no chance that he was going to go top. So he had to pretty much return mid, try and get that kill. Diamond Prox came in for the support on Betsy. We saw Gambit top lane pushing those minions under the tower, but Freeze managed to stay even on CS right now here in the top lane. So not much gain for Gambit on that side of things, just a small experience lead thanks to the Krugs. The game slowing down a bit.
Yeah, and I feel like these two teams, between them, they've only got one win on the board. They need to do whatever they can to try and move themselves up in the standings, and experimenting seems to be a way for the Wolves, but for Gambit, finally coming together as a team. We were talking about that last week. We'll see if that trend continues against these Wolves.
Yeah, let's just see how well Freeze can keep up that CSing on their tower. Wants to stay even with Forgiven, so far so good. Good CSing by Freeze here, and that's what you need to do in this matchup. When you play any Alistar lane, usually you are pressured in early until level 6, and then you can start making those aggressive plays. Alistar can roam, start diving mid laners, for example, but Gambit, they're running a melee support, and with a melee support, it's incredibly hard to punish on the tower. Look at Freeze. Yeah, he hasn't dropped a single CS, maybe one so far. 39 to 40. Forgiven can't capitalize on his traditional style. With the likes of Lucian and Graves back in the past, he would push you in the tower and poke you down, but you can't do that too well into a sustained support like Alistar. You can't punish his lack of range because you're running a melee support yourself. You have to land those dredge lines. Freeze is ready for that. So even Stevens in the top lane. I think the only opening they can find is either pushing the wave, bouncing back and getting gank. But as I said before, Diamond Prox's time is better spent helping Cabochard, helping Betsy, so...
And likewise, Airwax has been focusing on this mid lane as he roves all over the place. In fact, looking like he may come in again. Diamond Prox still in that mid, but Soren is holding fast. He's got a lot of sustain between his biscuits and the Crystalline Flask. Airwax going to come help him clean up some farm. And Unlimited stops GoSuPepper in his tracks, knocks him up. Boss Bomb going to connect on two. Unlimited pulled in as Forgiven. Now has to back away. Dangerous moves for both these as Diamond Prox comes in to look for Youngbuck Part 2. No flash, that's got to be it. And in an explosion of the barrel, Cabochard picks up and blood.
That was due to really good lane control rather by Cabochard. He pushed in the lane, let it bounce back. Youngbuck couldn't do anything but farm his creeps, and he saw that wave move away from him. Then Diamond Prox coming in with the return gang. Youngbuck probably should have played a little more careful. Flash Pulverizer from Unlimited.
Yeah, he's pushing his luck just a little bit, and it's going to force a couple of flashes as Airwax comes in. Parallel Convergence dodged away. Airwax will manage to pick up one and look for GoSuPepper, but he's only going to be able to make a dent in his armor as he has to back away from the minion wave.
Yeah, 1-1 here, but most importantly, 20 CS lead for Cabochard. Managed to get that kill too. He's going to start snowballing. Finally gets that Gragas working. Then it can work. If you help him get ahead, if you use his crowd control effectively, Yes, he has that body slam, he has the barrel to slow somebody down. If that person doesn't have flash, then a knockup comes in from Diamondprox, then it starts working. Yes, Airx might get a kill here, but that's not gonna punish Corki. Once Forgiven hits level 6, he'll be able to farm anyways in this lane.
He's still got the CS lead, and even though he died, he was sitting on plenty of gold and some change to be able to pick up the Sheen. Also gets the Ruby Crystal versus Freeze's BF Sword. Now Diamondprox escapes into Dragon Pit.
Now you say it right there, the BF Sword on Freeze, that's now something he has to capitalize on that lead. He has really nice item advantage, but he doesn't have many potions, so he will have to watch out for the poke from Forgiven, try and poke him out himself with the Culling, with Piercing Light, try and get an advantage. Otherwise that gank from Airwax will be lost time, wasted time. Should have been maybe helping Youngbuck instead, because once Youngbuck starts getting behind in this matchup, he'll get punished more often. Cabastar still has his flash.
Yeah, I think Freeze might have heard you there. He picks up a couple of potions before he returns to lane. And now I wanted to ask you actually about, with this Alistar support, is he maybe in danger of relying a little too heavily on that heal?
No, it just, he knows he can sustain through the laning phase. The limited even shows to put only 1 point in heal, and that's fine. But the value from Alistar is not in the laning phase. It comes into the team fights later in the game because he can pretty much tank 4 members in a team fight. So you can always neutralize that lane and not pay attention to it and help your other lanes. That's why Alistar is such a staple pick. But Airwax went for the predictable ganks in mid, then went top, and now Youngbuck, he has to flash just from a body slam on their tower, and it's even too late for Airwax to move down here and help this Youngbuck. He's on an island right now, reminiscent of many situations that JWoww often finds himself in.
Airwax has just been on this counter jungling mission to try and take away red buffs from the Rex side, but Diamondprox doesn't seem too perturbed by this. In fact, Airwax is having some trouble clearing this one away. His smite's just about to come up. We'll be able to do it, but back to the top. Forgiven is targeted on Freeze, trying to dodge away, but he can't get away from the ultimate. Teleport comes in, Combo Shard throws the big barrel and finds Unlimited, body slam, and then out. Not enough damage. Airwax, however, has to dash his way, phase dive his way over the wall to get to safety.
Yeah, the Wolves not allowing Gambit to poke them out. Immediately aggressive combo from Unlimited. Turn fight and teleport, time rewind. Airwax gets out there. This might give Youngbuck the breathing room he needs. He wants to close that CS disparity, get the wave into good control so he can base, bounce it back. Freeze going in!
He is going in, however, he has to go out as Forgiven found him with the Phosphorus Bomb, with the Armor Shred. Gosu Pepper there is still tanking the front line. The mid lane has been a little bit more quiet, but Soren has definitely amassed a serious CS lead against Betsy's Azir. Clearly was expecting the Echo matchup.
Yeah, and this is the one saving grace for Copenhagen Wolves here right now. The Kog'Maw in the mid lane, 20 CS up, or 15 CS up rather, scales well into the mid to late game. The poke will be crucial to keep the Wolves in this game. The game is even. Youngbuck can still have the utility from the Rumble ulti. Freeze is in a good spot. He's a carry top laner there, and they're diving Gosu here.
They are diving Gosu Unlimited. He throws down the Unbreakable Will, but I don't think he should have stayed that long. Gosu Pepper will get him with the help of a tower. And what the hell were the Copenhagen Wolves thinking?
Well, this is why you always like to run Ignite into Alistar. Not only does it reduces half of his heal, he deals true damage, and Unbreakable Will does not stop true damage. Betsy's getting engaged.
He has to dash to try to save himself. Airwax looks to go close. The Living Artillery takes another chunk out of his health bar, but he will live to fight another day.
Airwax did not have Chrono Break up there, so was afraid to dive in because he would get Emperor's Divided into the tower, possibly give up a kill on Betsy, and they don't want to start the Azir snowball. They just want to pressure this tower. But yeah, crucial mistake from the Wolves. They give breathing room to the top lane from Gambit. They're now 1,000 gold ahead. Corki, you could put him behind 1 or 2 kills. He won't care. He can always rocket farm. So yes, while the gank might look good on paper, meanwhile in the bot lane, your laner is suffering. Youngbuck about to get dove.
Yeah, he throws down the Equalizer just to clear the wave, but he could still be in some trouble. Looks for Diamondprox, who's tanking. Actually, it was Cabochard taking the tower aggro. In comes the flash, the barrel. Cabochard now, he gets turned back around. There's the big barrel to push him back, but now it's Cabochard who's in some danger as Airwax has sensed a moment of weakness. Gragas trying to get hidden in the brush, but that won't be enough. He gets the body slam. He tries to find Youngbuck, but he just doesn't have the damage, and at the end of the day, that's a much-needed gold in the pocket of Youngbuck.
I don't know, Kev. Very, very poor play here from both teams. What are they doing? These dives are so ill-executed. On the top lane, the Wolves dive and they lose their support. On the bot lane, 2v1 dive. Rek'Sai Gragas against Youngbuck with no flash. That should always be a kill. Cabochard was a little thrown off there. He started tanking the turret, and in his mind, he was like, okay, I'll tank the tower, you kill that guy. But You can't expect Diamondprox to solo a Rumble in time under a tower. Yeah, they're losing here.
He definitely can't 1v2, whatever you might say of him, as Youngbuck will get the kill. So what started out very, very poorly for Youngbuck has now translated into a 2-1 score. With that gold in his pocket, he can certainly spend the bid bucks back at the shop.
Yeah, Caboshark TP to the top lane, gave some CS to Youngbuck, then came back to the bot lane, tried to dive him, gave up a kill. Airwax finally helping Youngbuck, give him another kill. Now he's back into the game, 2-in-1, double penetration items. And he can do a whole lot of damage.
Yeah, let's take a look at where we are overall too, because it was that lead, very serious lead for Gambit, but some mistakes were made. Copenhagen Wolves are now within 100 gold of them, 3-2 in kills, 13 minutes. It's a very, very even game across the board, and you're right, it's all enabled by those mistakes from both teams, really.
Yeah, now who keeps making the mistakes? And who keeps capitalizing on the mistakes of the other team? Is Gambit gonna come out on top? Are the Wolves gonna come out on top? We don't know.
Both
pretty even Steven
win,
here.
though. They absolutely need it to get themselves in a better position for the standings. Gambit, they're hunting for their very first in the summer split. Copenhagen Wolves, they're hunting for their first since week 1.
And a lot of action across the board, a lot of dives, but no objectives really. Towers all still up, Dragon's still up, so in that sense, a very, very passive early game. Even though the bottom lane control has been towards Gambit, should just push in Youngbuck here, move to the Dragon, peel off the Azir, group up and at least get that first objective, get the ball rolling, you know. Put a little bit of a timer on the game.
Well, and the bully the Youngbuck strategy is not going to work quite so well now that he's not only wary of it, but he's got himself 2 kills on the board. Diamondprox is going to find Soren, or is it Soren that finds him with the living artillery? Airwax down to the bottom side, finally going to head and clear that ward. Throws down just about everything to try and dissuade anyone from jumping on him while that all happens. Meanwhile, back to the top lane. Still, the gold, or rather the, well, I'll talk about that in a minute, because Soren has taken a ride on the Emperor's Divide, and Betsy will find him isolated. In comes the kill. Academy in surprise, however, Betsy is stunned up, and he's gonna go down. Airwax takes the bat to his head.
All in all, still worth for the Wolves because they get kill plus assist. Gambit only gets a kill. Azir snowballs in, but look at Soren's farm here. 144 in 14 minutes, 40 seconds. So very, very nice farm here by Soren, and he just finished his Ludens. He's approaching that level 11. He has the level 11 already. This is a power spike for the Wolves. Let's see if they use that to their advantage. Start poking out, potentially get an objective, get a dragon. This top lane, I said it before, this will always go even. Providing there are no massive outplays and no really big skill disparity in the players playing, matchup should go even. Airwax?
Convergence lands on Gosu Pepper, but Diamondprox is making life hard for Airwax as he throws down the Time Winder to get the slow off on the Rek'Sai. A lot of attention being paid up top right here, Crepo. Both teams.
I don't think any of these junglers should be spending time top because even if you get 1 kill, it will not influence the matchup. Corki will not snowball to the point where you can start dominating this matchup, and Lucian will not snowball to the point where Corki will not be able to farm. Your time is better spent shutting down one of these top laners or one of these mid laners.
Well, they certainly have been trying, but Youngbuck, looks like Caboshark won't need that much help. Equalizer's thrown down just to clear away the minion wave.
When in doubt, burn him down.
When in doubt, Airwax will throw everything at Diamondprox, gets away. He's really using those parallel convergences to try and zone enemies away from him. And right now, he's a little low on health, but he's still standing strong.
Yeah, this is what I like about Copenhagen Wolves composition, just like you said, the zone control. Parallel conversions on the left, you know, the ooze coming from Kog'Maw on the right. This facilitates landing pokes. If you can create zones where the Gambit cannot step, then they become predictable in their movement. This will facilitate poke on the Wolves' side. Add another equalizer cutting off the exit path, and suddenly Soren has really easy target practice right there. But it needs to come all together, or Copenhagen Wolves have to avoid the Shurima shuffle from Betsy.
Yeah, we already saw what happened to Soren last time. It was a nice combo up with Airwax to lock him in place and then take him down. The parallel convergence has been, I would say, very, very useful these last 2 games. Diamondprox finding some utility in his kit as well as he slides under the ground to pick himself off a Grump. Gosu Pepper throwing down wards all over the place. Spotted out, however, by Youngbuck, who takes his place back up top, but Forgiven is looking to shove this tower in. He might just get his wish.
Yeah, freeze down the bottom, Forgiven up the top. Wants to poke out Youngbuck, get the tower. Good wave clear here, though. Be careful. Rumble has a lot of damage. He's known to roast many AD carries. Pepper still hanging around, which should give a numbers advantage to the Wolves on the other side of the map if Airwax chooses to move there. Will we finally see the first objective go down in this game, Pyra?
17 minutes. It's just been a bloodbath of kills all around. And now Kabashard might be the next victim. He throws the big barrel out to get Freeze off his back, but he dashes right back in. Unlimited with the unbreakable will. They tried to chase him down, but they can't catch him in time. Meanwhile, Gosu Pepper Forgiven still trying to push Youngbug back and take this tower down. We really haven't seen too many of them fallen. It's 17 and a half minutes into the game, and there hasn't been one until now. And that is about to change. There we go.
Finally, we see an objective go down, and quite a sloppy game so far. Very slow as well. It feels hesitant. I think both teams are afraid to make that crucial mistake, overreach too far, get their hands stuck in the cookie jar too deep.
But maybe
here's
there's
Youngbug.
change right here. In comes the teleport. Betsy is knocked up, forced to flash. Equalizer on, but he dashes his way to safety. Airwax looks to come in. He did hit by the Prey Seeker, and he's not going anywhere anytime soon. Meanwhile, Forgiven and Gosu Pepper, the tiniest of minion waves, are still pecking at this tower without any resistance.
Again, suboptimal teleport so far. I feel every team that has used teleport has ended up losing more than they gain. Youngbug goes down to the bot lane, very far away from where the enemies are even fighting. Combo gets used defensively, but Zir still has to dash over wall. Yes, they get the dragon, but they lose 2 top towers and their teleport at the same time. Sloppy game. Bot tower goes down too. Wolves losing out overall pretty significantly here. Give up 3 towers all of a sudden and a dragon.
I think get a bit of revenge. Kabashard dissuaded from walking into the brush with the parallel convergence. Finds Airwax, and in comes Unlimited as well as he gets pinballed up, down, around, and in comes Freeze to try and pick up a kill for himself. Gotta be careful, Unlimited. He stays alive for now. Meanwhile, Soren back to defend the mid, but the soldiers are coming in hot, and so is Betsy, who does take a little more damage than he bargained for, but Soren is nearly dead too.
Incredibly close fight there, and at the end of that gank on Kabashard, he actually used his flash. Tried to get a kill on Alistar. Not sure if I like that. When you're playing against the like of Youngbug, Immobile Champion, or Soren on Kog'Maw right here, flash is vital to shut them down.
So I'm not gonna lie, I haven't seen that many jungle echoes, Crepo, but the Cinder Hulk build, what do you make of that?
Yeah, just definitely just wants to get tanky. We saw why Echo is such a good champion due to his base damage values and the fact that he adds a lot of crowd control utility to the fights. And if you're tanky, you can soak up a lot of damage, go back 4 seconds in time, regain that health again, and just continually start stacking that passive on multiple targets in the fight. Use that parallel conversion to your advantage. Use that all attack modifier on phase dive. So I definitely understand why he's going tanky.
Yeah, and they're really relying on him right now. Of the 5 kills that Copenhagen Wolves have managed to acquire, he's been a part of every single one. He's even gotten a couple on his own. So Copenhagen Wolves, they're really sticking to this one. Still, the gold is fairly even. They've got a dragon, but they've lost a lot of towers to Gambit. And all the same, all coming down to these mistakes and who makes them first. They're both playing the game of throws.
To game of throws. You win, you lose, and then you lose some more. Slow down though, yet again. You see these random bursts of action where some team teleports to the other side of the map, leaves their cross map exposed. Diamond here clearing a ward. Does he want to go for the combo?
Might regret this one, but Airwax is the one who gets pulled in. It's a 2v3 right now. The damage is flying. The convergence doesn't land. Diamond Prox targeting out Airwax as he jumps himself back to 4 seconds ago. Freeze providing some cover fire as Unlimited burns down. Forgiven will be able to snipe him down with the rocket.
Copenhagen Wolves with the aggression, Gambit with the kill. It seems like a pattern. Team A initiates a play, Team B values from it. So if it keeps going on like this, you'll see either the action slow down because these teams have to figure out that they're making moves that are ill-advised and should probably focus more on objectives. Gambit even translate this into another tower, and sloppy move by the Wolves. And if you get poked out slowly on Echo, then your chrono break isn't gonna matter because you'll only get a little bit of HP back. And we saw Airwax dash back maybe a third of a screen, get 200 HP extra. That's not enough. Limited, he uses combos offensively. Unbreakable will ran out. He got popped.
Yeah. This is the danger with the new champion, especially in a role that not everyone is playing. You can't always be so sure that you've mastered it as well as you think when it's very, very new like this, and it can sometimes backfire on you. So, in all of the chaos, Youngbuk was still able to come out with a tower on top uncontested, but it was going down pretty soon anyways. 3 to 4 in towers is that score. Soren has been doing serious work on these minion waves, but that's about it right now. And I feel like Copenhagen Wolves, yes, they've been making some very questionable decisions, but if they come together as 5, what will we expect there?
Well, the Copenhagen Wolves obviously just want to poke as long as they can with Soren. A lot of farm on him, has the Ludens. Archangel's finished right now as well, so he wants to land all that poke. keep the Gambit members under control while trying to avoid the poke on his own. Azir has a lot of poke, Corki has a lot of poke, so poke on both sides and then just find an opening, find an engage that you can actually win. Both of these teams have making a lot of plays, but they've been backfiring. You see that. Both teams have become very hesitant. Objectives aren't really acquired. They've mostly been picked up randomly, you know? Okay, we get a kill, fine. Tower is attainable, but there doesn't seem to be a two-step plan. Seems to be reacting one step ahead. It's not like they're pushing one lane, rotating to the other, getting the objective. It's more like, oh, this guy's going on me. I guess I can kill him. Oh, look, tower.
Yeah, I think they have a word for that. It's called solo queue. Copenhagen Wolves will need to play a little bit more ahead, and so will Gambit. However, the latter do have the gold lead right now. It's very slim. It's only about 1,500. They're down a dragon, but they're up a tower. And as we mentioned before the draft phase of this crazy game began, they have looked in their more recent games a little bit more like a team. They've started to come together with Forgiven now with Sean's at the coaching position, and we'll see if that translates into a victory here. It would be their first of the summer split.
Gambit setting up for a bit of a dive. They had Edward flank to the right side. They had Diamond Fox flank on the left side. Then they all show up in the lane and they just give Soren the opportunity to clear. It's been proven in the past that it's almost impossible to take a tower away from a Kog'Maw and has at least 2 or 3 members backing him up, so you have to fan out. You have to find an opening somewhere else. Gambit doesn't seem to be doing that. Massive wave on the bottom. Youngbuck really pushing out the wave on the top. Forgiven, yeah, he can farm that wave in the mid lane, but nothing's gonna come of this. Copenhagen Wolves are not gonna take anything out of this. Gambit's not gonna take that middle tower anytime soon, so it looks like we're waiting for next dragon.
Yeah, they might be in for a long game, Prepo, if this does continue. That next dragon will be less than a minute away, however. Diamond Prox looks to secure some vision with the Scuttle Crab. Kabashard now, he's solo pushing on the top side. He's got his teleport up and available if Gambit need it.
And you say it, long game. And long games get even longer when the last or the first dragon gets taken at 18 minutes into the game. So no 5 dragon mark, no 3 dragon mark, any future really. Copenhagen Wolves setting up for the second dragon.
Dangerous one though. They have to be careful as Gambit members are prowling around, and Kabashard's still poking away at this tower. They will secure it. Betsy secures the tower in the middle. So in the end of the day, it is a 1 tower for 1 dragon trade. Copenhagen Wolves clearly prioritizing that buff. The rest of the Wolves are here to try and push back the Azir, but he is able to sidestep all of the damage and return fire in fashion.
I'm not sure if I like giving up your tier 1 mid tower for a second dragon right here. Some damage on the top tower too, because now Azir can always pop a tower of his own there, and they can start controlling the map. This opens up the map for Gambit. This facilitates rotations, allows deep vision, and eventually will allow Baron baits. So while Gambit had Copenhagen Wolves on the back foot, they could still huddle around that tier 1 tower in mid, somehow avoid the dive, clear those waves. Now they have to clear those waves further back. This allows rotations into the top lane, as we see right now. Diamond Fox is in there.
Yeah, and Youngbuck is in there as well. He's forced to burn his flash just to get out of harm's way. Gambit clustering around in this topside jungle of the Wolves, who really can't get involved and find anything there. Diamond Prox is going to be able to get away. Teleport actually coming in, might intercept him from Youngbuck, sends the Prey Seeker. In comes the Home Guards, and he looks for Betsy Emperor's Divide, dodged away, but they get nothing for it, and Kabashard right back on the top lane.
Now, if Kabashard draws aggro here, draws attention, what is Gambit going to do in reaction? What are the Wolves going to do? Yeah, Pepper starting fight, this is good. He's canceling the bases because they want the tower, flashes out. Absolutely perfect by Gambit. Looks sloppy, but they get the tower, they get what they want. The mission complete here.
Yeah, opens up the inhibitor on the top side. Well, Copenhagen Wolves are caught sleeping for just a second, and Gambit Gaming have got themselves even further in the gold game. 6 towers to 3 is that scoreline.
So another teleport initiated by a team and capitalized on by the other team. Youngbuck teleports in with Home Guards, tries to find an opening, doesn't even ulti. Emperor's Divide comes out defensively, and Kabashard says, thank you very much. I'll pick up yet another tower, uncontested.
Yes, indeed. That is what happens. And the Wolves are just a couple steps behind. Let's see if they can fix those mistakes as this game goes on. Airwax relied on still very heavily in this game, but they haven't really been able to translate their effectiveness on the map into any kills. They've just been able to secure a couple of dragons as Gambit pull ahead in the gold game. Copenhagen Wolves struggle to stay relevant.
Kavashard with a much better Dragon's top lane than we've seen before. He's drawing aggro, he's dictating plays, teleporting it now.
Yes, he is. They might have cut off Young Buck. He's surrounded by foes with nowhere to go. Puts on the Flame Spitter, burns out, and burns down. Goodbye.
Yeah, and this is what I said before. Copenhagen Wolves have given up so many towers for free that it allows Gambit to open up the map, move around, and create picks. Yes, they have the Scuttle Crab vision, but it's not enough because they're 4 against 5. Now the Wolves are forced to face it into the Gambit lineup.
Yeah, Ghostly Pepper's looking ready to intercept them there. Baron getting fired up pretty quickly, but Unlimited's coming in to try and make the play. In comes Airwax, and it looks like they might have been able to find some damage as he dashes back. Chrono Break for the escape. Young Buck is still down. Diamond Prox finally gets taken down. Forgiven, however, is going to be able to pick up Unlimited, and the Wolves are scattered to the winds as Cabochard blows up Freeze. Airwax and Soren on the run. Throwing down some cover fire, but I don't think they're going anywhere. Airwax with the parallel convergence, a last-ditch effort as he runs as fast as he can away from the members of Gambit, and he just might have done it.
Very ill-advised engage by the Wolves. They went in a little early. That Baron still wasn't anywhere near completion. Very aggressive combo by Unlimited, and then Airwax dashes in without using parallel conversion for any zone control at all. Very sloppy. They were pressed for time, and I think they reacted a little too hastily. Young Buck goes in again, face checks
Oh no, we've seen this before. Young Buck is just blown up. Forgiven, tack another kill onto his board. This KDA is certainly not hurting this game too bad. 3-1. Let's take a look at that ill-advised Baron fight though again.
Yeah, Unlimited sees an opening, wants to get flash combos for it, but there's no follow-up. Alex goes in, but he's not really creating any plays either. Yes, Unlimited is tanking, but now the damage suddenly comes in. But as the damage dealers arrive, Airwax is already using his ulti defensively. He's not letting Gambit chase and then uses ulti aggressively, so very mismatched, out of sync Copenhagen Wolves here. Good punish by Gambit, we have to give credit where credit's due. They got a pick, they went for the Baron, baited the Wolves in, punished them, and now got to repeat Baron. Baron for Gambit.
They'll have some time to be able to use it as Betsy goes ahead and shuts down Airwax, pincering him into the big belly of Cabochard. Now, all grouping up in this mid-wave. They will be able to take this down without too much trouble. Dragon's coming up. Gambit can easily waltz over and pick it up anytime they want. They will back away after taking down yet another tier 2. None remain now for this Copenhagen Wolves squad, and the inhibitor up top is bare. Things are starting to look dire for these Wolves.
Yeah, dire indeed. Sloppy game. Very, very sloppy game by the Wolves so far. Gambit is slowly starting to capitalize on the mistakes from the Wolves more and more as the game progresses. But both teams showing why they've been at the bottom of the standings. And they need time to improve. They need time to get in sync. As the season progresses, we see the difference here of the likes of Fnatic and Origin compared to these two teams. Gambit, however, they did some of the things right. Credit where credit's due. They had Diamond Puck support Cabochard early, get that lead, shut down Young Buck, but then kind of went wrong again, you know, get them back into the game. But they kept punishing the Wolves for their mistakes. They got a lot of objectives eventually. It took them a while, but you see 7 towers to 3, and that's props to Cabochard. He opens up that map. Every time he draws pressure, 1 or 2 members trying to deal with him. Gambit on the other side of the map, they get an objective.
Yeah, we call back to Champ Select when we thought, oh, not again. We've seen this before. It hasn't worked for a while for you, Cabochard, but now that's completely changed. They focus a lot of attention on Young Buck in the early game. Yes, he got some return kills. Yes, he was able to do some work. But despite the mistakes, Gambit are still executing on their game plan right now, and Copenhagen Wolves don't seem to have too many chances left.
Yeah, and I think one of the points we haven't really touched upon too much is that it's a distinctive style difference for Forgiven. We haven't seen any attention around his lane. Yes, he was pushing early, but he's playing this poke champion like Corki, very low in terms of outplay potential, very low amount of resources received by Gambit, and they're playing around Cabochard again, and Forgiven's playing the steel back of this team, you know, playing the janitor, cleaning up and doing it well. When even on CS, doing his role, poking out right now, offensive build.
Yeah, it's really nice to see this this different playstyle from him, because a lot of players, a lot of teams really pinpointed that last split and said, hey, we may not be able to stop it always, but we know exactly how to deal with it. Gambit right now, they're showcasing a different side with this AD carry. They're showcasing a stronger version of themselves that is able to execute, not without mistakes. However, this is much better than they've looked in their previous 4 games.
Well, apart from the one game, I believe, against Fnatic, it was...
That's the exception, that's true.
I think the Gambit right there looked even better than the Gambit here. But Gambit has always been a team that plays to the level of their opponents, and that's why you can never count them out. If they face a fantastic opponent, somehow they can keep the game close, and there hasn't been too much pushback from the Wolves here, so Gambit at times were a little lost. That's what we saw in the early game. Neither team found a way to open up the map, right? No towers until 15 minutes, no dragons until 15 minutes, just even Stevens the game. No team making any moves, and only finding an opening when the other team made a mistake. Offensive teleport, punished. Offensive teleport from Gambit, punished. Over and over again. Failed dives left and right. This eventually resulted in the position where we are right now.
Exactly. We haven't really touched on the item builds too much. We talked a little bit about the Cinderhulk Echo. He's gone, you know, the very logical path after that with the Frozen Heart, with the Spirit Visage. And of course, Youngbuck on this Rumble has decided to go, of course, for the Rylai's, that slowing effect as well on his ultimate. But we haven't really seen it be incredibly well utilized. He's been throwing down equalizers a lot of the times just to clear waves.
Now you say the logical path for Echo. Frozen Heart comes in, but he's facing like a triple poke lineup. Rockets coming in from Forgiven, a Zero poke coming in from Betsy, and then Cavachard with the barrels. Almost like Airwax to get a little more magic resistance rather than spec offensively into that armor. Who does he really need armor for? Forgiven is 50-60% magic damage in these fights, so I think a little bit of an itemization mistake.
It's true.
On Airwax, showing that he's still pretty new to that champion. And as you said, the equalizers, they've not been connecting for Youngbuck. He's tried, but just hasn't really found any success. Wolves haven't found any opening. They're playing back. They're waiting for Gambit to push in. They say, okay, Gambit, come knocking, make a mistake somehow. Let us capitalize on that. Gambit very tempered in their expectations. I imagine they'll just keep this pressure up, deny any vision, because look at the map. There's one ward I see from the Wolves on the map, and that's it. Complete darkness. So eventually Baron will spawn. Gambit will peel back, force a face check, get the Baron, snowball the game from that.
That seems to be the game plan for the moment. They're able to execute on it with what they've got. But for the Wolves, as they sink further and further behind in this gold game and aren't really able to get much back for themselves, what is there? And they tried early to make plays. It backfired a lot. Now you've seen them go complete 180 and just be incredibly defensive. You see the Sand Soldier comes out and immediately Copenhagen Wolves back away. They don't know where the rest of Gambit are. It's hard to see a win condition here for this team.
Yeah, they need vision first, then creative flank, but they don't know where Gambit has their wards, so it's incredibly hard for them to do a successful flank without getting engaged upon. So if they can somehow find out where Gambit's wards are, find an area that's dark, then create a flank. But it's a multi-step process, and every time they take a step forward, they're at risk of getting engaged upon themselves. So they're praying for a mistake from Gambit. So if Gambit plays this passively until the next Baron, which is a minute away, or a next Dragon, then peels back, gets that objective, and waits for the Wolves to make a mistake, then Gambit yet again stays in the lead. So both teams waiting for a mistake from the other team. No creative opening here.
Yeah, so now that it has slowed down, they keep the pressure on. Copenhagen Wolves continue to just be dragged around by the scruff of their necks, and Gambit staggering their backs, executing this very well. Now that they've got themselves a lead, this has been an unfamiliar position for them this split so far. But yeah, the Baron's coming up in 45 seconds. There's still hardly any vision outside the immediate area of the Copenhagen Wolves base. Gambit Gaming in a prime position here.
Yeah, Diamond Fox redefining the concept of tunnel vision. Look at that bot lane jungle from the Wolves right here, littered with tunnels. Has this pick if he ever wants to go back to that bot lane and continue the split push there after drawing members to the top lane. Now they want to deny the Wolves access to this Baron. But at the same time, Gambit seems to be basing. Cavachard does have teleport. Betsy just based, so they've been pushing in the Wolves for multiple minutes, and then once the Baron close comes to spawning, they just back off. They allow Wolves to step in and drop some wards, so not sure if I like it by Gambit.
Well, it's a small timing window. See if Copenhagen Wolves can do anything about it. It looks like the answer is no. Cavachard goes down to the bottom to reapply that pressure. Goes to Pepper and Forgiven. Clear out some wards. They can't find the one that's still in the jungle. Airwax still running around. He's going to get poked down a bit, though.
The Wolves need to find an opening right now, or else they'll find themselves back in time. Not 4 seconds, but about a minute ago, when they were pushed into their base on different lanes, and then the vision will be dark yet again. We see Cavachard pushing down in the bot lane. Diamond Prox don't even see if he has a tunnel ready at the Baron. Doesn't seem so. But he's hovering in that bot lane, and they're looking to find somebody up, make a pick on somebody that's defending Cavachard. I'm going for a little bit of a dragon here.
Going to be easy for him to just take this. He's tanky enough to sustain through it. Gambit are still able to apply pressure all over the map without him. Diamond Prox easily can pick this number 2 up. No one from Copenhagen Wolves really reacting. They're just kind of fumbling around their jungle, trying to get a bit of vision back.
You're doing a 2-man Baron with 80 carry and support. Creative?
It's a bit greedy, but...
With your mid laner in base, with your jungler on Dragon and your top laner on bottom.
This is working out so far, Crepo. Wolves have got the fear put in him, and Gosu Pepper, he is very tanky, though his armor is showing some wear here. He might go have to back after that and clear it up. But they do manage to take it 2-man. Gambit get everything on the map here, and let's see what they can do with this Baron buff and Dragon number 2.
I think this paints the picture of this game. When an 80 carry and a support at 37 minutes can solo a Baron while your jungle is doing Dragon, while your mid laner is running back from shopping in the base, and your top laner is pushing down bottom, not even hitting a tower, and you somehow can get that Baron for free, then you know the enemy team is scared.
It's the power of a completely blacked out map. Copenhagen Wolves have just not been able to get much. A few wards in their own jungle while Gambit was away, but now they have to contend with this Baron push all across the way. Cabochard in the bottom, Forgiven in the top. The death knells are ringing for Copenhagen Wolves, and they are looking to make a desperate last stand, but will it be enough? Looks like Parallel Convergence will not be to start things off.
Copenhagen Wolves, are you gonna fight your way out of this, or are you just gonna roll over and die? What are you doing? What are you waiting for? Eventually, Soren's gonna run out of item slots. Still has 1 left. I think they're putting all their eggs in the Soren basket, and they're just relying on his poke, but triple threat, triple push. He only has wave clear for 1 lane, maybe 2, but 3 lanes, 3 Baron creeps. But stalling it out, managed to poke out in the top lane. Gambit did not push in sync. Split push is fantastic if you can hit all lanes at once. Prevent Soren from poking you out, from cleaning those waves, then it's good. Copenhagen Wolves hanging on, right to skin of their teeth.
Still trying to stay strong in the face of Gambit, who are continually hammering away. They've left the top lane to push against them, however, so they will have to go back and deal with that to keep their pressure on. Diamond Prox still shuffling his way about the jungle. Baron-empowered minions still pushing in and crashing like a wave into the towers. Copenhagen Wolves, however, they've got themselves some wave clear, and they're still to be reckoned with. Gambit don't seem to be executing this endgame well.
And there's no righteous glory on the side of Copenhagen Wolves either, so even if they do find an opening, they have a hard time capitalizing on it. No movement speed steroids, playing back, poke champion, Airwalks, he will have to be the opening. Parallel conversions is going to be what they need to lock this Gambit lineup down, but they're knocking on 2 doors at once right here. Even peeking in, buffing those Baron creeps. Soren's in the top lane, but bot lane is exposed.
It is exposed, and the tower will drop. Let's see if Gambit can get anything else as they continue to poke away. Fancy footwork to dodge away from Freeze and Soren. Forgiven, a little close for comfort there, buddy. You got to get back to base after something like that. And now the chase is on. Copenhagen Wolves. In comes Cabochard. He turns around, throws the barrel, a limited low. In comes the equalizer, but will it equalize this team fight? I don't think so. Azir, he's going to pop his ultimate down, and Airwax burning away. Has to run out of his own base. Cabochard now chasing on the cow. Finally, they crack the inhibitor line, and Forgiven, he didn't back to base after all. He stayed, and he finished it off in the top. 2 inhibitors down now for Gambit.
It almost feels like the Wolves are not willing to fight. Unlimited pops Unbreakable Will, flashes out defensively while Airwax is still in the fray, then uses shield upon himself. I think a Valiant support should volunteer his tribute there, throw himself into the fray, try and peel for your carries, and just not whimper out of that fight. Wolves are just giving up.
Yeah, it seems like they're rolling over and dying right now. It's a slow death as they play continually defensively. Gambit Gaming now extended themselves up to a 12,000 lead or so, but it's starting to not really matter anymore because the item slots are just filling out. Airwax still desperately trying to negate this vision advantage, but they can't really extend past their own jungle, and even that is starting to become a stretch.
2 inhibitors down, 1 left. Everybody looking at Soren. So you're gonna poke them out, but even then, what if they win a fight? What are the Wolves gonna get? Some vision. Gage on Diamond Prox here, but
he tunnels away.
Tunnels out. Cabochard. I think he definitely did a lot this game. I questioned the Gragas pick. I was pretty vocal about it. Worked out to some extent, but I think he could have done this on other champions too. I think this speaks more to the player that Cabochard is rather than the Gragas pick. But his split push and the help he got from Diamond Prox launched him into a comfortable state in the game. Then he split pushed a lot in the game. Gambit played decently around that. Got some objectives off the back of the split push, and definitely was a strategy, but it was slow. It was somewhat poorly executed, and I feel the better teams will capitalize on that, not make as many mistakes. So both teams will have a lot of work coming back up this week.
Yeah, this will be one of those games to very exhaustingly review for the coming week as well for both teams. For Copenhagen Wolves to see exactly what happened and when they started rolling over on their backs, and for Gambit, how to better execute those plays and how to not get themselves in a situation where it's stalled out a bit. Because if they hadn't made those mistakes, and well, it's easy to say if Copenhagen Wolves had and they hadn't, but all things theoretical aside, Gambit are still trying to end this one.
All right, Forgiven draws some aggro there. Zirtard was put in the mid lane. Gambit trying to initiate their 3-point chokehold. Betsy was poked out, so they're waiting for him to get back. And then they want to hit all 3 lanes at once, pushing those super creeps, force Soren to one of the side lanes for wave clear duty, and then knock down that mid lane tower. Alternatively, don't find an opening, 1 minute 30 seconds for the next Baron, which should be finally the last nail in the coffin right here. They're grouping up, no waves in the side lane, so this wave will just get minion. It will just get cleared. This doesn't work.
They seem a little hesitant too. Gambit doesn't want to risk diving and giving up this seemingly insurmountable lead. It seems like they're playing a little bit.
I mean, Gambit can wait.
As well.
Gambit can wait until the next Baron. There's no issue there. Yes, they could theoretically split push this out, but they have time on their side. Just would like them to see or coordinate this 3-man split push a little bit better. I don't think grouping on this mid lane tower is what you necessarily need to do. 2 spells from Kog'Maw and his wave will just vanish. You want to push in that side lane, stack it, threaten those Nexus towers, force Kog'Maw to defend it, and then get a couple cheeky hits on that tower, eventually take it down. But it looks like Gambit is settling for control over Baron and Dragon.
They will be able to leisurely take those when they want. Dragon's now live. Baron 30 seconds away. Copenhagen Wolves still contending with the super minions in the top and the bottom, but Gambit are not pressing this. They are taking the slow path to victory as we approach the 45-minute mark.
Resident Sleeper indeed. Couple more seconds, 20 seconds for Baron. Is Gambit gonna push their advantage?
Kabashar's got a big wave down bottom.
Betsy can take down towers pretty fast with a Zir though. Just puts soldiers on tower dive duty.
And if they can clear it, he can throw a Sun Disc as well.
Yep, he can immediately put up an extra tower. This was yours, now it's mine.
Looks like they're going to peel back to Baron instead. So, Gambit Gaming should be able to take this one. It gives a small amount of breathing room to Copenhagen Wolves, but when this is finished, it'll be a different tune.
Yeah, they're trying to collapse on Kabashar, but he's been playing smart the last 20 minutes or so in that bot lane. Decides to base. I guess he will teleport back. Come on, Gambit. Buff all these minions. 1 in each lane. Now the 1-3-1 becomes incredibly strong because Baron buff creeps. A lot harder to take down. Maybe even get a banner of command somehow.
Yeah, anything he can do to try and
Kabashard is walking back. He doesn't want to use teleport. Eventually we'll get there.
Well, give him good exercise and we'll see what happens with the Gragas. So, taking the slow march there. Dragon's still available, but it's all been but forgotten as 2-2 as that scoreline hasn't really been a big deal in this game. Gambit still trying to push in to finish this one up. An inhibitor comes back up. Another one soon to follow, so Gambit will have to do this all over again. Betsy now looking to push in. Soren just out of range. Forgiven and Ghost Pepper still taking their stand on the top side, but this extended siege just keeps on happening. Copenhagen Wolves not starving out just yet.
And it just makes me wonder, when is Copenhagen Wolves gonna go for this panic play? Eventually they'll have to make a move. When is that gonna be? Curling comes out. Valkyrie comes back. Pepper gets poked here.
Oh, Pepper gets poked very low, and he could be in danger of going down unlimited. Looks to dive on him, but Forgiven covers the line. Kabashard, meanwhile, is able to take down the bottom inhibitor again. This will prompt Gambit to open it up in the middle. While everyone was preoccupied, they are poking away to finish this one off. Unlimited and Freeze still trying to hold the line up top. Maybe they can find a pick on Pepper. They do. It's going to go over to
reactive
Freeze.
flash from Forgiven, though. He sees Unlimited flash in. Dodges the head, but Airwax goes in.
Whoa!
Goes back in time. There's... You didn't know where he was 4 seconds ago. Right there.
There's a chrono break. And Kabashard belly slams, flashes, throws the barrel. We see more action in the last 5 seconds, their last 10 seconds than we have in the last 10 minutes as Diamond Frox looks to keep on pushing right now. Death timers as high as they are. Gosu Pepper and Soren both down, but Super Minions Cabo. Cabo is coming in, and Freeze might be going out. He's blown up, and now Kabashard turns his attention to Airwax as the rest of Gambit look to finally polish off this game.
Cabo smash. Freeze gets 1, 2, 3 shot right there. Betsy with the Emperor's Divide. Finally the ace for Gambit Gaming, and after 47 minutes they start knocking on the Nexus.
No one there to stop them. The Nexus is going to be bare. There it is. It took them 47.5 minutes, but Gambit Gaming are finally on the board with a win in week 3.
Their first victory in this split. But sloppy.
Very, very sloppy, and it took a long time to finish that one off. But they did have a plan, and they did execute it.
And you were right. You said a long game. 47-minute game, and neither team got to the third dragon. I don't think I've seen that happen many times.
It kind of got forgotten. It was all about the Baron and continuing to keep on pushing. Now, the Wolves, hard fought. They tried to dig deep, but in the end, they just were unable to do anything. And as you mentioned, they did seem very hesitant to fight it out. That's something you've got to question. Taking a look at that game in retrospect, going forward for your next games, and tomorrow and into next week.
And it's always very hard to be in that position once you're locked into your base, because you always ask yourself, what am I going to do right now? You know, what is the escape? You don't see an answer, and the reason is because you've already made the mistakes 2 minutes in the past. It's the signature reply to a 1-3-1. If you get locked into every lane, pushed in, pressured, and you don't have the composition to deal with that, then the mistake's already made. Then there is almost no counterplay. So you need to recognize that. Ward out aggressively, find an opening, stop the bleeding, get the flank off, something. You need to make something happen, but if you don't make anything happen, yes, then you will get pushed in repeatedly. Eventually use a tower, lose another tower, lose an inhibitor, lose a Baron, rinse and repeat over and over and over again, and eventually Gambit will get to your Nexus.
Eventually is the key word there. You know, I can't get over how much we saw that just kind of cycling over and over again. But there were some very interesting choices this game. I really want to talk the Echo from Airwax and the experimentation that we're seeing. We weren't entirely certain if we'd see Echo make it through the ban phase, but we saw it twice today, once in the mid lane, now in the jungle. And though it didn't result in the win, it did seem Airwax had a fairly solid early game.
I think if you can get into an aggressive position with Echo and you can use him to dash over any wall, you know, become unpredictable, then it's a good champion. I feel this early game was a bit predictable in nature, that there was a lot of aggro around the mid lane. I would have liked to see Airwax help Youngbuck a little more. Eventually, Youngbuck still got back into the game due to sloppy mistakes on both sides. And as we said, you know, slow and steady wins the race. Slow and steady eventually kills the base. But yeah, it wasn't pretty.
No, definitely not. So yeah, both teams will have to take a hard look at that one and see what they need to fix to climb up the standings. But for now, Gambit, they've managed to put themselves on the board. That's something that they'll be very, very proud about, and we might just hear more about it. Let's get a pulse on the game. We're going to go ahead and send it side stage, where he's standing by with a member of the victorious Gambit Gaming.
Thank you very much, Paya and Richard Paul's Cam. And I am, of course, joined by Forgiven from Gambit Gaming. Now, that's your first win in 5 games now after those 4 losses. What changed? How did you get here?
For a start, I think we had some practice. And second of all, I think we had a coach in gaming, which in any of the teams I have played, we never had an in-game coach, not an outside one. And third of all is that, like it or not, we played against a team that is not higher in the standings. So even from psychology aspect, it was way more easier to beat them than, for example, playing, let's say, against the current form that Origin has.
Well, fantastic. Well, since, as you mentioned, this is a win against a lower of the table team, do you have a plan going up against the higher table teams? Do you think you can take a win off them?
Yeah, sure. When we start playing as a team, we should.
Fantastic. So you mentioned very briefly about your coach, Sean. He's been with you for a week now. How's the integration gone? You've already mentioned he's given you some pretty good results.
He's a really good coach, and his presence, along with some other factors that helped us make this win, let's say, today, helped our team to be motivated and to finally go for something that we all want, which is, let's say, for starters, a win. And I think in general, he's a really good coach, and the results in the future, I really hope that they will show his effort and our effort too.
Well, you've looked great. Thank you very much for joining me. Congratulations on your win. We're going to shoot it over to the analyst desk to close out the day.
Thank you so much, Pulse, and of course, Forgiven for joining us. Always a pleasure to listen to Forgiven. And well, as the caster said, sometimes it was a sloppy game at times, but it's understandable from the side of Gambit that they might want to take it easy.
I completely agree, and I think, you know, there were some mistakes here and there, but once Gambit actually got a lead, I feel it took them such a long time to close the game out because they were playing too cautious. You know, sometimes you see teams that get ahead, and you say they're not necessarily playing to win, they're playing to not lose. In this scenario, Gambit were playing to not lose the lead that they had built up. They were against a lot of wave clear from COG. They were up against this Echo, this unknown factor, and while he didn't necessarily build a lot of damage, it's this weird and wonderful combination you got to break through. So it was slow, it was dragged out, but Gambit covered all their bases. They did the 1-3-1 multiple times, and they eventually got that win.
Yeah, and sometimes they made the right calls. We had that Baron Dragon push decision there to just closing it out, but for the side of the Copenhagen Wolves, well, sloppy, and when you don't end up winning that games or making anything happen with a pretty good start to your jungle Echo in the end, that is not a good sign.
Not a great sign. And as you said, Echo jungle started out pretty well, but then you just sort of have less effect as it went on throughout the game. When you're not building damage on Echo, it's very difficult to do anything particularly. His kit does have a lot of utility, but we've already kind of seen how difficult it can be to get the parallel convergence combination, and it just didn't seem to work out for Awax that they were getting that long duration stun on multiple people. It showed signs of life, but I don't think it's something we're going to see often.
I agree, and I also don't think it really fit into the team composition. The AP COG didn't necessarily fit the same flavor as the Nautilus Lucian Rumble that really want to go in. Echo needs to kite and set things up and went tanky, so I don't really see what Copenhagen was trying to put into effect. I feel if they had a slightly more damage-dealing mid laner, things could have gone differently. But yeah, the big story for me is that Gambit, they got a win. We heard Forgiven talking about having the coach and how it's impacting the team, and we'll need to see if they can keep that up tomorrow when they have some more games.
Yeah, once they turned around their losing streak, they were for a really good winning streak, so we'll see. An Echo OP 0-2 in European LCS so far, so let's see about that. Now, over the course of today's games, one player was really looking to make or break your fantasy LCS squad this week after picking up 13 kills, 12 assists, and going deathless for an unreal KDA of 25. It's H2K's Yarn, who else could it be? Today's fantasy LCS leader, coming in just shy of 50 points on the day. Not really a surprise. He says it's all Kasing, but he definitely did something there.
Oh, most certainly. Great positioning, great decision-making. I'm particularly happy because he's on my PTL FL4 team, which you're going to be hearing about every single week as we continue to progress. But, you know, great performance, and I just think despite the fact H2K were pushed really, really hard, Hyanan stepped up. He in the interview actually said, I had to carry a little bit more, and he did.
Yep, but points, they aren't everything. Sometimes what you need is an all-or-nothing play. From @NJChef tweeted, whoa, Frederick should be using Safecracker Evelyn because that was a robbery. Here is your LCS big play of the day.
It's not very far away. There's only 2 members nearby. Frederick could flash over to try steal.
He got it!
He steals it! Frederick manages to show up big once more. Baron secured for Giants.
Starting to make a name for himself on the Baron steals is Frederick. Did it against Elements in the spring split. Now doing it again. 2 Baron steals for us in one day, though, for us while we were casting games 1-3. So maybe it's, I don't know, maybe it's some kind of caster curse on teams doing Baron.
Or something in the air. And also, hey, by the way, props to Audrey as well, because they timed that really well together. It's just Frederick running away with the praise, though. So, a lot of big plays today, some Baron steals, some a little bit slower games, but here's where the standings lie after day 1 of week 3. Fnatic and OG, they're still undefeated at the top of the table. Then we have Giants, H2K, 4-1. Unicorns of Love dropping a game here today, and a bunch of people in the mid game and in the middle of the table, rather. Gambling Gaming managing to pull themselves up a tiny bit.
Yeah, so the story we had at the top of the show had you had these sort of 4 different categories of teams. Now, finally, we've got an odd number of games, and we're starting to see a little bit more diversification in the table, and I'm expecting to see more of that tomorrow. The thing I'm getting super excited about is the potential of the 6-0 Fnatic, theoretically, against the theoretical 6-0 Origin next week. That is what I'm getting excited about. It is a little bit away, and there's still some more games tomorrow, but that's what I'm antsy for.
Yeah, they could drop a game tomorrow, of course. So let's take a look at the schedule for tomorrow. We're going to start the day with a game between Fnatic and Giants Gaming. And, well, who knows? Maybe the Giants have it in them to upset Fnatic. They have been on an absolute roll.
They have been, but they did drop against Origin.
They did, but then we looked at Origin compared to Fnatic. I actually think Giants are a fair test for Fnatic tomorrow. I still think it should be theirs, but Giants, they cannot underestimate.
Yeah, and also remember that UOL versus H2K is tomorrow, is our game of the week and also the last game of the day. And definitely UOL will be looking to prove something. H2K didn't have the cleanest game, so it's going to be a good one. And all the action gets underway at 6 p.m. Central European Summer Time, 9 a.m. Pacific, so don't you be late. Now, for now, we're going to call it a night here in Berlin. Thank you so much for joining us for the first half of week 3, and we'll see you back here for more European League Champions Series tomorrow. Cheerio!
Day 1, Game 1. Will the Unicorns of Love hand Origin their first loss? It's a 2-for-1 in favor of Origin, and Niels is landing those ricochets over and over while they fight them, and look at the shockwave barrel combo. Origin 5-0. Frederick could flash over to try steal.
He got it!
He steals it!
Nice!
And they show that they are the real deal.
Get it,
I got them, I got them.
Yeah, get them.
Push me, push me, push me, push me, push me.
Yeah, end the game.
Oh my god.
You guys are so heavy.
Check, can you guys hear me?
Audio check, can you guys hear me? First Echo game in the LCS. Froggen will be the man behind it.
Fight's not over that, yo.
Yep, here comes it.
Hooney, double kill.
Onslaught of Shadows, double kill for Hooney as Dexter goes low.
Echo.
Care.
Look.
Stay together, stay together.
Thank you, everyone. Nice.
Dexter falls down, Reckless picks him up, onslaught of Shadows, and Tabs is down. Fnatic still undefeated. In comes Airwax, and it looks like they might have been able to find some damage as he dashes back.
Here's Cabo.
Cabo is coming in, and Freeze might be going out. Gambit Gaming are finally on the board with a win in week 3.